Yes. Kale nga bulijjo. Kano ke kaseera ke twali tulindiridde. Ennaku z'omwezi zezino.
Men enslaved to their ambitions, shunning the tears of poverty's face. I tune my ears to what they whisper, spreading lies and way of truth. Approaching close the day of judgment. The change we need, it starts with you. How far have we gone asunder? Earthquakes, floods, and rolling thunder. Children dying without mothers. When no one show concern, we must unite and stand together. Because the common enemy we face does not care for your religion, your social status, or your race. To those impacted, the crisis is real. The sorrow, grief, and pain they feel. We do not have the time to fight. We must unite. We must rebuild.
Tetulina kakisa konna kulwana. Tetulina kakisa tebasobola okulwana. Naye kubeera nga fenna mu kaseera nga kanene.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. We are pleased to welcome you to the International Online Forum, Global Crisis, Our Survival is in Unity, which is right now being simultaneously interpreted into 150 languages. Today, you will learn why our days, the days of all humankind, are truly numbered. You've seen the countdown we showed you. This is the maximum time left for humankind. But we have even less time to do something about it and change the situation. In this forum, you will learn about all of this in detail. Today, we as humanity are balancing on the edge of life and death. And this is the fact. Climate. This monstrous Cerberus is devouring entire regions, and it can't get enough. Our planet is engulfed in terrible disasters, and their number is growing. Our houses are being destroyed by hurricanes and earthquakes. Entire cities are going underwater or are being burned down by fires. Natural disasters are gaining momentum and destroying everything in their path. Dozens of millions of people are losing everything and running away from the disaster in order to save their lives. If we don't stop the Cerberus today, tomorrow it will devour us all. But what is humankind busy with in the meantime? We all same building called the consumerist format. We are divided by floors, by separate rooms. We are divided by corridors and stairwells. We are forbidden to communicate with each other. We've been made to be afraid of our neighbors, but not to respect each other. We live in a surreal world. In this world, we've been taught not to see reality. Those who call white color black live higher. Those who call white color white live below. Here, we must believe only the television, but not our own eyes. Now, our building, our house is on fire. The first floors are on fire. The walls are burning, but no one is doing anything inside. We've been taught that someone decides something for us. But now, nobody decides anything for us. Our house is on fire, and we are in the middle of it. And the saddest thing is that many of us don't even know about it. And those who do refuse to believe it because there is no fire in their rooms yet. The fire is outside. Although those on the lower floors are already screaming. those who have delegated control over this house are sitting on the rooftops and looking up at the sky. They don't care about all of us living in this house because they are above all of us. They're having their heads in the clouds. They think they're on top of the world. But this world is crumbling. Our house is really on fire. We are going to tell you what is going on. Please be patient. We will try to explain in detail what is really happening to the climate, what the current state of our society is, and what way out of this situation we see. The information you will hear today is the result of many years of work of thousands and thousands of people. So I would like to say that today's forum is not for those who are on the roof of our universe, who are having their heads in the clouds and who are fully off the ground. This forum is for us, residents of this house, for us, my dear earthlings. Wisdom and patience to all of you.
Hello, dear friends. It's a pleasure to welcome you to such a significant event for all of us, for all of you. Today's forum is being simultaneously translated into 150 languages. These are the languages which 90% of the world's population speaks. This is a great chance to be heard by all of humanity. We can only imagine the scale of the preparation for this forum, the huge number of people involved in making sure that the truth will be heard worldwide and that it will be understood and heard by people in their own languages. It is truly a colossal work. It is a tremendous effort. Thousands of people from all over the world have joined together to make our momentous meeting possible today. All this is able to be done only because of the dedication and commitment of these people to humanity, because they understand the importance, the responsibility, including the responsibility to disseminate this important information that will be presented to you today. It is an honor to be part of this team, because without any exaggeration, what people here today will save humanity if everyone knows about it. Dear friends, I would like to draw your attention. All information on the online forum, Global Crisis, Our Survival is in Unity, is presented for non-profit purpose and in the interest of the entire society, entire humanity. The free use, reproduction, and distribution of this forum, in part or in a whole, by any means, without distortion of the transmitted information, and while preserving the links to the source is permitted. Thank you very much.
I want to express my sincere gratitude to the media. They are doing all they can to use their resources to make sure that everyone in the world learns about the creative society as soon as possible. They broadcast videos, songs, interviews, bakoze buli kyonna kye basobola okubeera nga basansanya obanga informinga bategeeza abantu ku mikutu egy'enjawulo nga ku television, social media. We are grateful for what you are doing for all of humanity, and it is an honor to walk shoulder to shoulder with you in building the creative society.
Okubeera nga tukolagana n'abantu bonna bonna. Bwe tutyo tugenda okubeera nga tunnyonnyoka era batulengeza mukibeera mu maaso mu bitundu ebirala newankubadde nti abamu ffe tulikyalina omukisa nti embeera eyo tennaba kutuuka we tuwangaalira.
And right now, we would like to invite our scientist from the
agamba nti ssaawa zino ajja kubeera nga atuukaako omu ku sayantisiti avubutuka mu kibinja oba mu kibiina kya society okubeera ng'atunnyonnyola. Batoka Nakyala kamwaniriza.
Здравствуйте, участники форума и зрители.
Для
нас большая честь сегодня представить многолетний труд сотен ученых и тысяч волонтеров проекта «Созидательное общество», посвященный изучению истинных причин изменения климата, происходящего на Земле сейчас, не связанного с человеческой деятельностью. То, что мы сегодня расскажем в таком масштабе и изложении, еще никогда ранее нигде не было представлено. Всесторонняя научная работа
ategeeza nti okusinziira ku basaayansi tebagenze okubeera nga banoonyereza kino tekibeerangamuko
задействованы ученые, специалисты и волонтеры из разных стран.
Era ategeeza nti abantu mu nsi yonna yonna bannasaayansi mu nsi yonna yonna beegasse okubeera nga banoonyereza.
Те, кто изучают ядро планеты,
era abo abasoma ku ebyo ku nsi gye twangalirako nga ne ku nsozi ezo ziwanga omuliro ategeeza nti basisinkana abo ababalirira abategeera obulungi ku nsi eno ategeeza nti babategeeza nti ensi abantu bagenda kubeera nga basisinkana embeera yakatyabaga.
Но полная информация и наши расчеты обнародованы не были. И позже вы поймете, почему. Будут представлены результаты 26 лет исследований. Хочу обратить ваше внимание, что мы будем приводить только ту информацию и те факты, которые вы сами можете перепроверить. Мы намеренно использовали данные из общедоступных источников. Мы не использовали сегодня результаты показаний своих датчиков и измерений, чтобы не пугать и не сеять панику. Сегодня мы будем опираться только на открытые,
tubeera ku mazima amangu era ge tusobola okubeera nga tutegeera. Ekisooka agamba nti olowooza kiki ekireetera embeera okubeera nga etabuka. Era ategeeza nti ekibuuzo ekiddako ne kigamba nti tekiteekeddwa okubeera nga tukola okubeera ng'embeera eyo tekijjawo.
Эти факты не просто не договаривают, от них отводят глаза.
Ategeeza nti amazima gano tegabuuliddwa abantu naye
В то же время подобное замалчивание опасно, так как грозит бездействием в решении жизненно важных вопросов.
Naye bannasaayansi okuva mu
А для начала давайте посмотрим на текущее положение климатической ситуации в мире на момент ноября 2022 года. Хочу передать слово кандидату педагогических наук, доценту Константину Рыбачуку, активному участнику проекта «Созидательное общество», который уже несколько лет подряд участвует в качестве ведущего еженедельного выпуска экстренных новостей по климату. Константин является спикером на различных конференциях по мониторингу климата и не только. И сейчас он расскажет о прогрессии катаклизмов в мире. Константин, вам слово.
Egenda mu nsi. Bwetyo waliwo ebintu byetutategeera naye wano mu creative society ategeera nti abanga abooluganda agamba nti ngenda kubeera nga mbabuulira nti abasinga obumanyi
politicians do not know either. Now, all of humanity is on the brink of a large-scale climate catastrophe. And at the same time, contemporary science tells us only about anthropogenic climate change. It's silent about the actual causes. Many people doubt climate change, but facts are stubborn things. A year ago, the number of cataclysms in the world did not exceed a few dozen per month. But this year, we're already registering an average of 2 natural disasters per week. According to our monitoring data, more than 6,000 climate disasters occurred during the first 10 months of 2022. These include floods, fires, hurricanes, tornadoes, mudslides, and landslides, abnormal snowfalls, and hail. Imagine, it's like 6,000 zones where a climate, the only enemy of humanity, is waging its attack. And that's only what's reflected in open sources of information. In fact, there are many more natural disasters on the planet. Worst of all, these cataclysms have taken many lives that will never be returned. Their families and loved ones can never recover the loss. The monitoring report you will see is the result of work of thousands of volunteers around the world. All facts are cross-checked many times before we use them. All this information is taken solely from public sources, so everyone can cross and see for themselves the extent of the horror we have encountered. I want to emphasize that thousands of people are working on collecting and analyzing data. It is difficult for one person to collect and analyze so much information. In our research activities, we have encountered the fact that a lot of data that is available in open sources is being deleted. Information about climatic cataclysms, their power and frequency is simply disappearing. They try to give us the appearance of a more or less favorable climate situation. At the same time, the statistics are more horrifying than ever before in the history of modern civilization. That is especially evident this year. In the situation, they try to tell us that nothing horrible is happening. Climatic conditions is within the normal limits. In the media, the data is falsified and downplayed. Even for one institution, collecting statistics on all climatic cataclysms is difficult. But we are volunteers, and there are a lot of us around the world. To get a reliable picture of what is happening, we work with primary sources, research groups that record the data, and directly with eyewitnesses of climatic cataclysms. We're going to show you a quick monitoring video. I ask you to watch this video very carefully. It shows the actual progression of climate change in the world.
Climate disasters.
USA,
Kazakhstan.
It's a true nightmare. For the first time in my whole life, Bulgaria. It was as if a bomb had fallen. Italy.
Who could have known that the water would rush in so fast?
Spain.
China.
Germany. Storms and hurricanes. Category 4 Hurricane Ian was the deadliest hurricane to hit Florida residents in the United States. Some cities were 90% destroyed by the storm surge, furious winds, and flooding. More than 1.5 million people had to leave their homes. According to preliminary estimates, the damage will exceed 100 billion. Passing Puerto Rico, Hurricane Fiona left several million people without electricity and drinking water, and this was at a time when it was unbearably hot and humid on the island. Fiona is the first Category 4 hurricane in history to move this far north. It reached eastern Canada, maintaining the strength of a Category 2 hurricane, and left an unprecedented path of destruction in the country. In recent years, tropical storms have begun to move further north and south from the equator. The world's megacities such as New York, Boston, Beijing, and Tokyo could soon be under their attack. Typhoon Noru was predicted to hit the Philippines as the equivalent of a Category 1 hurricane, but in just 6 hours there was an explosive intensification to a Category 5, with wind gusts reaching 196 miles per hour. The impact of the natural disaster of such force. More than 900,000 people were affected, while the damage to agriculture exceeded 52 million. On the island of Corsica, France, the wind reached a speed of 224 kilometers per hour. During the storm, the fierce winds tore down power lines and trees were falling down like matchsticks. In Europe alone, the average annual number of storms has increased by almost 16.5 times since 2000. In the United States, the number of convective storms, the damage of which exceeds $1 billion, is growing unprecedentedly. Between 2000 and 2010, there were 34 of them, and in the next 11 years, there were already 95. In the southern hemisphere, storm intensification over recent decades has already reached levels projected to occur in the year 2080. Precipitation and flooding. The amount of abnormal rainfall is increasing all over the world. During 9.5 months of 2022, more than 36,000 precipitation records were registered on the planet. The province of Ancona, Italy, was hit by half a year worth of rain overnight. Never before in their lives have the residents seen such a rapid rise of almost 1 meter in 10 minutes. Australia has been hit by 3 waves of historic floods in 2022. Brisbane was hit by a rain bomb when more than a month's worth of rain fell daily for 3 consecutive days. Given such frequency and intensity of flooding, it makes no sense to rebuild some cities. On the eastern coast of South Africa, almost a year's worth of rain fell within 24 hours, resulting in one of the deadliest floods of the 21st century in the country. Seoul, South Korea, was hit by record downpours in August 2022. Water rushed rapidly into all the underground and semi-basement rooms, subways, crosswalks, parking lots, and even apartments turned into death traps. People died from flooding right in their homes. In Colombia, the number of floods increased by 87% in just 1 year. Back in 2020, and in the next year, already 802. Meanwhile, in several municipalities in the Department of Sucre, the flooding has been lasting for more than a year. Just 60 years ago, there were 8 major floods per year in the world, and by 2021, this number has increased by 27 times. Besides, they began to occur simultaneously, covering several countries at once. In the summer of 2022 alone, floods occurred countries on all continents. The monsoon season of 2022 turned into the biggest climate disaster in modern history of Pakistan. The country's provinces went underwater. More than 1,600 people have been killed. 30 million people have been affected by the disaster. Half of them are children. Over 2 million houses have been destroyed. Elderly people, pregnant women, and children are forced to live outdoors in inhumane conditions. There is a lack of food, drinking water, and medical care. Contaminated water has become a source of infections. People are left with no jobs, shelter, and means of livelihood. After almost 2 months, the water is still not gone. The nightmare for people continues to this day and only get worse. Extreme heat and droughts. During the 9 months of 2022, there have been over 100,000 highest temperature records across the globe. In the first time in world history, a heat wave reached 113 degrees Fahrenheit and lasted 79 days in a row. More than 900 million people were affected by the extreme temperatures. Bomb shelters were opened to people as a relief from the unbearable heat. To save their crops, farmers worked at night as the soil heated
omusana
up
ne
to 60
gutuuka
degrees
okubeera nga
Celsius
gwokya
during the day.
ettaka ne libeera nga
The summer, Europe experienced its hottest summer on record. In the UK, temperatures in July exceeded 40 degrees Celsius for the first time in history. In France, a prolonged heat wave caused the water in rivers to get so hot that it became unsuitable for cooling nuclear reactors in nuclear power plants. A similar thing happened in the Persian Gulf. Heat kills people. In the European Union, the deaths of 53,000 people in July are directly attributed to the unprecedented heat wave. Severe droughts have hit the major economies of the Northern Hemisphere this year, with damages of $13.2 billion in the first half of 2022 alone. In China, USA, India, Australia, Europe, and other regions, rivers and reservoirs have sharply shallowed, and navigation has come to a virtual standstill. This has the energy crisis. It has become another factor in the electricity prices. The drought has caused irreparable damage to agriculture, leading to an unprecedented rise in food prices. The price of livestock feed increased by 90%. The water crisis has reached a record scale. Access to safe drinking water is under threat. No country, even an economically developed one, is immune to this problem. This year, over 2 billion people on our planet are already facing water shortages. Wildfires.
kino wildfires awamu tuyinza okuba tekitegeera naye guno gwe muliro ebiseera ebisinga gutumbuka nga tensikumye okusinziira ku mbeera ey'omusana ebeera
As of early October 2022, there have
amawanga galina
been
ebibira
16
ebinene
megafires in the USA alone, and many more are approaching that scale.
era mu
In
South
South Korea, a
Korea
megafire approached a
embeera
nuclear
eyo
power
yali
plant in March
March
2022.
2022 naye
18,000
lwakuba nti
people and dozens of helicopters were
bo
mobilized to
bagezaako kubeera
extinguish
nga
it.
betegekera
In Russia,
embeera
there has been a sharp increase in the area of wildfires in the last 5 years. There has even been an increase in fires that burn under the snow in winter. In 2022, natural fires in Europe exceeded 770,000 hectares for the first time since satellite measurements became available. This is more than the size of the Canary Islands, and 3 times more than the average burn-up in a year. And in some countries, fires has been really sharp.
era embeera
In
eyo
Czech Republic, an
yeewuunyisa
average of 9 hectares of land is burnt annually. However, by the end of September this year, the fire had already destroyed almost 1,500 hectares. This is 158 times more than usual. At the beginning of September this year, in
omwaka
Brazil, there were a
guno
record
mu
number of
Brazil
fires in the country on 3
era
consecutive days,
gwatuukawo
more than 3,000 per day. Wildfires are not
era
seasonal
tutegeddwa
anymore.
okutegeera nti
Now they don't stop even
wildfire
in winter, and hurricane
not
winds
season
spread the fire
tinti
at
kiriko
breakneck
season
speed.
kigwawo budde
In
mu
the
kaseera
Algerian province of
tukuba nga
Algeria, winds of
tetusuubidde mu
over
kaseera
55
akatali
miles per hour caused the flames to
keetegekeera
spread in a matter of minutes, leaving no
era
chance for
embeera
people
ng'eno
to escape.
ereka abantu nga tebalina wakubeera
Fires are in
tebalina mirimu tebalina
places
kyakuba
never
kubeera
been
nga
before. Central Europe,
baluusinga
the
bye baba nga bali
rainforests of South
Tegeeza ne mu
America, and
Central
even the
Europe
Arctic are burning. Today,
tornado.
single cataclysms already occur very rarely. There goes an entire
mu
cascade of
buyaga
disasters,
tornado
one
tusobola
involving
okuyita
the other.
omuyaga
And this
ogw'amaanyi
interconnection
ogusobola okubeera
intensifies the
nga
devastation. It takes more and
gusula
more human
amayumba
lives. Even
na
economically developed countries cannot restore their climatically ravaged territories for years.
kitegeeza nti ebintu bingi ebigenze mu maaso ebitali nomo ategeeza nti omwaka oguyise embeera eno etuuseewo mu bitundu ebirala mu nsi endala era abantu bangi bafiiriddwa ebintu kino kiviira ku ensozi ne zituuka okubeera nga ziwamba emiriro ategeeza nti tusigazaayo akaseera katono okubeera nga tugonjoola embeera ng'eyo so bwe tutyo twavaayo oluvannyuma lw'okubeera nga batwoleka ategeeza nti akatambi ako katulaga ebigenda mu maaso n'akaseera ketusigazizza ndowooza tukirabye bwe kiri ekasuubi kuba kituukekawo twetegekeko tegeeza nti embeera eno eri kweyingira mu maaso Ategeeza nti embeera ezigenda mu maaso ereetawo ebbula ly'emmere. Ategeeza nti Northern Canada embeera y'omusana era ategeeza nti mu Ice Greenland era oba ebbugumu liri mu mazi waggulu okusinziira ku eyo eteekeddwa okubeera nga libeerawo. Tegeeza nti omuyaga ogw'omwaka gwayita ogukyasinze gwali
These are floods that occur with a probability of once in 1,000 years. Such a climate
ategeeza nti omuyaga
and in the summer, as many as 5 of these millennium floods occurred in less than 1 month in the United States. Some 17 million
ategeeza nti
people
abantu bayitirivu nnyo abaakosebwa.
It's not just a statistic, it's
70
million
people abali mu mbeera
The scale of natural
abantu
disasters
ngaabo.
is constantly increasing. Emergency services in many countries already say there are not enough
tegeeza nti
climate disasters.
abakulembeze
Australia, for example,
tusobola ogamba nti
over the past year, the country has been overrun by historic waves of floods. Have simply abandoned and missed a temporary climate disaster.
nti abantu bangi bali mu mbeera eyo era tewali
And it's only
bwe bali
going to get worse.
bwe bafuna.
There is less and less hope for international aid because countries are simultaneously faced with cataclysms and have to try to solve their own
bino
problems
bikyagenda mu maaso naye
in just a few years. When the
tusobola kubeera nga
cataclysms take full
ebizibu
force,
byaffe byegondolera ffennyini.
because trouble
olwaleero
today, the consequences of disaster
kyokusinziira ku ebibeera eyo yonna yonna egenze mu maaso
the world is very
ebigiriza buli muntu
interconnected.
yenna. Bino byonna byonna bireeteddwa emmere
The media shows
ebikozesebwa
us the disaster itself,
okutendera.
but they don't show what happens to people after.
Akunuuza ekibuuzo n'agamba nti olowooza eno y'emu nga eriwo kubeera nga kulankulana kubeera nti embeera etuukawo
In technologically advanced Japan,
abantu
hundreds of
ababeera nga
people
tebayandibwa ne
stayed
basigala
in
mu
temporary
mbeera
housing 3 years
nnyo.
after typhoon. In the United States, after the terrible
ategeeza mu Amerika
21, people are still
abantu mu Amerika embeera eyatuukawo naye abantu ssaawa zino tebalina bakubeera nga baddayo mu bitundu byabwe.
vulnerable to the elements.
Nti obukadde n'obukadde bw'abantu byonna byonna bye bulina ng'amayumba, ebyobugagga n'obulamu bwennyini.
Dry clothes, a piece of bread, or a sip of water are what
Ategeeza nti eyandibadde ng'awonye ow'omukisa
losing your
mu
possessions.
kifo mwezi refugee camp ebifo by'ababundabunda
We can restore everything
nti embeera eyo terina kireetawo okuddako
cataclysms
abantu
are
okufiira mu bulamu
escalating
bwabwe.
and we have no way of coping with them. Existing programs to combat climate change do not work. Over the past 20
ategeeza waliwo abasobola okubeera nga bakola ku nsonga eyo ngetutegeera okulyawo okubeera nga twetegeera akaseera ngaako naye ate abali mu bifo ng'ebyo
we waste
bakutegeera
time
okubeera
and
nga
billions of dollars on
bakitegeeza nga bategeeza ensonga kuba tebalina kye bakola. Tegeeza nti ensi yaffe tuli kugiraba nga byefundika naye teri kikyasobola kubeera nga kidda. Ategeeza nti ensi yaffe tesobola kubeera nga biddawo nga bwe yali bwe tugenda mu maaso nga tulina kye tukola kuba waliwo embeera etukawo ne tubeera nga
Now, the search for salvation from a planetary climate catastrophe must become the most critical part of the management.
Tuteekeddwa okubeera nga tukwatagana nga tukolera wamu kuba ensi yaffe twandizze nga tugizaayo. Bwetyo Zafita yamwebaza okubeera nga tusaako information. Ategeeza nti olwaleero tuli bamukisa okubeera nga tulaga ku mirimu gye tukola era nja kubeera nga mbanjulirira omukusika waffe abeere nga ategeeza ebisinga. Ategeeza nti mu tekinologi emungi agenze mu maaso nga abeerawo ategeeza nti mu creative society tekinologi ali kubeera nga alinnya okubeera nga basayantisi bakolera wamu. Ategeeza nti David Prover omu ku baparticipata mu creative society ng'akola ku bintu bya sayansi era baparticipatinga mu mbeera ya creative society okubeera nga bakola ekisoboka okubeera nga bataasa obutonde bw'ensi. Atumenyeramenyera abamu ku ba volunteer mu creative society abalina bye bakoze ku mbeera y'ensi. Ategeeza nti nga ng'okubaka obuvudde mu research zaffe nti obuzibu tebuli ku mbeera etuukawo ey'akabenje wabula obuzibu obulala buli ku ebyo ebigenda mu ebitali nomo oba ebitali bya bulijjo. So mu nsi yaffe waliwo ebintu bigenda mu nsi ebitali bya bulijjo ng'ate bireetawo akabenje. Bw'atyo bagenda kubeera nga batulaga map etunyonnyola ebigenda mu maaso. So bwetutyo batunnyonnyola naye bino olusayansi birungi nnyo bwetyo tugenda kubeera nga tutegeera ebiri vital oba ebikulu ennyo. Ategeeza nti tubeere nga twekaanya map okubeera nga tulaba ebyo ategeeza nti ensozi eziwanda omuliro zizuuliddwa ate ezimu ku zo zizuuliddwa awali malfiction oba olwegi. Era bw'otunuulira ku map awali akabonero akamyufu
что именно под этими ледниками находится повышенный тепловой поток, который поднимается из недр. Некоторые ученые, которые отстаивают
tutegeeza nga gamba nti bannassaayansi bazudde nti embeera eno ereeteddwawo n'okusinziira abantu ebintu bye bakola ebitali bya bulijjo.
Или вулкан, который расположен непосредственно под ним. На самом деле все страшнее. Внимание, когда началось интенсивное атака.
Nategeeza nti okuva edda n'edda bino bigenze nga bibeerawo naye ate mu kaseera nga kano embeera egyenzenya egenda mu maaso nga byeyongera.
Именно от него идет повышенный тепловой поток из недр и активизируется.
Mututegeeza ku ebyo embagamba nti kano saayansi wanene we tuli ka saayansi nzira ku mbeera ey'akabenje tebagezaako kubeera nga batutegeeza ku ebyo ebigenda mu maaso era ng'ebimu byeyunyisa. Batunnyonnyola ategeeza nti mu graafu tebali ali kutunnyonnyola nti embeera ng'eyo ensozi buli we zibeera nga ziwanda omuliro ekimu nga ennyanja zikamira. Tegeeza nti magima tuyinza lwejeje olweje oba olusozi olubeera nga luwanza omuliro ebyo ebikulukuta ebiringa amazzi bye tuyita magima oba olweje bigenze embeera eyo egenze nga yeeyongera. Era omuntu talina kyasobola kubeera ng'akola ku mbeera ng'eyo. Era ojja kubeera nga weewuunya embeera eyo ng'etuukawo ate ne mu bitundu ebirala. Era bwe batyo bagenda batulaga akatambi okusinziira ku
Okusaanuka kwa ice okw'amaanyi kyenkanyi nakwo kugenda mu maaso ku kitundu ekirala ku nsi mu Greenland. Okunoonyereza okwakolebwa mu October 2020 kwalaga nti kati ice mu Greenland asaanuka mangu okusinga bwe kyali kibadde mu myaka 1200 egiyise. Mu mwaka gwa 2019 gwokka ice sheet ya Greenland ye yasinga okufiirwa ice mu byafaayo ttaani obuwumbi 600. Era kyewuunyisa nti ennyanja ennene zirabika wansi w'olukalu entalu lw'omuzira nga mu butuufu guli kilomita 1.5 obuwanvu. Bwe twogerera leero tumanyidde ddala ennyanja nga dazini 6 eziyitibwa subglacial lakes eza Greenland. Ebbugumu lya bbalafu egyetoolodde liringa diguli 28, naye ennyanja zino tezifuuka bbugumu lwaki? Ebibinja bya bannassaayansi ebiwerako ebyokunoonyereza byegatta mu kaweefube w'okunoonya ekyokuddamu mu kibuuzo kino kyennyini. Baakakizuula nti wansi wa Greenland nga bwe kiri wansi wa Antarctica waliwo ekiwujjo ekiyitibwa mantle plume. Okukulukuta kw'ebbugumu ly'ettaka okuva mu byenda byayo kuleeta okutondebwa kw'ennyanja eziri wansi w'omuzira n'okusaanuuka kw'enkuba. Nga bakozesa okunoonyereza ku sikirizo, ekibinja kya bannassaayansi Abamerica abakulemberwamu Professor Raphael France baateebereza obuwanvu bw'ekibumba kya Greenland. Okusaanuuka okw'amaanyi okwa glaciers kulabiddwa mu kitundu ekyobukiikakkono bw'ekizinga kino ng'ekibumba kigonvu era nga n'okukulukuta kw'ebbugumu ly'ettaka okweyongedde olw'ekiwujjo kya manto ekigenda okulinnya kuzuuliddwa. Nga bakozesa ebikwata ku seismography data, bannassaayansi okuva mu ttiimu ey'enjawulo mu Skimmed Institute of Physics of Earth balaba nti okukulukuta kw'amazzi mu magma kulinnya okuva akati w'omusingi okutuuka kungulu w'ensi wansi ddala w'ekitundu eky'omu masekkati ga Greenland. Wano we wasinga okubeera ennyanja eziri wansi w'omuzira. Bannassaayansi babaliridde ensengeka y'ebbugumu ey'enzikiriziganya ekwatagana n'ekisenge kino ekya magma era ne bakizula nti ebbugumu lino limala okubugumya omusingi gw'omuzira okutuuka ku kifo ice wasaanuuka. Ebivuddemu bino bye bimu bikakasiddwa okunoonyereza okufaanako nga tukozesa tekinologiya w'okuyiga ebyuma.
So watu batujjayo ne tujja aw'omu China era ng'ali ku nsonga y'emu. Ategeeza nti bannassaayansi banoonyereza ku nsonga eyo. Nti ogenda kubeera nga otegeera magima oba olwejje ye lujjamu okubeera nga lukyukakyuka. Okweyongera ku ebyo okumeltinga oba ku kusaanuuka kwa ice nga bw'olabye ku maapu, omuwendo gw'ebyo omuwendo gw'ennyanja nti waliwo ebitundu nga magima waafuutuka.
Именно в этой части последние десятилетия
nti mu kiseera kino kyekiseera oba mu kifo nga kino bwe basomedde okubeera nga balaba embeera etali ya bulijjo. Okusinziira ku mbala y'abannassaayansi balaba nga waliwo ekitali kya bulijjo. Era ekyekwewuunyisa nti ennyanja zituuka ekiseera amazzi ne gannyogoga okusinga nga bwe kyandibadde.
Геолог Джеймс Камес вывел цепочку взаимосвязей, как остановка Гольфстрима связана с изменениями в недрах планеты. В 2009 году подъем магмы вызвал в районе Исландии серию землетрясений. Последующие известные
Otegeeza nti mu 2009 magima yaviirako mu Siki okubeera ng'agugumula ensi. Era mu mwaka gwe gumu embeera eyo n'etuukawo mu mwaka mu 2010.
пульсирующими этапами из-за выброса огромного тепла в результате подъема магматических очагов под
Kino kiri kuleetera
Гренландией.
embeera nga bintu
С учетом
bigendera
того,
mu
что
siteegi
магматический очаг под Гренландией становится активным все ближе к моменту
era magma chambers
остановки
mu
Гольфстрима.
Greenland ziri
И, что
kubeera nga
важно,
active
последний раз
nnyo.
остановка Гольфстрима происходила в 2012 уже слышали эту цифру сегодня.
Запомните,
12 тысяч лет назад. И что важно, океанологи отмечают, что подобные явления нагрева вод происходят не только в районе Гренландии, но и во всем мировом океане. Давайте посмотрим.
era bwe batyo ne batuza erudda kubeera nga tubyerabirako.
Ennyanja y'ensibuko y'obulamu eri ensi yonna eriffe abantu naye kirekeraawo okuba ensibuko y'obulamu kinaatera okufuuka ensibuko y'okufa kwaffe. Lowooza ku kino, okubuguma kw'ennyanja kweyongedde ebitundu 4-5 mu myaka 3 gyokka. Okusinziira ku kuteebereza kwa sayansi, ennyanja okusobola okubuguma ku sipiidi ya leero kyandibadde kyetaagisa amaanyi mangi nga bwe gandifulumiziddwa singa bbomu za atomu 7 ezisuuliddwa ku Hiroshima zandibwatuka buli sekonda okumala omwaka mulamba. Ekisinga okweraliikiriza kiri nti ennyanja tebuguma kungulu kwokka wabula ne ku buziba. Ekibinja ky'abanoonyereza mu America kizudde nti obuziba bw'ennyanja obw'owakati bwabuguma emirundi 15 mu myaka egiyise okusinga bwe bwali bubuguma mu myaka 1000 egiyise, era okukulaakulana kuno kweyongera okwangu buli mwaka. Mu kiseera kino sayansi talina nsonga yonna gy'annyonnyola ebbugumu lino gye liva. Endowooza zokka ezitunuuliddwa ze zino nti ennyanja zibuguma okuva ku njuba n'okuva mu bukyafu obufuluma mu bantu obwa carbon dioxide, naye zisobola okunnyonnyola okubuguma kw'ebitundu eby'okungulu ebyennyanja okutuuka mu buziba obutuuka mu mita 200. Kubanga emisinde gy'enjuba tegiyingira mu buziba, amazzi gasobola okubuguma ennyo enjuba okutuuka mu mita 7 olw'okutabulwa. Tuyinza tutya okunnyonnyola ensonga nnyingi ezikwata ku kubuguma kw'ebitundu by'ennyanja enzito? Lowooza ku nsonga eno amaanyi ge geetaagisa okubugumya amazzi amangi ng'ennyanja z'ensi yonna. Tulaba dda ebyokulabirako eby'ebbugumu ery'enjawulo ng'ery'obuli wamu si wansi wokka naye ne kungulu. Ku nkomerero ya mwaka 2013 ekitundu ekinene ennyo eky'amazzi g'ennyanja agabuguma mu ngeri etali ya bulijjo nga 1/3 eky'obunene bwa America kyatondebwa mu Gulf of Alaska ne gatandika okusaasaasana. Ebbugumu ly'amazzi mu bifo bingi lyasukka erya bulijjo ne 5/6. National Geographic yakituuma ebibumba ekyafumba Pacific. Nick Bond, omukugu mu mbeera y'obudde mu ssaza ly'e Washington, ekintu kino yakituuma la blob. Okulabika kw'ebintu ebitali bituufu ng'ebyo kwatandika okweyongera mu bwangu. Waliwo ekintu ekyawamu ekigata ebifo ebitondebwamu ebiwujjo bino byonna. Bino ebitundu ebikola mu by'ettaka nga biriko ebibumbe ebigonvu ekitto nga biriko ensozi ezivuuma wansi w'amazzi ezikola enjatika n'okumenya kw'ebibumba enzito. Bino by'ebifo ebisinga okufuluma okukola kwa magma eyokya n'amazzi. Ennyanja eyitibwa fumbiro ly'obudde. Okubuguma kw'amazzi gaayo kwayongera dda omuyaga ogwatyabaga n'embuyaga ezita abantu 10,000 buli mwaka. Okubuguma kw'ennyanja okutabangawo kulaga nti ennyanja yagwamu dda obusobozi bwayo okukwata amaanyi agagezaako okutoloka mu byenda by'ensi, era magma bwetuuka ku njazi enzito era enzito ez'ekibumba kya ssemazinga nga ku kigero kiwanvu emirundi 2 oba 3 okusinga ekibumba ky'ennyanja, olwo enkola z'okubuutuka kw'ensozi ezivuuma ez'okulukalu zijja kutandika era kijja kuba kikeerezi nnyo okuyimiriza enkola eno okunoonya obulokozi. Okuyimiriza enkola eno okunoonya obulokozi.
Bulyawo tuyinza okubeera nga tukyalina omukisa okubeera nga tugiyimiriza. Nga bwe tukirabye ensi eri kwokya nnyo nga bwe n'okusikirako bwe yandibadde.
While huge volumes of heated water, those called blobs, are rising to the surface. Note that such huge blobs of hot water have been appearing more and more frequently since 1995. Look at the bottom. Obviously,
era tutegeeza kwa emissions kwebyo ebireetawo omwuka ogwokya mu bitundu byebimu ku biviiriddeko embeera ng'eyo kubeera nga etuukawo. Buti kye batuzayo yenna kyala okubeera nga ayongera okubeera nga atutangaaza mu nsonga ya maddima munnassaayansi Elizaveta atunnyonnyola. era agenda kubeera nga batulaga akatambi era mbasaba tubeere nga tukekkaanya. Leero tutandise na ssaayansi. Ategeeza nti ennyanja amayengo nga gaffe wali tulowoozezaako amanyi genkanawa okubeera ng'amazzi gasanguka mu bannassaayansi bakikolako research.
What could heat the ocean from below like a pot on a burner so significantly? Let's dive to the ocean floor and see what sources of powerful heat are
So batyo baatuzza ku nnyanja batunnyonnyole
we discover giant mountains at the bottom.
mu nsozi.
Volcanoes. 75% of all Earth eruptions occur from underwater volcanoes. Previously, it was considered that underwater eruptions occur with a gradual outpouring of lava, while explosive eruptions of the water column.
Kitegeeza nti mu nnyanja volcano zifubutukayo olusozi ne lumera mu mbeera ya lava.
Recent research is changing our understanding of the mechanism of underwater eruptions. What is the mechanism of such an eruption? The pressure of the magma ranges from 10 to 30,000 bars, but the pressure of the water column in the deepest parts of the ocean is only 1,000 bars. And as soon as there is an abrupt burst of magma, the water boils up and the H2O molecules decompose into hydrogen and oxygen.
Abatulengeza ku
And this bubble neutralizes the pressure of the water column. This is a complex physical and chemical process that can be compared to the flight of a hypersonic aircraft at maximum speeds. Neutralizes the molecular resistance of the air, making the plane fly almost as if it were weightless. The combustion of oxygen and hydrogen creates the same effect in the path of the magma, resulting in explosive eruptions. The existence of such explosive eruptions is confirmed by the discovery of researchers from settled at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean near the Juan de Fuca Plate. A mathematical model showed that such plumes could only be formed by a massive explosive eruption. In addition to the spread of heat, volcanoes during explosions burst out of hydrotherms, hot jets of water. Studies have shown that the volumes of ejected boiling water can be tremendous, about 40 million Olympic swimming pools, and they are quickly formed during eruptions. The contribution of explosive eruptions to ocean heating from Julius Maximilian University Bavaria. With submarine lava eruptions, the thermal equilibrium currents in the oceans are disrupted locally or even globally. However, given the size of the ocean, the energy of even such strong underwater eruptions is not enough to heat it up. Since active volcanoes are not located everywhere,
ategeeza nti nga bwe kiri nti
as the ocean heated up so
volcanoes
much over
ziri
the
buli
past
wamu
30 years,
kyo kyongera embeera. Batyo batuzza erudda
По-настоящему страшно.
nti embeera eyayitawo embeera eyo yaliwo nti ensozi mu kuwaatuka kwazo ne mu kuyiwa kitwandiyise nga magma
Начинает повсеместно
kyongera
внедряться в морское
ennyanja
дно,
okubeera nga
именно
ebuguma.
океан. И я прошу вас обратить особое внимание на еще одну из этих.
Era bwe ntyo mbasaba okubeera nga mubeere attention ku vidiyo egenda kubeera nga eddako
Запомните то,
egenda
что
kubeera
магма
nga
может
etunyonyola
резко внедряться в морское дно и образовывать пузыри, которые нейтрализуют давление столба,
era magma oyo
тем самым
aleetera
для мощного
aleetera ennyanja okubeera ng'ebuguma tebulaba kuba weetegereza mu nnyanja oyinza okulabamu zitwanyise nga babo nga zifubutuka wansi.
The heating of the ocean has been going since 1995. Our Fubitirator, who is a professor at Maryland Institute, also pointed out that as of this year, there is ocean.
Nakyala tutegeeza ku profesa eyakola research okusinziira ku mbeera y'ennyanja okubeera nga eyokya etali ya bulijjo. Profesa oyo mu 1995 era yakola research nti embeera eyo yagenda maaso nga yeeyongera, era ategeeza nti bw'otunula ku maapu eraga embeera okweyongera mu maaso eya musisi mu gwo omwaka gwagambye.
We have seen a part of the climate change research, not just from the perspective of climatology, but also from the standpoint of
Anasteni yategeeza okusinziira ku research nga y'omu ku bannassaayansi ategeeza ku mbeera. Era bw'atyo n'agamba nti omwaka ogwo nti waliwo okunoonyereza ku mbeera ng'ezo, era ne bategeera nti embeera eyo eri kweyongera mu maaso. N'ekirala,
warming of the Weddell Sea. Third, an increase in the number of thermal anomalies and ocean heating. Fourth, increased seismic activity around the boundaries. Obtained from public sources.
Ategeeza nti obubonero obwo bwonna bwayogeddeko awo wansi abwazuulibwa mu bantu, era nga naawe mwennyini osobola okubeera nga okyerabirako.
The ascent of magma has resulted in unprecedented increase in the number of earthquakes.
Ategeeza nti magma ono ayongedde okubeera nga aleeta increasinga oba nga ayongeza musisi. Era musisi yeeyongedde okusinziira nti magma yeeyongedde.
These are the depths of more than 700 kilometers, where the earthquakes are not supposed to occur because the rocks in the mountain
Ategeeza nti mukijjukire kinene. Ategeeza nti lwaki musisi atuuse mu bitundu bwe yali tabeerangako, kuba tukimanyi bulungi waliwo amawanga oba ebimu ku bitundu nga musisi tabakusa nga tabeerangayo naye ate tugenda okulaba nga ayiseewo ate n'abakusa.
It is marked with a red arrow on the map, and the worst part it is that it's just outside.
Ategeeza nti embeera eyo ogenze mu maaso nga yeyongera olw'ensonga nga tukyogeddeko magma okuva mu nsuzi olwegi, era n'amaanyi ne gabeera nga geeyongera. okusinziira ku research ze baakoze okunoonyereza kwe baakola mu 1997 n'okutuusa kaakano eno kiteega nti ali waggulu nnyo era tuteeketinga okubeera nga bw'oba onoonyereza n'olaba map okusinziira ku bannassaayansi bapointinga ebimu ne bateekawo obubonero bwa redi bw'osobola okubeera nga otegeera.
It is important to emphasize that the reported growth of the Earth seismic activity over past 30 years has nothing to do with the number of seismic sensors on the planet. Look at the graph. The black dots continuously show the events started to be registered around the
Bw'ati
world,
atunnyonnyola.
which indicates that the
Kye mbagambye leero twatandise na paati y'abannassaayansi so teekeddwa okubeera nga atunnyonnyoka bagezaako okubeera nga batunnyonnyola embeera ereetawo embeera ey'akatyabaga. Omanyi buli kibeerawo kirina ensonga lwaki kibeerawo era kiba kirina ensonga kwekibula embeera ereetawo embeera nga ensisi
amaanyi g'ensi munda geeyolekera mu ngeri etategerekeka kungulu ne gakola obulabe obw'amaanyi nga gasaanyawo ebiramu byonna ebibyetoolodde. Mu myaka egiyise ebifulumiziddwa eby'amasoobooza ga sseŋŋendo bibadde byongera mu kubuuka okunene ennyo. Ekintu ekitannyonnyolekeka kitandise okubaawo mu mwaka 2015 Musisi yamenya likodi yawandiisibwa okumpi ne Japan mu buziba bwa kilomita 751. Kino kyali tekirabwangako era baalaba nga tekisoboka mu kibiina ky'abannassaayansi. Musisi yalowoozebwanga nti abaawo mu nkulungo y'ensi n'ekisenge eky'okungulu byokka ng'ebisowaani bikutuse ne bikyuka mu buziba. Mata agonda era teyeeyisa nga giraasi ezaatika wabula okusinga nga pulasitiki asaanuuse. Eyo tewaba kimenyeka naye Musisi ye abaayo kituufu. Musisi takoma ku kweyongera buziba kyokka naye era ayongedde okusembera ku mazzi, ekitegeeza nti yeeyongera okusaanyaawo. Olwaleero asinga obungi akuŋŋaanyizibwa mu buziba bwa kilomita nga 10 okugeza omuddiringanwa gwe ogw'emirundi 36, obuzito obw'amaanyi okuva ku bitundu 4 n'obutundutundu 5 okutuukira ddala ku bitundu 7 bweddu byagwawo okumpi ne Caledonia mu ntandikwa ya Apuli omwaka guno. Musisidde kabusa y'omu omwezi ogwa Agusto w'omwaka 2021 yayita mu ggwanga lya Haiti n'aleka obulabe obw'amaanyi ono nga yatta abantu abasukkira ddala mu 2022. Obulabe obw'amaanyi bweyongera okulinnya ku nsi. Enjatika zirabika n'ensobi zitandika tulaba. Ettaka kwe tuli libumbulukuka nga limira ennyumba zonna. Ensobi ezizze zikolebwa nnyingi nnyo mu mawanga okugeza nga USA, Kenya, Iceland, Turkey, China, Lake Baikal n'ebitundu ebirala bingi, nga buli emu ku zino ensobi esobolera ddala bulungi okuleeta akabaate ku nsi kuno fenna ne kyubbira wansi. Omuwendo ogw'ebibinja bya Musisi wongera kuwuuma, gamba nga ebibinja eby'enjawulo eby'okuyita kwe oba kiyite rhythmic shock nagwo gweyongedde nnyo ku nsi nga amanyiddwa olw'engeri gy'abumbulula mu bbanga ettono mu kitundu ky'abayise. Omuwendo gw'ebibaawo mu bibinja bya Musisi Ssekinnoomu gweyongedde okuva ku 10 okutuuka ku 10 mu bunene n'obudde bwabyo. Kino nno kiva ku kuyingirirwa kwa magma n'omukka ogwokya mu njatika z'amayinja. Kati enkuyanja tezikyawandiikibwa mu bitundu bya nsobi na nsozi zokka ezisaanuuka, wabula nga ne mu bitundu ebibadde bimanyiddwa ng'ebisirifu bawandiikayo okuyita kwa Musisi. Ekitundu ekya Falga mu Buyindi ekisangibwa mu Ssemazinga ekisirifu ennyo ddala kyatandika okujjula Musisi mu mwezi ogwa Septemba w'omwaka 2018 era nga n'okutuusa kati kikyagenda mu maaso. Mu myaka 2 gyokka musisi wa mirundi 50,000 mu bunene obutuuka ku bitundu 3.8 yagwa mu kitundu kino ekitono, era ebibadde bigenda mu maaso okuva mu mwezi ogwa Augusito mu Bransfield Strait ku nnyanja Antarctica. Bannasayansi babyogeddeko nga huge magma intrusion. Mu myezi 6 egisoose musisi nga 8,000 kitundu yazuuliddwa, ng'ono asinga obunene bwa musisi 6. Kyandibadde nti enkola zino zibeerawo mu biseera eby'ettaka so si mu bbanga ery'obulamu bwaffe ng'abantu. Omukugu Simon Seska, omuwandiisi w'okunoonyereza ku kunoonyereza kuno, omukugu mu by'okuyigulukuka kw'ettaka mu Research Center e Potsdam, yategeezezza agamba nti magma ddala ali enjazi ez'amayanja n'amayinja okuva munda, era nga mu myezi 6 gyokka amuno amalidde ddala okutambula ebitundu 2 ku buli 3 ng'adda ku ngulu, abuzaayo kilomita 5 zokka ez'olwazi owonno wabeewo akatyabaga. Kino nno agamba nti kyakulabirako kimu kyokka, naye nga bingi ebifaanana bwe biti bigendera ddala mu maaso ku nsi kuno kwe tuwangalira.
The way this seismic activity is rapidly increasing these days is a catastrophe. But the most absurd thing is that seismic agencies, international seismic databases, are now trying to conceal the fact that the number and magnitude of earthquakes is increasing. Until 2014, earthquake trends for major international databases were the same. And now, watch closely. Look at the graph. How did the curves start to behave after 2014? We see a complete discrepancy in the data from different seismic databases. What happened? This graph shows the total number of all unique earthquakes from different databases. You can see from different color bars that until 2014, the databases registered the same set of earthquakes. But since 2015, they have started to register different sets of earthquakes, chaotically, regardless of the region. Simply put, they began to put all events into different baskets. Scientists use a particular database, relying on its validity, and as a result, they see no real increase in seismic activity and rely on incomplete data in their studies. The largest correction was made to the records of seismic events with the magnitudes from 3 to 4. You can see that a chunk of data for small magnitudes is missing. Can you believe that Indonesia, one of the most seismically active regions, has stopped having small magnitude earthquakes? Their number has dropped from 3,500 to 8. And there are many more such examples of data distortion and underreporting of magnitudes. In reality, there are much stronger earthquakes taking place now than we're told. The absurdity of that, if you ask those databases why they're deleting earthquakes of magnitude 4 and smaller, and why the increase in magnitude is not shown, they'll find excuses saying that it is difficult to deal with these data, that there are too many events, and that they have changed the criteria of including low magnitude earthquakes in their catalog. In other words, as soon as the number of earthquakes of magnitude 4 started growing, they started deleting them and explaining this by technical difficulties. It is ridiculous to justify the data forgery in this way, taking into account the modern development of database storage technologies, as well as the data processing by neural networks and artificial intelligence. Why are magnitude less than 4 being deleted? Because they reflect the process of magma ascent most clearly. Prior to eruption, seismic activity often starts increasing. And all facts indicate, however, that in the near future, we should expect a significant increase in seismic events of higher magnitude. the real increase in seismic activity on the planet looks like this. To our deep regret, we are obliged to state that this is what the progression of seismic activity on the Earth looks like. And yes, it is growing exponentially. Look closely. This is just the beginning. Further in the report, we will show you how events will unfold according to the mathematical model. It is important to note that if you just search for the first seismic trend on the graph on the internet, it will very likely come from only one database, so it will not show you the actual dynamics. But the most shocking thing is that nobody even compares the earthquake database from different databases. Nobody conducts a truly global study and monitoring of the actual seismicity on the planet. Isn't that absurd? That's why we started analyzing the data ourselves. You can download the seismic databases yourselves and verify the information, and you too will see the scam taking place. We don't judge them. We understand that they resort to such methods because they see no way out and don't want to sow panic among people. But how can we call those who do this true scientists? And now, let's examine one clear metaphor to help us understand what's going on in the world today.
Thank you so much, John. Yes, indeed, manipulation of information occurs not only with scientific data, but also in the media. Two opposing theories of climate change can be found today. The first one is that the climate change is the result of anthropogenic CO2 emissions. And the second is that the climate is not changing at all. There are mass media outlets that support one theory or another by promoting it. But the truth is that both theories are sponsored by the same sources, whether the media in both cases are owned by the same masters of manipulation. We are supposedly given a choice, given two hypotheses, but they are equally irrelevant to reality. There is a mass mind manipulation going on at a time where we should have been ringing the alarm bell a long time ago. This can associatively be compared to a burning city. Imagine you and I are living in the city where a fire has started. The homes on the outskirts are already catching fire. We worry and ask a question, what is going on? And we are immediately offered different answers to choose from. Some say, it's not a fire at all. It's some kind of hallucination. It's your fantasy. Nothing is coming at you at all. It's just a glam, you know, a sunset, don't worry. Others will, some kids running around with flashlights, you know, nothing to worry about. And another one's going to tell you it's a herd of cows and their reflections are coloring the sky. So just stay peacefully, keep on sleeping, and just have a good rest. Meanwhile, some others gonna actively try to invite you to do some other activities. Look, there are some kind of men fighting for the money. Go check it out. Or take a look what kind of speech was delivered by our governor just yesterday. Hurry up, go listen. Of the city, see and hear this. And what are we supposed to do? We see that our neighbors' homes already caught fire. And by all laws and simple
yes.
we are gonna be next.
Nga bwe kiri waneno mu creative society tuli kubeera nga tutegeera amazima era batutegeeza ku ebyo ebigenda mu nsi.
And yes, when they wake up, they're going to be terrified.
Ategeeza ng'agamba
hormones will activate their muscles and the strength and will help them to get the buckets and quickly put out the fire in the neighborhood homes before they get to burn your homes down. Isn't that what we're supposed to be doing?
Ategeeza nti ennyumba ya neighbor wekwata omuliro oteekeddwa kubeera ng'ogitunuulira olowooza embeera gye twandibadde nga tuwangaaliramu.
Wait until our house is going to catch fire?
ategeeza nti kano ke kaseera akatuufu ke twandibadde nga tukolera wamu okubeera nga omuliro tuguzikiza. Ategeeza ng'agamba nti bwe tutakikola olwaleero kino kitegeeza nti amayumba gonna gagenda kubeera nga gakwata omuliro. Nti ennyumba ya neighbor bwe bakutta omuliro n'obeera nga tofuddeeyo kiba kitegeeza nti eyiyo yegenda okubeera nga eddako. Ategeeza nti kino kye kijja kulabirako ekya wansi ennyo kye twandibadde nga tukozesa nti mu creative society ffenna we tubeera nga twegasse nga tuli wamu tusobola okubeera nga tusolovinga nga tuvunnuka embeera ey'akabenje eyandibadde ng'etutuukako. Era kye tulina okutegeera nti embeera yonna yonna ey'akabenje eba etuuseewo mu nsi yaffe oba mu bitundu byaffe wabeerawo engeri gye tusobola okubeera nga tugivunnuka. Ategeeza nti bw'oba weekaliriza osobola okutegeera ebirowoozo by'abantu engeri gye bikyusiddwamu. So bwe batyo twadda erudda ewa David na naye ali ku nsonga ya climate.
Im weiteren Verlauf des Berichts werden wir Schritt für Schritt aufzeigen, was mit dem Klima geschehen wird, wann es geschehen wird, wozu es führen wird und vor allem, was der Ausweg aus dieser
Ategeeza nti embeera bwe tunaabeera nga tutufuddeyo tugenda kubeera nga tugisigalamu naye kye twandibadde nga twebuuza ki ekigenda okubeera nga kituuka ku nsi yaffe. Ategeera nti embeera omwaka guno egenze mu maaso ng'ebeerawo era ng'embeera eno teri nnomo oba si ya bulijjo.
Die Verschiebung des magnetischen Nordpols ist auf die Beschleunigung des Stroms von Flüssigeisen im äußeren Erdkern zurückzuführen. Das bewirkt die Zunahme der südatlantischen Anomalie. Das ist ein Gebiet, in dem das Magnetfeld sehr schwach ist, das wie eine
era ategeeza nti embeera ya ereetawo eno embeera magnetic field enafuya ensi yaffe.
Als Folge der Abschwächung des Magnetfeldes dringen die Nordlichter nun in südliche Breiten vor, wo sie bisher nicht zu sehen waren. Und das ist ein alarmierendes Zeichen, denn es bedeutet, dass die Schutzwirkung des Magnetfeldes vor kosmischer Strahlung abnimmt. Die Anzahl der Blitze nimmt gerät ins Ungleichgewicht.
Ezimu ku zituyamba oba zitutaasa ku mbeera y'akatyabaga zinafuye.
Aber das ist noch nicht alles. Was man dann über die Veränderung auf dem Planeten hört, ist schockierend. Im Jahr 1995 gleichzeitig
kyetutegedde otegeera nti kitugenda okubeera nga tuwulira ekiddako ku nsi yaffe kitiisa.
Der Planet begann sich 17 Mal schneller als zuvor zu bewegen. Die Verschiebung der Rotationsachse des Planeten begann, ihre Trajektorie zu ändern.
Omanyi ensi eno gye tuliko oba planet etambula naye bategeeza nga batugamba nti okusinziira bw'etambula si bwe yandibadde nga bw'eri si bweteekeddwa okubeera ng'ebeera. Olowooza kitegeeza ki? Kino kitegeeza nti waliwo embeera etakwatagana.
В это же время, с 1995 года, наблюдается еще один из этапов беспрецедентного ускорения вращения планеты.
Since 1995 embeera eyo kyategeerebwa nga ensi teri kubeera nga teri mu kwetooloola nga bweteekeddwa kubeera nga yeetooloola.
Посмотрите на графике. Желтые линии – это линии
era bwe bati batudirectinga ku yellow line mu graph munatusomye graph tetwagiraze naye tugenda kubeera nga tubannyonnyola n'obutambi okubeera nga tukakasa ebyo bye twogera.
Что наша планета резко раскручивается, как волчок, и с каждым разом все сильнее. Из-за чего же в 1995 году начинают происходить изменения в магнитном
waliwo enkyukakyuka mu kutambula kw'ensi era tutegeeza nti olowooza biki ebireetawo embeera eyo.
Настоящая ядерная угроза — это ядро нашей планеты. Ядро нашей планеты — это целая система, которая синхронизирует.
Emu ku mbeera ereetawo abnormalism mu kutambula kw'ensi yaffe ze nuclears.
Ядро нашей планеты двух частей. Внутреннее ядро — огромная твердая масса. Вокруг него внешнее жидкое ядро из расплавленного железа, которое постоянно вращается. Течение расплавленного железа во внешнем ядре генерирует электромагнитное поле Земли, которое, в свою очередь, создает гравитационное поле. Да, вы не ослышались. Магнитное поле, которое создается ядром, в свою очередь, создает гравитационное поле планеты. И прогрессивные физики с гравитацией есть проявление энергии мировой среды электромагнитного поля. Градиент давления этой среды создает силу тяготения. Вы легко можете найти эту информацию при желании. Вернемся к ядру планеты. Долгое время вращение ядра оставалось неизменным. Однако несколько десятилетий назад ситуация радикально изменилась.
Kyambagambe kano kalimu science.
Об аномалиях в магнитном поле и движении
Bwetu
ядра
tutukekanye
говорит о том, что произошел сбой
tukanyonnyoke.
в работе самого ядра. И это катастрофа. Что же происходит с ядром нашей планеты? Давайте посмотрим видео.
Era bwe batyo bagenda kubeera nga tubalaga akavidiyo mubeere nga mwekaanya bwana eno mu Creative Society twogera ate bwe tulaga. Waliwo embeera etali ya bulijjo mu ntambula y'ensi eno.
Together with the extreme acceleration of the North Magnetic Pole movement, a mysterious anomaly weakens the planetary magnetic field, which protects us from dangerous galactic and solar radiation. Scientists have been able to calculate that the Earth's magnetic field
Bannassaayansi baakikolako research ne balaba nga magnetic emu akwasa aba asobozesa ensi yaffe okubeera ng'etambula nomo akendedde okutuuka ku 9%.
Moreover, in the last 5
Scientists ayitibwa Matezi yakola research n'atulaga nti electrical magnetic fields zikyusiddwa era kino kiraga nti magnetic field waliwo enkyukakyuka era n'ekiraga ekirala obukakafu obulala atulaga nti neutrino emissions nazo zaatandika okubeera nga zikyuka. Bategeeza ebituukawo ku nsi yandibadde kowa. Omanyi ensi yaffe eno eringa eggi. Tugereze ku ggi nti eggi lirina outer ne libeera ne wabeerawo kali ke tuyita ka yoke. So n'ensi yaffe bwetyo bweri. Naye mu mbeera ng'eyo nga erina ebigigaadinga nga omanyi Katonda waliwo engeri gye yagitondamu nga buli kintu kirina kiteekeddwa okubeera nga kitambulira we kiteekeddwa okubeera nga kitambulira era n'ebyo biteekeddwa okubeera nga bikiyambako oba nga bikisobozesa okubeera mu mbeera eyo. So embeera ng'eyo bw'eba nga ekendedde okusinziira ku butonde kireetawo embeera etali nomo. Era ekintu ng'ekyo kireetawo musisi okubeera nga yeeyongera nga bwe tukiwulira ennaku zino nti yayisiirye omuyaga. Embeera eyo eva ku magnetism okubeera ng'akendeera.
The bounce of the Earth's center of mass became the key factor of the system's imbalance. This event led to a dissonance among all the Earth's shelves, which caused a dramatic increase in many natural disasters.
Ezimu ku disasters ezituuseewo oluvannyuma lw'embeera ng'eyo.
It's worth noting that during the same period, there was also synchronous bouncing changes in natural processes on the sun, moon,
Era okusinziira ku research gye baakola bagamba nti kino tekiriiwo ku planeti yaffe eno yokka wabula ne ku planets endala.
to believe that such synchronous bounces may be caused by the influence of external factors on the solar system. But over the past 50 years, our planet has continued to accelerate. Since the year 2016, this trend has intensified even more.
Okuva mu 2016 okutuuka omwaka gwe tulimu kyeyongedde.
The previous record was just 2 years ago. Even seemingly insignificant acceleration of the huge mass of the Earth will cause catastrophic consequences in the near future.
Twekaanye tunyonnyokera tutegeere eki kiteekeddwa okubeera nga tukola. Ategeeza nti kabeere ng'akola closing oba ng'awumbawumba okusinziira ku ka vidiyo. Agamba nti kino kisobola okubeera nga kitegeerekeka okusinziira ku magnetic field n'obujulizi okuva mu mwaka gw'agambye.
All processes many times over. As a result, the core of the Earth
biraga nti ensi etambudde
and now we are
mu
observing
direction
complete
etateekeddwa kubeera nga etambuliramu.
To better understand what is going on, you can compare the rotation of the planet.
Agamba nti okutegeera ebyo byonna osobola okubeera nga okompeyalinga oba ng'ogezesa ensi ku ntambula y'ensi bwe yandibadde ng'etambulamu. Nti sisitimu eno gye tulimu gy'agambye eyo ereetedde embeera ng'eyo. Agamba nti okusinziira ku nsi gy'etambulamu kireeseewo gravity.
The change in Earth's center of mass also affected Earth-Moon system. The orbit of the moon has
ategeeza nti ne orbit of the moon naye atandise okubeera nga akyuse okusinziira ku nsi. Ategeeza nti emyaka egijja tugenda kubeera nga era tukiraba n'omwezi nga gukyuse. Kirungi n'okubeera nga tutegeera
Посмотрите на траекторию направления сдвига ядра в 1998 году. Скачок ядра вызвал две волны подъема магмы из недр в противоположных направлениях. Один поток магмы направился в сторону Западной Антарктиды, а второй — в Сибирь. Что происходит сейчас в Сибири? То,
So bategeeza embeera ezimu ku bitundu byetuseemu nga Siberia.
Фиксируется ряд крайне аномальных явлений. Нагрев недр приводит к аномальному таянию вечной мерзлоты снизу и взрывам газа подо льдами, увеличению грязевого вулканизма. В Арктике появились зимние пожары под снегом. В зонах над разломами ледяная вода в колодцах у людей становится горячей. Растут количество и сила землетрясений. Более того, вот уже
ategeeza nti ebimu ku bitundu birimu ice kituuse ekiseera nga tebirimu ebbugumu bitirivu okusinziira nga bwe biteekeddwa okubeera nga bibeera. Manyi Katonda waliwo engeri gye yatondamu ensi ye nga waliwo ebitundu ebiteekeddwa okubeera nga bibeeramu obunnyogovu, ebiteekeddwa okubeera nga bibeeramu ebbugumu, naye embeera egenze ng'ekyukakyuka. Ategeeza nti buli magma buli wa increasinga aleetera amazzi okubeera gabuguma nnyo. Era bwe tutyo katulabe kano ka vidiyo. okubeera nga tukinnyonnyoka. Okusinziira ku research yakolebwa ensi yakolebwa nga yeetooloola. Kino kitegeeza nti okusinziira ku mbeera eriwo ensi eri kubeera nga yeyongeza sipiidi mu kwetooloola ate nga egejja oba nga yeeyongera okubeera ennene. Ne kigireetera okubeera nga yeeyassa oba yeekubamu zitwayise nga entanda.
Due to the sudden drop of pressure, the dissolved gases in the blood are released instantly, causing the blood to boil. The resulting gas bubbles destroy the walls of the blood vessels. In the Earth's interior, sudden pressure drops are associated with an instantaneous increase in centrifugal forces during a sudden acceleration of the planet's rotation. This causes magma to rush abruptly towards the Earth's surface. Lithospheric plates are destroyed by cavitation, microbursts of active gas-saturated magma. Just as the walls of vessels are fused by the bubbled blood of a diver, this process accelerates itself, deeper and deeper layers of the mantle.
Embeera oba pressure kitwayise nga magma obudde kitulina okwogerako bwe kibeera nga kuba balina okufuluma wabweru so buli we gufuluma ensi eba erina okweyasa oba waliteekeddwa okubeera nga wabeerawo omuwaatwa kiteekeddwa okubeera nga kiyita. Kino kitegeeza ki gye tuli? Kitegeeza nti mu bwangu ddala tugenda kubeera nga tulaba embeera ey'akatyabaga. Embeera zibbomu zinnamuzisa nazo zikoze kyamaanyi okubeera nga zongeza kweno embeera.
This power, but eruptions are moving into the terrestrial phase. Tonga is vivid proof of this. It has the highest number of deep focus earthquakes, and the eruption of the Hunga Tonga Hapai volcano on 15 January 2022 alone affected 80% of the population of the surrounding region. If one volcano can do that, what can we expect from a massive eruption?
Ategeeza nti olusazi olulala lwakosa abantu obukadde n'obukadde bw'abantu kiki kye tusuubira kiyinza okubeera nga kibeerawo nga kyeyongedde. List of volcanoes ezo eziri mu maaso okubeera nga ezifujja omuliro tuza tusobola okubeera nga tuzinnyonnyoka bw'obeera nga luli kumpi kubanga olina omuntu waali kumpi tubeere nga twegendereza.
But an even greater threat is fraught with those volcanoes that have not yet woken up. Giants, such as Yellowstone.
Batulaga ezimu ku nsozi oba n'ebifo ebirimu ensozi ezo.
Kikai are called doomsday volcanoes because the eruption of any of them could lead to the extinction of all life on Earth. They have held back the power of the Earth's interior for a millennia, but now they are showing signs of activation.
Bategeeza nti ensozi zitandise okubeera nga ziraga signs oba obutandise nga obubonero okubeera nga zindicatinga akabenje.
Endless problems of the consumerist format cover our eyes, not allowing us to see the main thing. We are deceived by
ategeeza nti embeera yonna yonna weeri naye waliwo abakoze ekyamaanyi okubeera nga tetutegeera ki ekigenda mu maaso era abantu abakola ekintu ng'ekyo basirise era bakikola lwa ssente nga bafuna ssente okubeera nga bakifunamu abamu ne batoogera okubeera nga tebagala kubeera nga batiisa abantu. Sooka otunuulire ebimu ku bitundu ebigenze nga bituukamu embeera abantu bafa.
So that we go with our eyes closed while someone knows but deliberately hides or is afraid to voice the truth.
N'ekirala kumiikiriza nga agamba nti abantu abakola ekintu ekyo beekwese emabega era ne bakweka n'amazima. Bwe batyo ne batulaga ssaawa ey'obulamu bw'omuntu obusigaddeyo.
Теперь мы видим, что подъем магмы происходит по всему миру. Из-за смещения ядра происходит ускорение центробежных сил, и скачки ядра начинают резко выталкивать магму. Чем быстрее вращается планета, тем сильнее она выталкивает жидкую магму от ядра к поверхности. Это происходит по принципу центрифуги. И это происходит не на протяжении миллионов лет. Это происходит прямо
ategeeza nti kino tekituukawo oluvannyuma lwa myaka naye kituukawo ssaawa zino era tusobola okubeera nga tukyerabirako.
And there's another alarming indicator which volcanologists have recently registered. A different composition
so bwe batyo baterako eddoboozi nga batunnyonnyola.
For example, a recent study of Fagradalsfjall volcano in Iceland, which erupted in March 2021, showed that during its eruption, magma from deep areas of the mantle plume entered the volcano chamber. As you remember, this is that very plume that heats Greenland's glaciers from below. Magma from this plume begins to rise very quickly.
Ategeeza nti magma ali ku risinga nnyo ku speed eya waggulu. Okusinziira ku research eyakolebwa ategeeza nti mu 2021 yeeyongera naye ate yeeyongedde nnyo.
Think about it. The subsurface layers of magma have one composition, whereas the deep layers have a complete different composition. Usually, they don't mix. Deep layers of magma cannot just go ahead and rise to the surface. The fact that they rise suggests mixing of magma in the dip.
Ategeeza nti amazima ge bakwese ge tutera kutegeera kwe kubeera nga bamikisinga magma bakweka ekyo kituviirako abantu okubeera nga baluuzinga ebintu.
Magma of different chemical composition corrodes crust much faster. It just melts away the mantle. These are indisputable facts. This is another evidence.
N'ekirala kituteekeddwa okubeera nga tutegeera nti gano amazima oba bino ebyogerwa si nti bya muntu naye ge mazima agasembayo.
In Iceland, and triggered volcanic eruption that had not been active for thousands of years. Another example
era tulaga n'engeri endala magma engeri gye yeeyongeramu.
In September 2021, volcanologists estimated that the outpouring magma had an unusually low viscosity, the most fluid magma of any historical basalt eruptions. A similar altered composition of the fresh magma was in the eruption.
Era embeera eyo waliwo akavidiyo akalikodingwa ku lumu ku lusozi oluyitibwa Tanga oluwanda omuliro.
При подъеме давление в магме спадает, и она вскипает, как кровь при кавитации. Из-за этого магма расширяется и начинает давить земную кору.
Sinjagala okubeera nga mbajjusa nti foramu yaffe eno oba olukungaana luno Akatubagiro lwa 12 hours amasaawa 12. So tugenda kubeera nga twekaanya, tetugenda kubeera ku kirala kino, naye tugenda kubeera nga programu zikyuka. So tubeere nga twekaanye, tubeere nga tutegeera, naye ekikulu mu kyo okubeera nga gwe nange ne neighbour ffenna ffenna tudda wamu nga tubeera mu creative society kubeera nga tulwanyisa embeera ey'akabenje eri wano ssaawa zino gye bali kubeera nga batunnyonnyola okubeera nga we protect nga tutaasa ensi yaffe kubanga okuwuna kwaffe kuli mu kwegatta. Batutuuzayo wa David ng'ategeeza nti pressure ya magma kweyongedde ne musisi neyongera.
sehen überall auf der Erde aus, obwohl Niederschläge und Überschwemmungen zunehmen. Gleichzeitig steigen Gase wie Methan und Wasserstoff durch Risse und Verwerfungen an die Oberfläche auf. Diese Gase können sich
tegeeza nti methane ne hydrogen naye increases ku surface.
Die Entgasung des Erdinneren zeigt auf die durch die Instabilität des Erdkerns ausgelösten Kavitationsprozesse.
Era bino byonna
Das Magma
evidence
steigt überall auf und dort, wo
okubeera
die
nga
Erdkruste dünn
bitunnyonnyola.
ist es am stärksten zu spüren. Wie wir wissen, haben sowohl Westsibirien als auch die Westantarktis eine sehr dünne Erdkruste. Aber sehen Sie sich die Karte an. Die gelben und roten Farben
Era bw'obeera nga weetegereza maapu yellow ne red colors olaba nga waliwo esingako yennaye, naye kyoteekeddwa okwebuuza nti ey'akabenje
The ascent of
yeeriwa.
magma triggers volcanic eruption. One of the most famous supervolcanoes, Yellowstone, is showing alarming signs of seismic activity. The number of earthquake swarms
Era
is increasing there.
maapu etulaga ebimu ku bitundu embeera eno weeyitiridde okubeera nga eyitiridde.
Slightest destabilization in a
Anastemia
planet's
atunnyonnyola
interior
ku
will cause
mbeera
an
eyo.
eruption of Yellowstone. And this means a catastrophe, not only for but for all humankind. Supervolcanoes will undoubtedly react when the magma
Otegeera nti super volcanoes oba ensozi eziwanda omuliro, magma agenda kubeera nga yeeyongera, ate bwe yeeyongera kwe kubwatuka, ate ekiddako kwe kubeera nga obulamu bw'abantu obubwo obwange n'obwoyo nga bubeera mu
Do you
katyabaga.
remember we have mentioned the Mariana Trench? There, the oceanic crust is the thinnest, only 5 kilometers, and where the most of deep focus earthquakes take place. In other words, the largest amount of cavitation blasts of magma occurs. And more terrifying than Yellowstone explosion is the focus of magnitude
Abagambye kano
10
kalusaka
earthquakes
twatandise
near the Mariana
ne
Trench.
bannasaayansi.
Such a powerful earthquake never happened within the memory of our civilization. This power means that magma will easily tear
Ategeeza nti amaanyi gano agaliwo gagenda kubeera nga galeetera magma okubeera nga ayuzaayuza okubeera nga afuluma wabweru.
the reasons for this instability in an earth core and acceleration of our planet. What is the
Olowooza ki ekisindika kye twandiyise nga olwege wabweru?
Для того, чтобы подойти к пониманию этого вопроса, важно учитывать и информацию от астрономов и планетологов.
Kino ekibuuzo kino kirungi nnyo era twandibadde nga tukitegeera nga tukonsidalinga ezimu ku vidiyo ne ku bitambi ne bannasaayansi.
Юпитере, Венере растут скорости ветров и размеры ураганов. На Марсе тают ледяные шапки. Давайте посмотрим.
Era okubeera nga tunnyonnyoka, leka tulabe akavidiyo kano.
Okumala ebyasa bibiri okumasamasa kw'ekengendo Neptune kwali kukyuka okusinziira ku nsengeka y'enjuba mu myaka 11 naye oluvannyuma lw'omwaka 1996 enkola eno yataataaganyizibwa. Enkyukakyuka zaabawo ku ssengendo Neptune, kino nno nga kyava ku kuyingirirwa kw'emisinde egy'omubwengula egy'emunyenye mu bbanga erya wansi nga girina akakwate ku kutondebwa kw'embuyaga awamu n'embuyaga. ate era emiyaga egitatera kubaawo gizegibaawo ku ssengendo Neptune era nga mu mwaka 2018 omuyaga gaggadde gwazuulibwa nga guno gwe gwasinga okubeera ogw'amaanyi mu kumyansa era nga guno gulina obugazi obukira ssemayanja Atlantic nga guno nno gwakunta nga gugenda ku equator gye gwali gulina okusaanukira wabula nga tekyabaawo omuyaga guno gwakyuka ne gutandika okuva ku equator abakugu bannassa bagamba nti enneeyisa n'ey'empewo etategeerekeka kintu kipya okulaba ku nsi yaffe nako emisinde egy'omu bwengulu egy'emunyenye nagyo giyingirira mu miteeko egya wakati w'empewo kino nno nga kyekivuddeko enkyukakyuka mu nsengeka y'empewo mu nsi yonna ssengendo Uranus yali etwalibwa okuba nga nzikakkamu ddala era ng'okutuuka mu mwaka 2027 bannasayansi bagamba nti embeera y'obudde yali ekola ku Uranus yava ku bbugumu ery'enjuba eya equator naye tewali asobola kutegeera lwaki emiyaga egy'amaanyi gizegibaawo entakera ku nsi eno okuva mu mwaka 2014 emabegako ku ssengendo Uranus ebbugumu teribadde lingi naye okuva mu mwaka 2014 bannasayansi balabye ebbugumu eryakasameme ku nsi eno omukenkufu mu byemunyenye Henry Kmedia alaga bino wammanga ebikwata ku ssengendo Uranus agamba Uranus yanjawulo kubanga esigadde nga nsirifu nnyo mu by'embuyaga okumala ebbanga ddene era nti okulabika kw'embuyaga zino mu mwaka 2014 kukwataganira ddala bulungi nnyo n'ebbugumu ery'omu bwengula enkyukakyuka entonotono mu bbugumu ly'empewo eya Uranus lirina okubaawo mpolampola ekyokuba nti okudda emabega kwaliwo mangu nnyo kitegeeza nti ekintu eky'ekitalo kikyuse ku nsi yaffe okweyongera kw'ebbugumu mu nsi yonna kulabiddwa okuviira ddala mu myaka 5 egiyise amaanyi ag'embuyaga ezizikiriza n'omuwendo gwa likodi ey'emiyaga gweyongedde nnyo ku nsi yaffe wabaawo omuyaga omunene ku ssengendo Saturn buli luvannyuma lwa myaka 3 kyokka nga mu mwaka 2010 omuyaga guno gwakuba emyaka 10 emabega okusinga nga bwe gwali gusuubirwa era nga bwe gwasinga obunene n'okutuusa kati emmeri eya Cassini yakwata ebifaananyi by'okumyansa kw'omulago ono okugeraageranya ku nsi okumyansa ng'okwo kwandibadde kw'amaanyi nnyo mu byafaayo byonna ebyokwetegereza omuyaga guno era gwaleeta obutafaanagana mu bbugumu okwakyusa entambula ensengeka n'obutonde obw'empewo eya ssengendo Saturn okuva ku myaliro emizito okudda waggulu ebiyinza okuva mu kibuyaga ono biyinza okukosa nnyo obukiikakkono bwa ssengendo Saturn mu myaka egijja nga gwe mulundi ogusookedde ddala bukya biwandiiko bibaawo omukugu Cassini yazuula omuyaga ogw'enfuufu omunene ku mwezi ogwa ssengendo Saturn oguyitibwa Titan emisinde egy'empewo ku nsi nagyo gyeyongedde emiyaga egy'omusenyu n'enfuufu nagyo gyeyongedde okweyongera ebiwujja by'omusenyu ebinene nnyo ebizibikira eggulu ne bireeta empewo ez'ekiziyiro mu bitundu bingi gamba nga Africa, Asia, America awamu ne Bulaaya nabyo byeyongedde okusinziira ku profesa w'ebyemunyenye Imkedi Pata ssengendo Jupiter nayo eri wakati mu nkyukakyuka mu nsi yonna nga kati amabala amamyufu aga ssengendo Jupiter agafuluma waggulu w'ebire okusinziira ku banoonyereza okufuluma kw'amabala gano kulaga nti ebbugumu lyeyongedde nnyo mu kitundu ekyo ng'omukugu w'ebyenjuba Michael Wong gwagamba nti kino tewali yali akirabye era nga mu kifo ekimanyiddwa ennyo nga Great Red Spot omuyaga ogusinga obunene mu nsengeka y'enjuba okuva mu mwaka 2029 okutuuka mu mwaka 2020 emisinde egy'empewo nayo eyo gyeyongedde nnyo okutuukira ddala ku bitundu 10 ku buli 100 era nga gyekiyongera okukula ekintu ekitalabwangako omuntu yenna era okumyansa okw'amaanyi mu ngeri etali ya bulijjo nakwo kweyongedde omuwendo ogw'ensozi ezisaanuuka nagwo gweyongedde nnyo ku ssengendo Jupiter Mars y'essengendo eriraanye nnyo ensi yaffe era ng'enkola zonna ezibadde zitunuuliddwa ku ssengendo eno ennaku zino gamba ng'emiyaga eminene egy'enfufu okubumbulukuka okw'ettaka obutafaanagana bwa magnet n'okusaanuka okwa balaafu nga kati bino bigenda mu maaso ku ssengendo eno era birabiddwako nga bigenda mu maaso ne wano ku nsi yaffe ssengendo Mars egenda ebuguma era nga bannasayansi tebamanyi lwaki kino kigenda mu maaso naye ensonga lwaki ensi yaffe n'essengendo Mars byombi bibuguma abakugu bagamba nsi y'emu era nga kino tekirina kakwate ku mirimu gikolebwa abantu enkyukakyuka era zigenda maaso ku ssengendo Venus okusinziira ku biwandiiko okuva ku kyombo ekya Venus Express Orbiter emisinde egy'empewo ku ssengendo Venus gyalinya okuva ku kilomita 3 okutuuka ku kilomita 4 buli ssaawa okuva mu mwaka 2006 okutuuka ku mwaka 2012 okutuuka gye buvuddeko awo bannasayansi ba planeti baawakana ku ngeri ssengendo Venus gyekolamu eby'ettaka wabula okunoonyereza okupya kuzudde ebizimba 37 eby'olusozi ebibadde bikola gye buvuddeko kungulu wa ssengendo Venus Professor w'ebyettaka Laurent Montens agamba nti guno gwe mulundi ogusookedde ddala okusobola okugamba nti zino ensozi si za dda wabula zikola n'okutuusa olwaleero nga bwe kiri ku ssengendo Venus kati ensozi ezisaanuuka zeeyongera okuzuuka ku nsi era emirimu egya magmatic mu byenda bya planet nagyo gyeyongera mu mwaka 1900 enkola ya Doris yawandiika okubuuka okw'amaanyi mu misingi egya planet ez'ensengeka y'enjuba ne mu misingi gy'ebisowaani yaagyo mu mulimu ogwa science ogwa Yuri Bakken kigambibwa nti enkola ku nsengeka y'enjuba eva bweru era ng'enkyukakyuka z'obudde mu nsi yonna ku ssengendo zibeerawo mu kiseera kye kimu era ng'enkyukakyuka z'obudde mu nsi yonna ku ssengendo zibeerawo mu kiseera kye kimu
era nga twongera okunyamyoka n'okutegeera.
Таким образом, мы видим, что все планеты, имеющие ядро, сейчас испытывают изменение климата.
Ensi zonna abapulanisi zonna ziri kubeera nga zifuna enkyukakyuka.
Расплавленных компонентов внутри планет. Как следствие этих процессов, в атмосферах планет начинаются аномальные
Era embeera eno eya abnormal etali ya bulijjo
разрушения. Причем это
eri
происходит
kuleetawo
даже
embeera
на газовых гигантах,
endala.
несмотря на то, что у них нет плотных ядер. Посмотрите на Марс, ближайшую к нам планету. Мы хотим обратить ваше внимание на несколько удивительных фактов, которые появились в этом году. 4 мая 2022
Kyategeeza nti bagenda kubeera nga batulaga oba nga batudrivinga batutwala ku ebyo bigenda okubeera nga byongera otubikkula kubeera nga twongera okutegeera. Era bw'otunuulira ku ngeri omusisi gy'ajjamu bannasayansi bakola research nga magma engeri yajjamu yaleta
показали на Марсе признаки областей жидкой воды под ледниковыми шапками, формирующиеся из-за повышения теплового потока в Марсе. Точно так же, как это происходит и под ледниками Гренландии и Антарктиды на Земле. Мы начали наблюдать изменения климата на планетах Солнечной системы еще в начале наших исследований. После 1996 года начали появляться
bakitegeera enkyukakyuka okuva mu nsi oluvannyuma lw'okubeera nga bakola research ku solar system nga bayita mu solar system.
Некоторые ученые считают, что это связано с влиянием Солнца на климат. Однако, как мы видим сейчас, изменения на других планетах нарастают из недр.
Abannasayansi abamu bakkiriza nti kino kivudde ku mwezi ne ku mbeera emu egenda mu nsi.
Мы и стали проводить междисциплинарные исследования изменений климата и геодинамики. И увидели,
Kino kitegeeza nti embeera eno eri waggulu nnyo oba teri wano wokka okusinziira ku mbeera.
Необходимо раскрыть еще один ключевой аспект, а именно то, что катаклизмы на нашей Земле, так же, как и на других планетах Солнечной системы, происходят циклично. Детальный анализ геологической информации показал, что 12 тысяч лет назад на нашей планете уже происходили катастрофические изменения, подобные тем, что нарастают сейчас. Давайте посмотрим видео об этом.
Okwongera okutegeera ekifaananyi ekituufu ku ebyo ebyogerwa oba ebyegeddwa okusinziira ku nsi yaffe bw'etambulamu ka tubeere nga tulaba akavidiyo ku ebyo ebijja oluvannyuma lw'ensi.
Oscillation and the Younger Dryas glaciation that followed. 12,800 years ago, global temperatures rose as much as 15 degrees Celsius within just a few years.
Ku nkyukakyuka egenze ng'ebeerawo okusinziira ku nsi ne ku mbeera egenze ng'ebeerawo mu nsi.
Along with an intense sea level rise. The Gulf Stream stopped at that time, just as it is happening nowadays. Scientists from the University of Kansas have proven that about 12,800 years ago, there was a giant fire.
Abamu ku bannassaayansi okuva mu KU bakola research nti waliwo omuliro ogwali ogw'amaanyi ku nsi kuno ogwayokya ebintu emyaka mingi emabega. Naye ate kino kigenze nga kikyukakyuka mu bitundu ebyenjawulo nga kifuuka kingi nti omuliro gubwatukawo mu bitundu ebyenjawulo.
13,000 years ago, the largest known dunes formed in the Sahara Desert and other regions, indicating the enormous strength of winds during the Younger Dryas. A short-term intensification of winds during that period has also been documented from Greenland ice cores data. and research in Alaska. Nowadays, the same phenomena are happening on Earth as during the Younger Dryas. We see winds, hurricanes, typhoons, and tornadoes
era
intensifying
kino
and
kireseewo
destroying entire
embeera
cities, razing them to the
ey'enjawulo mu
ground.
bitundu nga bwe tukiraba.
Right at the cycle change 12,000 years ago, there was a very intensive seismic activity. This is indicated by radiocarbon data as well as paleographic reconstructions of the Younger Dryas. During the same time period, more than 12,000 years ago, as well as now, there was a drastic weakening of the magnetic
Tegeeza nti emyaka egyo nga gy'olabye awo
which was called the Gothenburg
wabaddewo
excursion.
enkyukakyuka eya magnetic nga bwe twakinnyonnyosa nti magnetic eyamba ensi okubeera nga etambulira mu direction emu. Naye bannassaayansi bagenza okubeera nga bakola research nti akendedde era waliwo obunafu ekiviirako ensi okubeera nga tetambulira mu direction nga tetambula nga bwe yandibadde ne kireetawo embeera endala.
And glaciation across the globe. After the sudden warming in the Younger Dryas, an equally abrupt cooling occurred. This event caused a mass extinction of megafauna.
Bwe batyo
Thousands of frozen mammoths and other mammals were found in the ice.
bannassaayansi bakola research era nga batulaga
There happened a drastic
ensi
decline in the
bwe yali etambula n'enkyukakyuka ezigenze mu maaso naye ng'embeera eyo ereetawo ebintu ebyo byonna byonna embeera fubutuka zitwandiyise nga ensozi ez'obulabe.
Как вы видите,
Nga
в позднем
bw'okiraba
Андреасе
ekyo
началось смещение магнитного поля, прямо как это происходит и сейчас. А на планете в результате
nga
подъема
bw'okirabye nti
магмы
magnetic
были
field nga bwe kyali
катастрофические
ate
извержения.
bw'azzeemu
В это
okubeera
время вымерло 90% мегафауны, а также произошла демографическая катастрофа, и человечество сократилось до 140 тысяч человек. Однако в этот раз все будет намного хуже.
bategeeza nga bagamba nti embeera yali ebaddewooko naye ate bwe n'abeera nga ezzeemu ku mulundi guno kigenda kubeera ng'ate kibeera kya bulabe era nga kibeera waggulu nnyo.
Посмотрите на график. Вы видите
Era nga bw'oba ofunye omukisa okutunula ku graafu osobola okubeera nga onnyonnyoka embeera eno nga bw'eyogerwa n'obeera nga olaba ebimu ku bitundu ebyogerwako ebirimu embeera eyo.
Вспомним, что это же происходит и сегодня. Наше магнитное поле слабеет в 10 раз быстрее, чем в прошлом веке. Мы с вами уже знаем, что изменения в магнитном поле происходят не сами по себе, а вследствие изменений в работе ядра планеты. Таким образом, мы видим, что каждые 12 тысяч лет движение ядра Земли по неким причинам резко изменяется.
Era embeera ng'eyo eviiriddeko ensi okubeera nga ekyuka abruptly oba mu mbeera
Также, согласно исследованиям
etali
океанов льда,
ya
каждые
bulijjo.
12 тысяч лет происходил аномальный рост вулканической активности. Мы уже знаем, что причиной этого является подъем магмы к земной коре. А на графике вы можете видеть, когда происходили такие извержения. Размер кругов отражает размер извержения. Обратите внимание на большие красные круги. Они указывают на то, что каждые 24 тысячи лет извержение вулкана более катастрофические.
Era bw'oba otunuulidde okusinziira ku research eyakolebwa kino kijja nga kibeerawo.
Археологические свидетельства говорят о том, что каждый раз во время этих катастрофических извержений вымирали практически целые виды Homo sapiens. 24 тысячи лет назад извергался вулкан.
Ezimu ku ezo ensozi ze boogerako nga Torokino
Оба этих вулкана уже
ze
показывают
zimu ku nsozi
признаки аномальной
ez'obulabe.
активности в наши дни. Только за прошлый месяц в районе Таупа произошло 700 землетрясений. А 72-74 тысячи лет назад было извержение вулкана Тоба. Это было одно из самых сильных извержений на Земле за последние 25 миллионов лет. Археологи считают, что в этой катастрофе на всей планете выжило всего от 2 до 10 тысяч человек. То есть человечество было в шаге от вымирания.
Era bategeeza nga bagamba nti bantu batono nnyo abasobola okubeera nga basimattuka embeera eno bwebanga ezze kubanga ebeera ya bulabe nnyo era tebeera nnyangu kubeera nga esimattukwa.
Look at the graph. It shows that every 12,000 years, there is a sharp temperature spike. It is important to note that according to the ice core data, each time during the cycle, the CO2 concentration increases due to ocean heating. The same thing is happening now. CO2 is rising indeed, but it has nothing to do with human activity nowadays, just as it had nothing to do with it in previous times. We're now seeing a critical increase in climate disasters on Earth. That said, we know that the last time such changes in the core occurred, the red arrow
nga bwe tubagambye batunnyonnyola ku bimu bye tuteekeddwa okubeera nga tutegeera kubeera nga tuprotectinga kubanga tuwonya tununula ensi yaffe.
And the further back in time, the greater this error becomes, and it can be thousands of years. However, cyclic cataclysms occur exactly every 12,000 years. Facts and dates are very stubborn things. So unfortunately, we are forced to state that we are just in for the next such cycle. A 12,000-year cycle of climatic catastrophes, which is overlapped by a more catastrophic 24,000-year cycle. So unfortunately, the worst case awaits us. We can see that magma pressure.
Yongera natutegeeza n'agamba nti magma pressure is building up oba eri kweyongera okubeera nga yeezimba.
Making predictions based on the facts. This suggests that the climate changes and natural disasters.
Era kino kireetawo climate changes, enkyukakyuka mu mbeera n'embeera ey'akabenje. Era okusinziira ku kunoonyereza kw'abanasayansi bagamba nti kino kiri kumpi nnyo.
We have calculated how the 24,000-year cycles unfolded. And by analyzing the way things are developing now, we have calculated the phases when it's going to peak.
Bannasayansi ekibuuzo kye balina kino kigenda kubeera nga kibeerawo ddi era kigenda kubeera nga kikooma kitya. Era bwe batyo ne batuza erudda okubeera nga batulengeza ka vidiyo tubeere nga tunnyonnyoka era nga tutegeera.
Abanoonyereza balowooza nti enzirukanya eno mu butonde bwa galatiki kwe kugamba ekwatagana n'enzirukanya y'ensengeka ya Munyeenye. Buli myaka 1,012 emisinde egiva mu wakati g'obwengula gikosa ensengekera y'enjuba era ne gituuka okwata ku njuba. Mu 1998 omusingi gw'ensi gwokka gwe gwawandiikibwa nga gubuuka, naye n'ogw'omwezi, enjuba ne planets endala. Mu myaka egiyise abanasayansi batandika okuwandiika enkyukakyuka ez'amaanyi mu mbeera y'obutonde ku planeti zonna ne satellite z'ensengekera y'enjuba, okweyongera kw'omuwendo gw'embuyaga ennene n'embuyaga, ebbugumu eritali lya bulijjo, okweyongera kw'emirimu ku nsozi ekivaamu n'okuyigulukuka kw'ettaka. Kati okweyongera kw'obusannyalaze kw'okutambula okw'omubwengula buzuuliddwa ku nsi. Bannasayansi bazudde obukakafu obulanga nti bomu efaananako bw'etyo yakubwa emisinde gy'omu bwengula. Kyatuukawo emyaka 1,025 egiyise. Okutuuka ku kyo buli luvannyuma lwa myaka 1,012 okukulukuta okutamanyiddwa kw'amaanyi g'omu bwengula ageefujja okuva mu makati g'omu bwengula gajja ku nsi yaffe. Enkosene y'amaanyi agano amangi ebeerawo ku ddaala ly'amaanyi amatono ennyo, erina obusobozi bungi nnyo okuleeta okukyukakyuka kw'omusingi gwa planeeti. Emisinde gya Munyeenye gitattaaganya enzirukanya y'obulamu bw'ebiramu. Emiti gyatandika okufulumya ennyo carbon dioxide omungi, ng'ate entobazi zifulumya ebirungo by'omukka ogw'obulabe. Ku mulundi guno planeeti yaffe eyinza okufuuka ey'obulabe ennyo, okufaananako ne planet Mars. Abasirikale b'omubiri gw'ensi kati basanyiziddwawo. Olw'obutwa obungi tekinologiya waffe kati bwafulumya. Ebitundu by'omubiri kati ebirwadde biyinza obutawona, stress aleetebwa buli luvannyuma lwa myaka 1,012. Buli myaka emitwalo 20,400 obutyabaga bweyongera. Okusaanyaawo okuva ku nsengekera y'enjuba kweyongera emisinde okuva mu makati g'obwengula. Katuyingidde mu nsonga eno ey'enkolagana ey'okumpi. Ensi eno eri mu myaka gyayo egy'enkomerero, era naffe bwe tuli singa twetuulako bwetuzi ne tutabaawo kye tukola.
Ensi yaffe etuuse mu kaseera okubeera nga esaanawo tubeera nga tetulina kyetukozeewo. Bwe bityo batuze eruddayo ne David tunnyonnyola ng'agamba nti enkyukakyuka ya planeti ekyuse era galaxy oba entambula ya planets teringa bwe yali mu myaka egy'emabega. Era kino kireeseewo okubeera nga wabeerawo embeera etali nnungi. Ekibuuzo kiri nti ki ekicreatingawo, ki ekireetawo embeera eno okubeera nga oba kino affecting oba kikosa entire etwanirizenga solar system, entambula y'obudde. Gano ge gamu ku maanyi agatannaba kubeera nga gasomebwa oba gategeerekekwa ne bannassaayansi. Gano amaanyi agayitiridde agaleeseewo ensi agaleetedde enkyukakyuka mu kutambula y'ensi ga bulabe. Eri abantu abalala amawulire gano tegalina kye gategeeza gye bali, naye ate eri abalala galina kyamakulu nnyo gye bali okubeera nga bategeera.
Wie sich das auswirkt, werden wir später noch besprechen.
So bwe batyo batuzzaayo ye Nnakyala okubeera ng'ayongeraku okutunnyonnyola.
Albeit with great losses, yet it made it through. These times, the thing will be much worse. Having summed up all signs of the climatic changes on Earth, we have found events are progressing much more rapidly than
ategeeza nti okusinziira ku kitegekeddwa olukuŋŋaana lwa leero lwa njawulo nnyo.
It was at the second stage, while we experience it at the first stage. And these indicate that subsequent climatic disaster will be many times more severe and devastating, and that the planet will not survive them because we have destroyed the.
Agamba nti ensi tesobola kubeera nga enunulwa olw'ensonga nti tugezesaako nnyo oba tukoze kyamaanyi okubeera nga tusaanyaawo ebyo ebimu ebyandibadde nga biyamba, ate ne tukola kyamaanyi okubeera nga tuteekawo ebyo ebyongedde okubeera nga bigisaanyaawo.
We have been told that such a change would take thousands of years, but it's nonsense. Everything is happening much faster.
Era abaazula ne bagamba nti enkyukakyuka okubeera nga tutaasa embeera ng'eno esobola okutwala emyaka, naye ate enkyukakyuka yo y'amaanyi. Era bw'ensonga eyo yeebaza Katonda okubeera nga bannassaayansi basobodde okubeera nga bavaayo okubeera nga batutangaaza kino okubeera nga tukyogerako era nga kyategeezebwa ebbanga ddene guno ogusigo omulundi ogusoose okubeera nga ensonga eno eyogerwako.
При этом экология планеты убита и иммунитет планеты ослаблен. И это при том, что мы еще даже не вошли в пиковый момент цикла. катастрофы и катаклизмы нарастают уже с ужасающей скоростью. В данном случае подземные бункеры не помогут. Они просто расплавятся, потому что магма поднимается снизу. И теперь ключевой вопрос нашего доклада. Сколько осталось времени до того, как случится катастрофа нашего цикла? Посмотрите снова на график сейсмической активности, пожалуйста.
Ekibuuzo bannassaayansi kye babuuza ne bagamba nti olowooza bbanga ki erisigaddeyo ensi yaffe okubeera ng'essaanawo.
И просчитав ее совместно с лучшими учеными, геологами, аналитиками, мы смоделировали, какой прогрессии рост землетрясений будет ускоряться в будущем. И то, что мы обнаружили, повергло нас в крайний ужас. Почему? Посмотрите сами. Как вы видите, темпы роста сейсмической активности просто шокируют. На каждом следующем этапе количество землетрясений увеличивается.
Era nga bw'olaba nti embeera etandise okubeera nga yeewuunyisako ebigenda mu nsi.
Тем больше будет повышаться их магнитуда. И уже к 2028 году на Земле будет происходить 1000 разрушительных землетрясений.
Ategeeza nti obungi bwa musisi okubeera ng'ayita oba ng'abeerawo bwe bungi bwa magima okubeera nga afubuutuka. Afubuutukayo oba nga afulumayo.
Миллиона землетрясений в год. Что это, если не наш конец? Уже в 2028 жизнь будет практически невыносимой. Это буквально через 6 лет. Только вдумайтесь в вашей комфортной семейной жизни, вашему бизнесу, вашим планам. Через 6 лет конец. А в 2036 году...
Tegeeza nti kirowoozeeko mu myaka 6 obulamu bwo, bizinensi yo ne famire yo bigenda kubeera nga tebikyaliwo.
Use an exponential growth model in our calculations rather than a linear growth model as proponents of interpreting global warming theory do. Because we take
Era bwe batyo batuuzaayo okubeera nga munnaffe ali emabega w'eddoboozi tunnyonnyola.
Climate disasters are progressing. To understand how fast it can be, you can compare it associatively to boiling milk.
Ategeeza nti okutegeera obwangu bwe kiteekeddwa okubeera osobola okigezesa n'amata agali kufumbibwa.
We can also take into account the inertia of the process. Suppose you're driving a passenger car at a speed of 20.
Kiringa okuvuga emmotoka nga edduka kilometers
But if you're driving 80 kilometers per hour, the braking distance is more than 30 meters. This is true for the progression of cataclysms. The longer we wait, the greater will be the inertia as well as the braking distance.
Ategeeza nti
All of us in the world
obuwanvu bwe tukuuma ke kaseera akatono ke tusigazisaayo okubeera nga kino tukisolovinga oba nga tukivunnuka.
That we will break at the end, but we forget about the inertia. If we activate the mechanism of counteraction to the cosmic impact now, and all the effects on us stop so that the planet begins to recover, we'll have to endure many more years of cataclysms, and a lot of people will die. If we drag it out for another 5 years, the velocity and progression of climatic events will increase greatly. It will no longer be 2 meters or 2 years of braking, but much more. We still have time, but that time will be paid for in our lives.
Ategeeza nti tukyalina akaseera okubeera ng'ekyo tukisolovinga, naye kituteekeddwa okubeera nga tutegeera nti akaseera akasigaddeyo tugenda kubeera nga tukasasulira n'obulamu. Kiba kitegeeza nti akaseera ke tugenda okubeera nga tusigaza tekamala kubeera nga tugonjoola ekyo kiteekeddwa kubeera nga kigonjoolwa. Olw'ensonga eyo twandibadde nga tukozesa kano akaseera ke tulina okubeera nga tugezaako okubeera nga tuvunnuka embeera eyo ngo.
Im Grunde hat die gesamte Weltwirtschaft nicht mehr als 6 bis 7 Jahre vor sich. Und im weiteren Verlauf werden sich die Prozesse sogar noch kritischer verschärfen. Warum? Schluss. Wenn wir in einem 12.000 Jahreszyklus leben würden, hätten wir ihn, wenn auch mit großen Verlusten, als Zivilisation durchlaufen und unsere Existenz fortgesetzt. Wir befinden uns jedoch in einem 24.000-jährigen Zyklus. Gemessen daran, wie es unser
ategeeza ku byasa ebizze nga bitambula n'enkyukakyuka egenze ng'ebeerawo. Okusinziira ku matukutuko moddo gye baakola nga bagezaako okulaba ku mbeera y'akabenje egenze etuuseewo era etuuseewo etya, era bagezaako okubeera nga balaba batwala okubeera nga balaba ku ebyo biki ebijjawo, era ne bakizuula nti embeera bw'egibeera nga egenda mu maaso, abantu bagenda kubeera nga bafiirwa obulamu. Era akaseera ko tutandise okubeera nga tukabeeramu olw'ensonga nti waliwo ebimu ku bitundu bitandise kubeera nga bibeera mu mbeera ng'eyo bannassaayansi gye baalaba. Agamba nti embeera ng'eyo ya musisi bw'eba nga ebeerawo, olowooza ki ekigenda okubeera nga kituukawo ng'ensi eyawuddwamu.
Никому не будут нужны ни вода, ни еда, ни газ, ни бензин, ничего. Потому что после того, что произойдет не позже 2036 года, это уже...
Ekiteekeddwa otegeera nti emyaka 4 okuva ssaawa zino teri agenda kubeera nga yeetaaga gaasi oba amazzi.
Всех событий, которые будут происходить в дальнейшем. И сейчас представим ее вам. Мы считаем своим долгом детально доложить вам всю серьезность ситуации.
Era nga bannassaayansi bagezaako okubeera nga bategeka obulamu obuteekeddwa okubeera nga butambulirwako mu myaka egy'omu maaso.
Магма через эти трещины начнет подниматься в той геометрической прогрессии, которую вы видели.
Era magma agenda kubeera nga yeeyongera okubeera nga increasinga.
Микроразрывы и в коре, что увеличит магматическую активность, и она будет нарастать еще больше, пока не спровоцирует то, что в самой тонкой части коры, в океане, произойдет масштабный разрыв. Это неизбежно. Этот разрыв произойдет с вероятностью 99,9% в районе Марианской впадины. Именно там фиксируют глубокофокусные землетрясения, и именно там самая тонкая кора на планете, всего 5 километров. Вначале, когда небольшое количество воды встретится с магмой, произойдет...
Ategeeza nti amazzi amatono bwe gasisinkana magma abeera nga abuyinga.
Эквивалентен взрыву десятков ядерных бомб. Это разрушит тонкий слой коры под Марианской впадиной. Но дальше произойдет самое. И чтобы понять, что будет происходить дальше, покажем вам эксперимент. Видите, что произошло при встрече воды с раскаленным металлом? А теперь умножьте это в сотни миллиардов раз. Гигантский объем магмы из магматического плюма в одно мгновение разорвет Марианский желоб. И миллиарды кубометров воды встретятся с миллиардами кубометров магмы. Резкого распада
Era batunnyonnyola okubeera nga batunnyonnyola okusinziira ku magma engeri gy'akyusakyusa embeera y'obudde. N'ebyokulwanyisa eby'amaanyi nga nuclear bombs. Engeri gye bikozingamu oba gye bireetamu embeera y'akabenje.
Атмосфера свернется, подобно одеялу, ее просто сдует солнечным ветром. То есть нашу атмосферу сметет в буквальном смысле слова вместе со всей водной оболочкой. Также одновременно этот гигантский взрыв вызовет гидроудар, направленный вглубь нашей планеты. Потому что 11 километров толщи воды в Марианской впадине – это огромнейшее давление в точке, где произойдет взрыв. И это давление, в свою очередь, отразится на гидроударе. Произойдет мощнейшая взрывная волна, направленная в центр планеты, в магму, которая будет тангенциально расходиться. И это спровоцирует дополнительные гравитационные процессы. Это приведет к резкому расширению магмы во все стороны в 10 раз. То есть магмы станет в 10 раз больше. Это буквально изнутри. Магма от такого удара будет вести себя как газообразное вещество. Все вулканы, трещины, разломы, все границы литосферных плит разорвутся и извергнутся одновременно. Землю зальет лава.
Batunnyonnyola sinziira ku mbeera eyinza okubeerako ensi yaffe okubeera nga efwa oba nga esaanawo. Era kino kigenda kubeera nga kireeta okusanawo kw'ensi yaffe era n'omwezi nagwo gujja kubeera nga nagwo gusaanawo. Era omwezi ogunaaba nga guli kumpi nnyo nga gugenze oba nga gusembedde kumpi n'omwezi n'enjuba gugenda kubeera nga guluzinga ate gubeere nga gugwa ku nsi. Era ffe abantu tugenda kubeera nga tusigazizaayo omukisa gwonna gwonna.
Данная математическая модель говорит о том, что если процесс разрушения будет протекать достаточно медленно и не будет никаких провоцирующих факторов на ускорение, то все, о чем мы говорим, произойдет в октябре 1936 года. Вы видите перед глазами таймер, который отсчитывает время до того времени, когда планета, как живая, населенная жизнью планета, не сможет более существовать. И это при условии, что ранее не произойдет никаких провоцирующих факторов. А это может быть падение метеорита, взрыв ядерной бомбы, усиление колебаний того же ядра, взрыв супервулкана. В всем мире нагнетается угроза ядерной войны. Со всей ответственностью можем сказать, что ядерная война в настоящее время ускорит апокалипсис. Это нанесет непоправимый урон, вообще добьет экономику и будет дестабилизацией процессов внутри ядра, их ускорению.
Ayo bongera ne bategeeza nti nuclear bombs nazo zigenda kubeera nga ziridde nga bazikola okubeera nga ensi yaffe esaanawo oba zaakabenje. Tekitegeeza okubeera nga tutegeera nti kano ke kaseera okubeera nga ffenna tukyalina kaseera kakubeera nga twegatta. Kano ke kaseera okubeera nga twegatta okubeera nga tudda awamu.
Why did we publish these figures and forecasts before? Why wasn't this included in our report, which was published 8 years ago? Because we had to verify and recalculate everything. And to our great regret, all the events that took place during this time confirmed our model, turning it into an axiom. The most disturbing indicator which prompted us to talk about the dates now is the growth of defocused earthquakes. We've seen that the processes are moving, and that is scary. The process is accelerating. We know very well that the area of the Mariana Trench is a subduction zone, meaning the area where the plate is crawling under another plate. But the reason we have depicted the 3D model of the Mariana Trench in this way is because the lower plate is already being dissolved by magma right now. Many plates are now being eroded from the bottom. They're being dissolved by molten magma, which is rising from the core mantle boundary. Why do we say the plate is being dissolved so quickly? Look how quickly the red-hot deep magma has been making its way up over the past few years. Recall the intrusion of magma in the Bransfield Strait off the coast of the Antarctica. It is also shocking to learn how quickly a new volcano appeared near the island of Mayotte off the coast of Africa in May 2019. This means that processes inside the Earth that used to take millions of years now occur in matter of months. There will be an explosion of magma at the bottom of the Mariana Trench, despite the fact that there is such a huge pressure of the water column. Because the magma that ascends from the depth is much hotter and has different chemical composition than the magma that normally comes out in the underwater eruptions. What is more, the explosion will occur exactly because it will be squeezed in the depth of both by the pressure of the magma.
Bongera okutegeeza nga batutangaaza ku kabenje amagima oba olwegi olufubutuka mu nsozi kayinza okubeera nga kaleeta gye tuli oba ku nsi yaffe.
Is like comparing a billion cubic meters of magma to a teaspoon of lava. The difference is substantial, and the conditions are different. But actually, we as humanity do not need to concentrate on the moment of the hydraulic impact of 2036. It does not matter whether there will be an explosion or not. None of us will live to see it. We as humanity will die much earlier.
Kyetutegeera otegeera nti ffe tuli bantu tetusobola kubeera nga tugumiikiriza era ffe tuli bantu tusobola okubeera nga tufa oba nga tusaanawo mangu. Embeera eyo kasita ebeera nga etuuseewo.
Right now, this seems like a fantasy. We have been saying for a long time that typhoons will make a landfall and pick up speed, although it is impossible. It contradicts physics. 10 years ago, they did not believe us, but now we are already seeing it. Today, a typhoon, as it comes to the land, gains momentum. According to our calculations, there is another area where a magma outburst could occur. It's the area of extremely low geoid anomaly.
Olwaleero kano ka science nnyo kawulirise era tubeere nga tukannyonnyoka kubeera nga tutegeera tutya bwe tusobola okubeera nga tuwonyaamu ensi yaffe kusinziira ku ebyo bigenda mu maaso. Ategeeza nti balina obukakafu bungi naye okusinziira akaseera tebannaba kubeera nga bonna babuggyayo olw'ensonga nti tebaagala kubeera nga bateeka abantu mu mbeera ey'okutya era obubaka buno tebunnaba kubeera nga bufuluma buli wamu.
You can study these materials yourself. Even a person without higher education, not a genius, will be able to do their calculation and come to the same conclusion that we came to. There is no other research groups in the world that has looked at the climate problems so comprehensively from all angles, and we have been doing this for a long time now. Thanks to thousands of volunteers
Era bw'atyo ne yeebaza abo bonna abakoze research okubeera nga batangaaza n'okulaga kino.
Everyone is looking from one side. If you ask a volcanologist whether he knows anything about the magnetic field,
era bw'otwala ekiseera n'obuuza ku ba technologist kikyamanyi ku magnetism kyakugamba agamba nti tewali olw'ensonga tebaagala kubeera nga batubuulira oba nga bagamba ekituufu. Era research yonka gye bakola eri mu nsi yaabwe yokka, mu nsi zaabwe. Era ekyo kyongera okubeera nga kitulaga ekifaananyi kyonna. Era ffe tugenda okubeera nga tusooka okubeera nga tusalawo okusinziira platform gye tuli eya Creative Society, era tuteekeddwa okubeera nga tunoonya butya tuteekeddwa okubeera nga tukistopinga.
Аналогично тому виду энергии, благодаря которому запутанные частички связываются между собой, находясь на разных концах галактики. Мы точно знаем, что это не нейтрино и не электромагнитное воздействие, но мы точно понимаем, что энергия этого космического излучения имеет физическую природу, а значит, на нее можно воздействовать.
Okusinziira ku ebyo ebigendawo, bannasayansi bakimanyi nti embeera egendawo physical eri ku physical natures. Era engeri gye tusobola okubeera nga tuyimirizaamu kino, engeri esooka kwe kubeera nga tusoma nga tweyigiriza kino kiri kitya. Era n'okubeera nga tutegeera okubeera nga tukozesa gano amaanyi nga bwe tukozesa amasannyalaze. Engeri yokka gye tusobola okubeera nga tukozesa okubeera nga tusitopinga kino kwe kubeera nga tukendeeza ebyo.
Но как бы мы ни хотели, наших возможностей недостаточно для того, чтобы прийти к необходимому результату. В такие сжатые сроки это можно сделать только сообща со всем научным сообществом мира.
Era kino tekisobola kubeera nga kikolebwa, wabula kikolebwa nga bannassaayansi bonna abalungi beegasse awamu.
How science can find a new energy source in such short period of 5 to 6 years and learn how to use it if it took us 6,000 years to discover electricity. As for this new kind of energy, according to our information, many closed laboratories are already conducting research in this direction. But I hasten to disappoint you that, as of today, they're not looking for this energy to stabilize the core of our planet. All of the classified developments in this field are being done solely for the purpose for military purpose.
Ategeeza ng'agamba nti bannassaayansi abalizudde abavuddeyo okubeera nga bakola kino tebakikola lwa bulungi lwa nsi, wabula bakikola olw'ensonga nti abakola kubeera nga babeezaawo ebyokulwanyisa, bakikola ku lw'amagye, ku lwa security purpose.
For them to publicize their geniuses on which they rely on their strategic purposes. But these scientists are the ones who have the real
Era ategeeza ng'agamba nti bano bannassaayansi abakola kino be balina obusobozi okubeera nga batutaasa oba nga batuwonya.
That the world famous Nobel laureates, grant eaters, and careerists have never even heard of. If we now propose to the states to unite the scientific potential to find a way out, they will give us these grant eaters and opportunities who are totally clueless.
Ategeeza ng'agamba nti bwe tutakozesa mukisa guno gwe tulina kubeera nga tweyunga nga twegatta, kubeera nga bannassaayansi batuyamba, tusobola kubeera nga tusimaatuka kino. Era abantu bokka abasobola okubeera nga bakikola be bannassaayansi kuba be balina obukugu mu kyo.
Like prisoners, and they will be there as long
era kino tetulina wetusobola kukikolera walala naye mu creative society okubeera nga tubeera mu nsi oba mu bulamu obulimu buli kintu.
Because every state in the race for domination will hide its real best minds to the very last. So the real essence of the problem today is that scientists cannot be united in the existing format of society.
Era omukisa gwokka kwe kubeera nga bannassaayansi beegatta.
The very format of the society, the very model of our social organization. We need such a format of society which would provide no conditions for wars to break out, and where it will be impossible for any one person to rule over billions. And it's what this format will be called. What is important.
Era tekirina kyamaanyi kyekikyusa oba kino kigenda kubeera nga kiyitibwa kitya.
We have come up with a model which puts human life first.
Era tuteekeddwa okubeera nga kyetugenda okubeera nga tukulembeza ekisinga kwe kubeera nga tukulembeza obulamu bw'abantu kuba kye ky'omuwendo kikyasinze. Era kino kigenda kubeera nga kituyambako wano mu modo oba mu platform ya Creative Society okubeera nga bannassaayansi bonna bonna tubateeka ku table, tuba nabo ku table emu okubeera nga tusolovinga ensonga ezo. Abantu obuntu kitusigazizza kyokka okubeera nga twegatta. Ategeeza nti mu Creative Society kyekyomuwendo kyokka kyetusigazizza waggwe mukisa gwokka gwe tusigazizza okubeera nga tuvunnuka embeera ategeeza nti mu ebyo ebyogeddwa byonna byonna bikulaga embeera gye tulimu era na biki bituteekeddwa okubeera nga tukola oba oliawo okubeera nga tuvunnuka embeera eyo. Era bafuna era bakolekitinze information okubeera nga bategeera biki ebigenda mu nsi okubeera nga embeera eno
которая состоит из лучших представителей своих дисциплин. Сейчас хотелось каждому из них лично и публично выразить свою благодарность и просто сказать спасибо за их гигантский самоотверженный труд на благо всего человечества.
Era n'olw'ensonga eyo tutwala omukisa okubeera nga twebaza abo bannassaayansi bonna bonna abavuddeyo okubeera nga tukolagana wamu era kitusobola okubeera nga tubawa oba kyetugera kubako kubagamba nti mwebale nnyo mwebalire ddala. Abamu batuusiddwa okubeera nga banyigirizibwa olw'ensonga nti bali kwogera amazima okusinziira ku mbeera eriwo.
Большая часть нашего научного сообщества по понятным соображениям вынуждена на протяжении многих своих лет оставаться инкогнито для того, чтобы сохранить свои жизни. И не только. Ведь многие из них работают на официальную науку в лабораториях и исследовательских центрах по всему миру. Это позволяет им иметь возможность изучения необходимых материалов, иметь доступ к оборудованию, проводить соответствующие разработки, опыты и исследования, которые сегодня очень нужны для спасения человечества. Поэтому, чтобы не потерять доступ к необходимым возможностям, датчикам, лабораториям, они вынуждены в силу потребительского формата не афишировать свои реальные взгляды на происходящие климатические изменения и придерживаться генеральной линии. А иногда они вынуждены даже публично поддерживать гипотезу СО2 и антропогенного изменения климата, или даже подписывать протоколы о том, что климат якобы не меняется. Но всех этих людей не держат звания и заработные платы. Они не гонятся за титулами и признанием, потому что они прекрасно знают, что еще чуть-чуть, и всему человечеству уже будет далеко не до этого, если сегодня ничего не будет сделано. Будучи порядочными, честными людьми, несмотря на то, что они могут потерять работу и доход, они все свободное время посвящают проверке и разработке изложенной в докладе гипотезы. Да, большая часть нашего международного научного сообщества, работавшего над данным докладом, не может присутствовать сегодня на форуме. Но сегодня нам выпала честь озвучивать правду от имени.
Ategeeza nti bannassaayansi abo bavuddeyo ne basharinga oba ne batubuulira amazima abo be tuyita abazira newankubadde nti bagenda abamu ku bo bafiirwa emirimu gyabwe n'obutuuze naye abo be tuyita abazira era bwe tunaba nga tutaddewo ensi ennungi bakoze kyamaanyi nnyo. Era ssaawa zino tetulina nsonga lwaki tugenda kubeera nga twogera amannya gaabwe kuba beebo be tuyita abazira ababadde emabega bino research bitukoze. Era tugenda kubeerwa amannya gaabwe gagenda kubeera nga gafuula galeeta enkyukakyuka.
С участием Игоря Михайловича Данилова.
Bwe tutyo. Twatandika ne muntu sajja mukulu ng'ategeeza nti tetukyasobola kubeera nga tuwangaala nga bwe tuteekeddwa. Nti omwaka oguyise gwali mulungi, omwaka oguyise gwali mubi. Nti oluvannyuma lwa Jesus okubeera nga yavaawo oba bingi ennyo ebikyuse. Era abantu bangi batandise okubeera nga basaba obuyambi. Era abantu batandise okubeera nga bategeera. Newankubadde nti babadde balindibwa. Tulekeraawo okubeera nga tuyisa mu bintu amaaso okubeera nga tunyoomerera. Kino kye kiseera buli omu bw'ategeeredde amazima. Gano mazima. Era tewali kirala kya kubeera nga tulindiriza. Era teri mulala ateekeddwa kubeera nga wunda. Tugende mu era bwe tugenda ategeeza nti basayansi bangi abali mu kino ekintu era ng'abasinga ku bo baagala kubeera nga boogera amazima. Olowooza bannasayansi bameka abo abattiddwa? Era abasinga bangi bali eyo nga tebasobola kubeera nga boogera olw'ensonga nti batya okubeera nga babatulugunya. Naye kye tutegedde otegeera nti carbon monoxide bingi byayononnye wano eno. Amazima gali nti tugezezaako okubeera nga tukola buli kimu ekyetaagisa. Naye tusigadde nga tugamba abantu babeere nga babeera steady. Kino kiraga nti mu nsi yaffe waliwo enkyukakyuka era ekireetawo embeera etali nnungi. Era tuli wano ssaawa zino era n'emabega twali tukyogerako.
И абсолютно на них похожие, неадекватные ученые с большими именами говорили: а вы покажите, как вы измерили нейтрино. На чем? Ведь Для того, чтобы поймать это нейтрино, сейчас мощные установки стоят, огромные, не так все просто. Для них, но не для нас. Те люди, которые с нами работали на протяжении многих лет, они гораздо умнее этих диванных критиков и лжеученых, которые очень популярны в мире. И у нас была такая возможность, у нас, скажем так, были компактные детекторы, позволяющие обнаружить количественно и качественно те же нейтрино. За то, что это была правда, заговорил один из наших хороших друзей. И его уже нет с нами, потому что он открыл рот и хотел рассказать научно.
Tulina otegeera n'ekirala nti waliwo mikwano gyaffe mingi egyavaayo ne twogera ne babikkula akamwa kaabwe okubeera nga boogera amazima naye essaawa zino tebaliiwo.
А он был один из изобретателей как раз этого нейтринового детектора, портативного. И он был один из тех, кто много километров прошагал, неся на себе его. И установили тот факт, научный факт, что нейтрино в огромном количестве начало излучаться с нашей планеты.
Tutegeeza nti bannassaayansi bangi abavuddeyo ne boogera amazima naye ng'ate waliwo abo abataagala
последние годы.
Has the world scientific community been doing all these years? It has been diverting attention from the real causes of climate change by offering them false theories. One group of scientists was on the side of the theory of anthropogenic CO2. In contrast, another group claimed that the climate was not changing at all. Nevertheless, today, it is already evident to everyone that the climate is changing more and more. Therefore, many people trying to comfort themselves are deluded by false theories. But this year has shown itself in full force, and everyone is already worried. What populist scientists have predicted to happen 100 years from now is happening today. The world we are used to no longer exists, and now we must make a mature decision about how to protect ourselves from Cerberus. Let's walk through this in order. We have only 5 to 6 relatively stable years. During this time, we must find a way to counteract the radiation that is now destabilizing our planet's core and causing climate disasters. Scientists do not know the nature of this radiation, which means we are still defenseless against this terrible threat. As humanity, we now have 2 essential tasks. First is to study the nature of cosmic radiation. The second is to find an energy source or superior to the radiation coming from space to counteract it. To solve these problems, we need competent scientists who are kept in closed laboratories around the world. These scientists study the energy we need, but they do it only to develop new kinds of weapons. No government will give them up because these scientists ensure the state's military powers. Since the time to solve the problems we face is catastrophically short, only 5 to 6 years, it is possible to cope with them only by combining the intellectual potential of competent scientists of the whole world. The scientists we all often hear about in the media, those for whom grants and titles are important, will not help us solve this problem. Even if countries agreed on any scientific corporation in this area today, we would end up with grant eaters, plagiarists, and opportunists sitting at this table. That is because no state in modern society will give up its best scientists. Right now, the power of a few over the billions is in charge, and they will fight for it to the end. It is impossible to bring together specialists from
ategeeza ng'agamba nti kisoboka okubeera nga tuleeta abamanyi okuva mu bantu ategeeza ng'agamba nti ensonga lwaki tuteekeddwa okubeera nga tukola kino kakubeera nga tutegeeza bannassaayansi tebateekeddwa kubeera nga bazimba byakulwanyisa nti engeri gye tuteekeddwa okubeera nga tufrilingamu abasayansi kwe kubeera nga tukuleetingawo creative society.
Their full attention to solving the global climate threat. And this must be realized as soon as possible.
Era kino tuteekeddwa okubeera nga tukikola mu bwangu olw'ensonga nti tetukyalina kaseera.
With the climate and its progression became apparent to us, we realized that a new format of society was required. And because that would bring about a global change worldwide, it is necessary to consider the factors that ensure the safety of society in an integrated way. We studied the
ategeeza nti twasoma oba twategeera ku world historicals ekitegeeza nti gamba nti ekintu ekipya byebyo ebimu ku ebyo bye tuteekeddwa okubeera nga tutegeera ategeeza nti abantu tukoze ekisoboka era bino byonna byonna byogeddwa agamba nti bwe tukyusa enneeyisa bino byonna bisobola okubeera nga bibeera birungi era ne tubeera mu bulamu bulungi.
Throughout the past 10 years, we, together with volunteers from all over the world, have conducted extensive analytical work and numerous social surveys worldwide. We surveyed millions of people in over 180 countries, conducted interviews and consultation, and held international roundtables and conferences with experts in various fields. By studying and analyzing the needs of people around the world, we have been able to create a working model that transforms every aspect of society. And most importantly, it ensures that scientists can come together to solve the climate problem as quickly as possible. Based on a comprehensive analysis of the will of people, the 8 pillars that make this model work were formed. They embody what all people want. We have called this model the creative society.
Eno basalawo ne bakiyita creative society tuteekeddwa okubeera nga okubeera nga tutaasa ensi yaffe ne planet yaffe.
Which will help us to cope with the global climate disasters. In today's forum,
tegeeza nti mu lukungaana lwaleero tugenda kubeera nga tulaba bingi. Era essaawa zino ka tubeere nga tulinza ku bimu ku fundamentals oba omulamu. Ategeeza nti mu creative society buli kimu kigenda kubeera nga kibeerawo naye nga tukulira magoba. Nategeeza nti mu creative society obuyinza eri bantu tebugenda kubeera nga
These fundamental principles forever preclude the possibilities of war. Today, we're talking about the question of everyone's survival. It is no longer a question of conflicts or wars. The threat is over everybody. Any war can be stopped, given the will to do so. But what is happening now with the climate, we can only stop if we build the creative society. Whether we like it or not, it is a forced measure, because it is the only model of society that forever eliminates wars, freeing scientists from closed laboratories and allowing them to gather together at the same table. As a result, we will find a way out of the climate collapse as in a short as possible time. We now see that only the model of the creative society gives the humanity a real chance to survive.
Dr. Seema Manral Nagy, Director, Principal, Sanjeevani World School, Mumbai, Life and Happiness Coach. She is the Vice President of Rotary Club of Mumbai, West Coast, and Social Ambassador of Indian Development Foundation, as well as an awardee of the Nation Builder Award from Rotary. Dr. Nagy is associated with many educational and social organizations and contributes her time and efforts for the betterment of the educational system and society. She's an international speaker and is highly regarded in 7 countries. Dr. Nagy has been bestowed with many prestigious national and international awards. Her work is in the World Book of Records, UK, Asian World Records, and the Great Indian Book of Records in personal and professional categories. Welcome, Dr. Nagy. The floor is yours.
Is increasing day by day. Millions of people across the globe have already experienced the terror, being left on their own with the raging natural disaster, and millions have become climate refugees. The progression is gaining momentum. While we continue to argue about the causes, ignore the facts, or simply ignore everything that is happening. Friends, this is suicide. Yes, I understand that the flow of information bombarding each one of us today, it's very difficult to discern the grain of truth. But it is there. Today, we have all heard about the true causes of climate change. We have all heard about how many years we have left to unite all potential. It is impossible to overstate how important this information is today. If you have any doubt, take it and calculate it yourself. Compare all the data and all the numbers that have been presented today. This is actually already happening. See for yourself that this is fact. We should have started to act long time ago. We Rotarians got acquainted with the report earlier. And thank you for giving it to us. We have had time to reconsider a lot of things. And now it is important to take action so that we have time to save all of us, all of humanity. If everyone else has any doubt, check it for yourself. I do understand that it's scary, but we at Rotary have faced challenges more than once, and this experience will help us now as well. Right now, we need unity and courage of all Rotarians more than ever. And then we will succeed because our strength and survival is only in unity.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Negi. And we pass the floor to the next distinguished speaker, Mr. Marco Antonio Hernandez, President of the Rotary Club of Cordillera de Peñalolén from Chile.
Gracias por la oportunidad. Mi nombre es Marco Antonio Hernández Fuentes. Tengo el privilegio de ser el presidente del periodo 2022-2023 de Rotary Club Cordillera de Peñalolén en Santiago, en Chile. Y hoy día estamos afanados, enfocados, ¿cierto?, en tener éxito con la sociedad, ser partícipe, y me gustaría mucho poder agregar nuestro club y todas las personas, ¿cierto?, este hermoso privilegio que hoy día tenemos
Okuva
que se llama
wa
Sociedad
volunteers mu
Creativa,
Creative Society
de
ayongera
creación hacia la fuerza.
ategeeza nti kiyitibwa
Gracias por
Creative
esta
Society
hermosa oportunidad
kyekitegeeza nti
única
obumu
que tengo de
amaanyi
compartir con ustedes mis experiencias después de
era yeebaza nti mwebale nnyo
escuchar y
okubeera nga musharing oba nga mwogera
el mensaje de la humanidad,
era agamba nti
poder expresar mis
muwulirise era mubeere nga
y compartir con ustedes este momento.
ndina omukisa okubeera nga njolesa empulira yange gye muli
En mi vida he tratado de ayudar, de participar, de involucrarme con la sociedad y hasta me he sentido bien con eso. Siempre he estado preocupado de ayudar
mu
a
bulamu
sostener
bwange
a quien lo
ngezezaako
necesita.
okubeera nga nyamba era n'okubeera nga participatinga mu creative
Experiencia de este foro y las charlas recibidas,
era nyamba ngezezaako n'okubeera nga nyamba
me
nabo abali mu
sentí
bwetaavu
necesitado, me sentí una persona que tenía que dar más,
bati okuva we
tenía que
natandika
salir
okubeera
de
nga
una
mbeera mu
comodidad.
creative society buli kimu
Consideraba que
kyakyuka
era parte de mi vida nomás. Sentí salir
era
de esta
mpulira
zona
nga
de
ndi
confort
mwetaavu
y deseoso de poder compartir y expresar estas
mpulira
piezas
ng'omuntu
nuevas
ateekeddwa
y
okubeera
aprender
n'ebingi
que
byali
cualquiera como aquí
by'okola
en este mundo, si no actuamos, si no reaccionamos,
era y'ensonga lwaki
y decidí
navaayo
reaccionar, decidí
y'ensonga lwaki
expresar
navaayo
este sentimiento
okubeera nga
a mis
nyamba
más cercanos a mí. Y compartí con ellos la información. Lo que afectaría
era mpulira nti nteekeddwa okubeera nga nvaayo okubeera nga nsharinga oba nga njogera olw'ensonga nti tetulina akaseera kanene
y muy pocas personas tuvieron una aceptación a lo que compartía.
era mbabuulira kyekigenda okubeera nga kisaanyaawo ensi yaffe mu biseera
Todos preparados
ebijja
como uno piensa de llevar un mensaje, de compartir algo. Creo que hay que hacer cosas antes. El mensaje es muy claro y muy
mu bantu ne mu
hay que
planet
preparar. Siento que con esta
era
experiencia
abantu
personal
batono
hay
nnyo
que
abakkiriza
preparar
bye ŋŋamba
no hay mejor efecto en las personas que el respeto y la confianza. Y eso es parte de la sociedad
kino
creativa.
kindaga nti si buli muntu nti mwetegefu okubeera ng'anyumirwa ebyo enjogera
Esta sociedad necesita esos valores.
obubaka bwangu nnyo okubeera nga bwogerwa naye ate bwangu nnyo okubeera buzibu nnyo okubeera nga
Por eso que
butegeerekeka
este lema del foro, la crisis global, nuestra salvación es la unión, es el amor. Dar confianza, disipar el temor y salir del estado de confort que tenemos. Creo que esos tres elementos son fundamentales. Yo hago un llamado a todos los que escuchan y pueden vernos. No hay más gozo que uno pueda sentir cuando aquel que tú invitas te dice sí, voy. Gracias por este momento, por la oportunidad de poder dar mi grano de arena a esta tremenda trabajo, tremendo proyecto y objetivo que ustedes realizan en bien de un mundo mejor, de tener las posibilidades de alcanzar no solamente nosotros, sino nuestras generaciones también, los privilegios que hoy día nosotros
Mwebale nnyo akaseera kano kemukozesa okubeera nga tusharing.
Esto es esperanza de Dios. Y nuestra única misión es unirnos y trabajar. Y yo sostengo, no podemos enfrentar un monstruo como el consumismo, pero sí podemos encontrar aquello que lo demás. Y siempre, siempre. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Marco Antonio, for your words of support to the Creative Society and for bringing people together, and for your profound understanding of the danger in which we as humanity now find ourselves. In fact, in the near future, we will all move out of our comfort zone. The only question is now, will the climate destroy the comfort zone, or we will step out of it ourselves in order to act? No one doubts anymore that we are not in control of the climate. The year 2022 has been a year of a tragedy for many people. But people are not seeing the holistic picture of what is happening. The media takes out attention away from a vital topic. Case point, when millions of people suffered in Pakistan, the world's media gave only a few words about this terrible tragedy. Let us hear the truth of what is happening from eyewitnesses of climate events around the globe. Notice how many tragic events you didn't know about. Why would you want to know that? Watch it, and you will understand everything.
Or frightened. But right away, there comes a thought that it happens somewhere far away, and it won't happen to me. But it seems like that. Oh, it happens to you personally.
I don't know, I got really scared. Lost my friend in it.
I look in my mirror and I'm on fire. We only had minutes to get out.
Anyone can become a victim of the ruthless climate Cerberus at the most unexpected moment. Why? We are going to show you the stories of people affected. There are millions like them around the world. As you listen to them, try to answer yourself a simple question. Will you be ready when the climate Cerberus comes to your home?
Erinnya lyange Douglas Franklin era nawona omuliro gwa Franklin.
We could see smoke over on the other side of the ridge, and at one point it looked like smoke stopped and nothing but white clouds and steam were coming up, and then it just came over the
Kumala akadde omuka wali gulinga ogujja ogwamala ne gubanga ogulekedde awo.
And it wasn't very aggressive coming down the hill. Then we noticed the hot spot at the very tail of it, and it jumped the river and then jumped the road. And so we had fire coming up on both sides. And so we thought we had half hour, 45 minutes to get down. We only had about 7 or 8 minutes in reality. And I ran in the house.
Era n'adduka mu nnyumba. Omusajja abaali bamuyita John.
The uncle of one of my roommates, and I think he's 74. And I went in there, I said, John, we gotta go.
Era nayingira ne ngamba John tulina okuvaayo.
I'm not going anywhere.
Era ne mugamba nti sirina gye ndaga. Era bwe mba wasigala wano okufa nja twala ogw'omukisa.
Why have the fires in California been getting
lwaki omuliro mu California gubadde gweyongera okuba omubi
and making it harder to put them out?
era nga kyeyongera okuba ekizibu okuguzikiza.
Because of it, magma rises from the Earth's interior, boils, and extends in volume. Its pressure upon the Earth's crust grows. Along the faults in the crust, there occurs degassing, release of gases from the planet's interior, and this causes fires. California is located precisely in such a fault zone. The increase in fires there is an alarming sign. It means that magma is rising in that area.
Guno n'embuyaga yali si ya bulijjo. Mu 1997 waliwo embuyaga.
De hecho, Ágata fue aquí en esta zona fue más devastador que Paulina.
I live about 100 meters from the ocean. The water level had reached like 4 or 5 feet. I don't know, I got really scared. I thought maybe
Natya nnyo era nga ndowooza nti amazzi gagenda tandika okuyingira mu ddinisa. Nga nali simanyi gye twali tugenda okulaga ekyo nga kiwedde. Waliwo amazzi buli wamu. Era bwe nafuluma nali sikikkiriza era sikikkiriza nti okwonoona kwonna okwali kubaddewo mu kadde akatono. Ffenna twagala okukkiriza nti tujja kuba nga tetulina tabu yonna. Tulina okukkiriza nti enkyukakyuka egenda kukwata ku buli muntu. Waliwo omuliro ennaku nga 3 eza Septemba era buli kimu kyonna kyajja mu katikitiki. Bayitamu nga baleekaana nti mudduke mutaase obulamu bwammwe. Era buli omu yadduka mangu nga bwe yali asobola. Muwala wange yankwata n'abaana 4 n'atuteeka mu mmotoka era ne tuvuga ng'omuliro omunene gutugoba. Ebitaddeyo buli kimu kyonna kyali kiyidde. Emmotoka, ennyumba kyali tekikkirizika. Twali sirabanga ku kintu nga kino, kyali kyantiisa. Mu myaka gyange 6 nali sirabangako ku kintu ng'ekyo.
Мы собирались здесь жить в дальнейшем, тем более вокруг лес, природа, свежий воздух. Вроде вот все вчера стояло, все было хорошо. Сейчас вот стоишь, смотришь, и ничего этого нету. Как во сне.
Kyali kintu kye twali tetusuubira. Kuba buli kintu kyonna kyali kya bulijjo nga tewali kizibu kyonna. Tubonyaabonye nnyo, ebintu byaffe byonna bitwaliddwa. Waliwo amazzi buli wamu nga tewali masannyalaze era nga tewali kyakulya. Abantu baali balwana okutaasa amaka gaabwe. Wali tewali kyakulya nga waliwo mazzi gokka era twali twebeesaawo ku mazzi gokka. Ennyumba zaffe zonna zeefudde era nga just tuli awo. Abantu abasukka mu 1000 bafudde mu ssaawa 24 eziwedde.
You know, this devastating flood in Pakistan, you know, it's a wake-up call not only to the Pakistan but to the world as well on the threats of climate change. And this record-breaking rain would devastate any country.
Why have the monsoon rains in Pakistan become abnormally heavily? In recent years, there has been a sharp acceleration in the rotation of our planet. This is causing magma to rise actively from the bowels of the earth towards the surface. The red-hot magma is getting closer to the crust and is causing groundwater to evaporate in large quantities, causing catastrophic floods in different parts of the world.
We didn't expect this.
Twali tetukisuubira.
And I never seen a tornado like that before.
Obudde bwali bwa bulijjo.
And what is next? Maybe it's going to be next to
Embuyaga yali tesuubirwa. Nali sirabanga ekintu nga kino mu bulamu bwange ng'ono musisi. Abantu bana mu famire yange baafa. Mpulira siina buyambi, siina ssente zonna. Abantu bangi baafuna ebiwundu, bangi baafa. Era abantu abaali basukka mu 1,000 ng'olunaku luwedde baali bafudde. Abantu baali bakaabira nga baleekaana lwakuba amayumba gaabwe gaali gagudde. Abaana n'abakazi baali basinaanidde wansi era abangi nga bafudde. Lwaki waliwo omusisi mungi nga yeeyongera mu ggwanga lya Afghanistan?
Because of the increase in pressure, magma rushes upwards towards the crust and increases the number of earthquakes around the world.
There was no prevention because it was usually that flooding might be caused by 2 days of
Amataba gaali galeeteddwa ennaku 2 ez'enkuba.
Just for the first time that I saw people desperately leaving their own homes to other places. That was the most shocking part for me. Imagine forcefully being asked to
Kirowoozeeko okugamba okuva mu maka go ku lw'ekintu ky'obadde tosuubira ate ky'otalinaako buyinza. Ove mu maka go ne bakugoba mu gy'obeera mu tawuni yo. Embeera yali mbi. Abaana abato baafuna ebiwundu. Twasanga emirambo mingi.
With nobody aware. The area that they are working sank. Houses sank. Cars were taken.
Emmotoka zaffe zaatwalibwa amazzi.
I lost my friend.
Mukwano gwange yafiiramu. Nga namulaba nga bbira nga sisobola muyamba. Era nakomawo wano. Ekintu kye kimu ne kibaawo.
Excuse me. Goodness gracious.
I'm not gonna believe this. This is insane. I'm okay so far, but this is no fucking joke. This is no joke. John, he knows I'm hiding. He knows so much so bad. Let's go to his house. So, just don't worry. Everything's gonna be okay. Everything's gonna be okay, right? Everything's okay.
runo bye tuwulira byali ku lukalu lwa Afrika okwaziirana amaziga abantu bafiirwa obulamu okwewuunya. Mbaddewo emyaka 10 naye mbadde sitabangako kineena. Amaka gaffe gonna gonna tekirina kye tugaziika.
It was intense fear watching the water come up our street and knowing we only had minutes to get out.
It was horrified. My trailer was shaking back and forth. I thought Andrew was terrible. This beats Andrew big time.
There are many people who do not have the resources to leave.
We have no choice but to survive. You know, like if we don't get up and get our family to safety, you know, the worst could happen. So we did it.
Outside. Poor grandma, Dee baby.
You left her that out a message. Yeah, I just said if we're gonna make it or not. It's all underwater. It's very sad. I know that there was people screaming for help and people still on roofs. We don't have a place to go.
Today, it was us who suffered. We were attacked by the climate Cerberus. It destroyed our homes, took our lives. But now, it's coming for you. Are you ready for its arrival?
Yabwe tutyo nga batulengeza ku mbeera ezibadde zigenda ne batuggyayo.
Řekněte mi, jak je to možné. Jak je možné, že trpíme klimatem? Tito lidé
mbaniriza nnyo abatuwuliriza amannya nze Cynthia Abito nga mbaniriza okutuwuliriza akawungezi k'olero era amagezi aliko ye Johnson Baltic ayogera eri abantu abava mu nsi ez'enjawulo abali mu kufa okuva mu nkyukakyuka y'obudde naye ng'ebintu ebisingawo tebali kubyogerako lwaki tebabituwulira. Tugenda kumala bbanga ki nga tusirika ng'ate tulaba abantu basaana era nga tumaze okulaba lipoota ebadde etulaga abantu ki kye bagenda okuyitamu mu bbanga ttono mu maaso mu myaka egiddako. Lwaki abantu batuleka mu nzikiza era abo abali mu buyinza oba abalina amaanyi oba abalina ssente be batunyaga era be batulimbalimba nga kubanga bafunamu. Lwaki nsasula n'enkubyamu olw'ettaala ate nga tekinologiya ebaddewo ezimbiddwawo enkono nti tufuniramu waffe abantu ba bulijjo oba omuntu wa wansi okuba ng'afuna amasannyalaze guno nti oba ebifuna biki bye tufunamu mu bya green energy era bannasayansi batulaze nga koze calculation nti emyaka gye tusigaza mitono kubanga tuba tetwekutteko ensi yaffe ejja kusaanawo. Waliwo kye bakoze okuwonya abantu mu biseera bino ebizibu. Sisoobera mu kifo okweyima ku bantu abo oba ebirimu okusana mwe temufa ku bantu temufa eri amazima ky'oba olaba temukiteekamu nnyo amaanyi naye temufaayo katulaye we munaakyusa tuni yammwe nga ekigudde bwebudde era obulamu bwammwe nammwe bujja kuba ng'obwaffe kubanga mujja kuba muyitamu ebyo byennyini naffe bye tuyitamu abantu bawansi.
Je jeden velký vícepodlažní dům. Rozpadá se, hoří a praská ve švech. A vy, kteří šplháte nahoru,
gwe ku sayidi yo mutugamba nti buli kimu kirungi kya bulimba waliwo bangi ffe abantu abangi oba abantu abawansi abalinga
gwe lowooza ku ky'onaagamba abantu abanaafiirwa buli kimu bw'onaabannyonnyola nti ebikolwa byonna byabadde bya bubbi nti obadde okola bukozesa
mbadde nsaba kanvunulo novunula after osobola okumyutinga microphone ndi mu kuvunula
kati nziramu esente zange ziriwa ndaga esente zange gy'ozikoleseza waliwo anaddamu ekibuuzo kyange sente zange mwazikolesezza ki ate zitaasizza ki mu bulamu bwange
a místo toho, abyste pozvedli lidi a vysvětlili jim příčinné souvislosti a to, co nás čeká, děláte nepochopitelné věci, idioti. Je mnoho seriózních lidí.
Waliwo abantu bangi abeetegereza ekigenda mu maaso n'embeera y'obudde era mubeerezaamu nga mwogera nti nsobiya
Kde první, kdo si oblekne plášť, je lékař a ostatní jsou
nsobi ya nsolo.
Lidé, pojďme zmoudřet.
Bantu mmwe leka tweyongere okubeera abagezi era tukule kubanga si ekyo tugenda lekera okubeerawo mu nsi. Era ffenna tulaba nti teri agenda kuddamu bibuuzo byange. Buli omu atidde muzukuka mu kiro nga mutidde era nga mutidde nti abantu bagenda bassa mu lwatu.
A jak nám zavřít ústa? Nejprve byla pandemie, teď děsíte jadernou válkou. To si vy géniové vůbec neuvědomujete, že jaderný úder vše jen urychlí. Je jasné, že by vám to hrálo do karet.
Nze ndaba nga kibeeramu ebyo by'oyagadde.
Co by nás berany utvrdilo v tom, abychom dál bečeli a vy nás stříhali.
Obuzibu buli nti ffenna tujja kufa era temufuna ssuubi kuba embeera y'obudde terina gwegenda taasa, terina gwegenda kusaasira. Nga bw'olaba ffenna tubeerawo obulamu bweyagaza era abakulembeze baffe bamanyi nga bwe basobola otereeza embeera y'obudde era lwaki yeffe balabe.
Some details of the fictitious CO2 fight just don't end up. The solution that we are talking about today is outside the brainwashed CO2 solution that we hear from every hole these days. CO2 scammers want to
ababbi baagala kukola essente nnyingi nnyo kuva mu kazannyo naye ate ne beerabira ekintu ekisinga obbeera eky'omugaso. Enkyukakyuka ezigenda mu maaso ku nsi eno okusinziira ku mbalirira mu lutalo lw'embeera y'obudde.
But catastrophic events are only growing. So who is stupid now? How did CO2 turn into a profitable business model, you ask? Once upon a
Bwali
time,
olwo
they thought
balowooza nti
that this was
kano kaali kazannyo ka bulijjo
every 1,000 to
kuba ate
8,000 years.
buli myaka
all
2
changes.
wabeerawo enkyukakyuka entono.
Cooling. Even it got colder. Then they
Olwo ne
noticed that
bategeera
the temperature on Earth began to rise. Scientists simply decided to make a profit hoping for a cool-off. Since they are so smart, they increased their funding for research, explaining that this is an anthropogenic human factor. This also allows
kino kikkiriza abakulembeze okukola essente n'okufuga abantu.
can dictate green energy propaganda, enslaving non-competitive countries with fines, carbon tax, and CO2 quota sales. As a result of our wonderful media being owned by a few big businesses, I believe this idea has spread
Nzikiriza nti endowooza eno yeeyongedde otambulira mu bantu era n'olwekyo tetubuuza bye basazeemu na ku lwekyo abasinga basirise era tebategeera ensente bazikozesa okusimba amayumba, okugula ennyonyi n'okugula ebizinga.
sponsored by us, the people.
Ye
They are very smart businesses
bantu bagezi nnyo
to profit from it greatly.
mu nsi ya
And
bizinesi.
to offer no promises to their sheep. Trillions of dollars have been spent on fighting a molecule in the air, while the real dangers of climate change are nowhere to be found. Scientists who care about true causes, as a result, they're shut down, made fun of, and lose the ability to be published in scientific or any other public-facing publications. They experience all the dirt and games of the consumerist format, the premium package deal. It's simply, as always,
Era nga kyangu
has been deliberately
ensi ebuzaabuziddwa mu kulowooza
climate change
nti tusobola
by reducing
okulwanyisa enkyukakyuka y'obudde
paying more in CO2 taxes. But
mu
there's a
mirembe gye tulina.
We are currently going through a 24,000-year cycle, and it won't disappear just because we are solving a problem.
Era nga tulowooza nti tusobola okukolera ne tutaasa obuzibu obubaddewo akadde akangi nnyo obw'enkyukakyuka y'obudde mu kadde akatono.
Not serve with empty solutions to a climate crisis. That our lives, the lives of our children and loved ones, are not protected by business models that government.
Era ng'obulamu bw'abagalwa baffe tebukuumiddwa bannabufuzi.
We forget and forgive. We start spreading this information about the true causes of climate change.
Tutandika nga bwe tusaasaanya enjigiriza ku nkyukakyuka y'obudde eri abaagala baffe ne buli omu gw'otumanyi.
Information from different people, sources, and platforms, then he or she is most likely to look into it further and maybe even do their own research.
Yeah, that's actually a very good advice. Thank you so much, Olga. Amazing speech. And yeah, if they follow your advice, then not only the neighbors, but even some scientists could really use this advice and make their research outside of their very narrow field that they usually concentrate on. And here's what they might discover for themselves. Since 1996, the very first prediction model made, and it was noticed that synchronous changes were happening not only on Earth, but on other planets as well. And it means that the it's more than a problem of one thing. On the scale of galaxies in space, our planet is not bigger than a grain of sand. on the beach. And there is very little about this space in general. So we have to unite.
Nga tulina okwegatta n'okusoma buli kimu. Bwe tugatta bannassaayansi tulina omukisa ogw'amaanyi ogw'okukola ku kizibu kino. Bwe tusigala nga twonoona akadde mu kulwanyisa kyukakyuka y'obudde, nga tulwanyisa obubbi ne bannabufuzi ne bannabizinesi, tuba twonoona akadde kangi. Leka tuwulire bannassaayansi kye balina okwogera ku kintu kino.
Anthropogenic global warming is a grandiose scientific scam of the 20th century.
The hockey stick graph, I took one look at this graph and smelled a rat.
Literally the greatest imaginable fraud.
This really is the most destructive conspiracy theory that has been invented on climate change.
It's like I woke up in the insane asylum and the patients have taken over. And taken over academia too.
Today, from every direction, we are being told all the time that man-made CO2 emissions are to blame for climate change.
When you repeat the same thing,
Bw'oddamu ekintu kye kimu buli lunaku,
taken for granted. In reality,
kitwalibwa ng'ekintu kya bulijjo.
someone benefits from it.
So this model of the anthropogenic origin of the current global warming and its threat to humanity is a myth. A separate question is, who needs this myth and for what purpose?
To fight CO2, they tell us to shut down plants and factories, stop heating our homes and filling our cars with gasoline. Stop eating meat and stop showering. We are also told that we should breathe less.
Batugamba n'otugamba nti tulekeraawo okusa ennyo, tulekeraawo okuzaala abaana, era tukendeeze ku bantu abali ku nsi. Era ku lwekyo tweyongera okusasula emisolo. Si kirungi. Temwagala kusasula musolo. Temunyumirwa osasula omusolo.
This unequal battle with CO2 has been going on.
Luno olutalo olutenkana lubadde lugenda mu maaso okumala emyaka 4. Naye nga ki ekivudde mu luno olutalo?
No measures have been successful.
Tewali mitendera
From one climate conference to
giyiseemu.
another, the level of CO2 in the atmosphere only continues to grow, completely ignoring all international rights and norms, as if we are paying for it to grow.
If you believe the story, the narrative, the
Bw'oba ng'okkiriza olugero,
that CO2 is going to kill the earth or kill us or whatever it's going to do, if you believe that story, then you will
bw'oba ng'okkiriza olugero, ojja kutya. Era omusango gujja kuba gukusinze.
These measures will not save
Kino emitendera tegijja kutaasa embeera y'obudde.
actually reducing CO2 emissions into the atmosphere. It has an impact on people and on your wallets. It will affect some of the freedoms that you'll be deprived of, but it won't budge the climate or the weather by even an inch.
Let's do some investigation.
Leka tukole mu
On what grounds
kunoonyereza.
are we being restricted and taxed? Do you know how much CO2 is actually contained in the atmosphere?
Carbon dioxide is a trace element. There's very, very little of it. There's only 40% CO2 in the atmosphere. Very little of it.
According to the official data, the level of CO2 is 400 ppm. What does this mean? ppm means parts per million. In other words, there are 4 molecules of CO2 for every 10,000 molecules of air in the atmosphere. But we are told that these molecules trap heat coming from the Earth and warm the atmosphere. But how can 4 molecules trap heat for 10,000 other molecules in the atmosphere? How can such tiny concentrations have any effect on the climate at all?
n'omwana w'essomero asobola okwetegereza tezisobola.
Small rise could not possibly cause any kind of climate change. It's close to nothing. You double nothing, you still have.
Lindako kateketeke. Si bantu bokka abongera carbon dioxide mu bbanga. Abantu bafulumya CO2 eyenkana ki?
CO2 concentrations since 1750 over the entire industrial era has been estimated by various researchers to be between 1% and 12%.
All of humanity is responsible for only
Abantu bonna balina obuvunaanyizibwa ku bitundu 5 ebya CO2 efulumizibwa mu bbanga. Ebisigadde byonna biva mu nnyanja ne ku ttaka.
0.03% of the natural CO2 was already in the atmosphere before the human contribution. Then the anthropogenic CO2 will be between 1 to 12 10,000ths of a percent of the total atmosphere. That means
Ekyo kitegeeza nti omuntu ayongeza molecules okuva ku kimu mpaka ku bukadde 2.
In the meantime, we are being robbed by carbon taxes and forced to reduce our already negligible concentrations of CO2. Even if we
ne bwe tulekeraawo factory zonna mu nsi yonna ne bwe tulekeraawo okussa
in a CO2 reduction of less than 1 ppm out of 400 ppm by 2050. Meanwhile, disasters are already destroying lives and entire countries for completely different reasons. CO2, let alone humans, has no effect on warming whatsoever.
There's no correlation at all between carbon dioxide and global warming. And we had a period of global cooling from about 1945 to 1980 during a time when CO2 was rising rapidly.
Mukadde CO2 bwe yali yeeyongedde okulinnya.
If you look at the data over the past 160 years, you will see that despite all the efforts of humankind to emit more CO2,
ku bantu byonna bye babadde bagezaako
whether
okukola.
to heat the atmosphere or cool it. Similarly, before the industrial age, the planet heated and cooled on its own without any help from humankind. What effect is CO2 having on global temperatures right in 2019? During the pandemic, humankind significantly reduced its CO2 emissions. The entire world was under quarantine. Plants and factories were shut down.
Ensi yonna yali
The air
eri
in
mu
cities
ggalo.
was cleared of exhaust fumes. However, the concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere continued to grow regardless of the quarantine.
Omuwendo gwa CO2 gwayongera okweyongera. Wandibadde waliwo omuggalo.
Stop using hydrocarbon fuels for some significant period, as we have 2 examples now, 2010 and now recently, then you should see likewise a change in that curve, a slowdown in the rate of rise. But this is not observed whatsoever.
The main orchestrator of atmospheric CO2 is the ocean.
How dare you?
Oyinza otya?
Since about 95% of the Earth's carbon dioxide is dissolved in its waters. When the ocean heats up, it releases CO2 into the atmosphere.
First comes change in the sea temperature. A little bit later, the land temperature red, and then about 1 year, 11 months or 10, 11 months, the carbon dioxide changes. And when temperature at the sea goes down, the carbon dioxide goes down 10, 11 months later.
In other words, the increase in carbon dioxide is a consequence of the heating, not its cause. And humanity has nothing to do with this process, nor does it have anything to do with climate change. But if CO2 increases naturally, it must intensify the greenhouse effect anyway, right? That is absolutely not the case. The most important greenhouse gas is water vapor, whose content in the atmosphere is 50 to 100 times more than all the CO2. And it is water vapor that creates up to 95% of the greenhouse effect. In other words, the content of water vapor in the atmosphere, on average, is 5,000 times higher than the content of anthropogenic carbon dioxide. So the greenhouse effect of CO2 is extremely low. Is there one at all? According to theoretical calculations, the increase of CO2 in the atmosphere has a cooling effect.
Everybody says, well, greenhouse gases are warming the atmosphere. But no, they're not. It's quite clear that greenhouse gases.
70% of Earth's cooling is caused by infrared active gases. And now we can ask a million-dollar question. What is another name for infrared active gases? It's the greenhouse gases.
Some colleagues, I have done experiments to see if CO2 can heat or carry heat. So we have built small greenhouses and tried to heat it by the sun outside or inside with artificial heating. We were able to show that carbon dioxide stops radiation, but we were not able to show any heating.
This experiment showed that increasing the concentration of CO2 only slows down the heating of the atmosphere. And another question remains. Why are natural sources emitting more and more CO2 today? Ice cores from the last pre-industrial 100,000 years, when there were no cars or factories, contain CO2 concentrations that are well over today's ppm. For example, between 700 and 2,500 ppm.
In the ice cores, they say, well, there's a higher concentration of CO2.
For some unknown reason, however, these data began to disappear from the articles in 1985, which strangely coincided with the establishment of the advisory group that later became the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Our planet is currently going through a period of global climatic catastrophes occurring cyclically every 12,000 years. During this period, due to the changes within the planet, volcanoes and earthquakes become more active, causing magma to ascend and the ocean to heat up enormously. Heating of the deep ocean, awakening volcanoes are causing the concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere to increase rapidly, and this happens every 12,000 years.
This is an IQ test. If you're too stupid to understand this, you're thoroughly brainwashed by governments that think global warming is caused by your car, your hibachi, you breathing too much, and cow farts. You're too stupid for this discussion at all. You're going to become like the dinosaurs, extinct, and you should be. You're too stupid to survive.
It's time to ask every lying scientist, where to and why was our money unreasonably spent? Why was our money wasted to the wind? If this was a false theory, then why did they shut the mouths of honest scientists? While they are creating an illusion of fighting with a negligible amount of CO2, millions of people are dying, cities are being destroyed, and the number of climate refugees is growing. And we are fast approaching the collapse of the planet because of the 12,000-year cycle. And due to our carelessness, the only way to escape the escalating disasters for us is to unite in order to build the creative society. Only together can we create a better world for our children and save billions of human lives. Our future depends on each and every one of us.
What an amazing video. As you have just seen, the theory of human-made climate change is a proven fake. Just like the weapon of mass destruction in Iraq, we have been brainwashed of the enemy, and we must sacrifice our well-being and trillions of dollars to fight that enemy. The Paris Accords and the Kyoto Protocol require that, and those two documents were signed based on one single piece of supposedly scientific evidence, which turned out to be just as fake as Colin Powell's tube in the United Nations building. The hockey stick graph has given an unemployed, mediocre scientist a warm place under the sun, a job at the United Nations, a professorship at the University of Pennsylvania, and millions of dollars in research, the main result of which is to completely discredit climate science, as the Wall Street Journal wrote about him. The graph is a proven fake. It is the result of deliberate manipulation and the usage of unsuitable data, which is deliberately wrong for such reconstructions. The IPCC leadership at the United Nations was well aware that this graph contradicts not only the entire history of
aba United Nations bakakasa nti
from other scientists,
bino ebyali bizuuliddwa byali tebikwatagana era baali bakyusizza bye baali banoonyerezaako okubuzaabuza buli omu n'ababakola amateeka. Era baategeera nti baali balimbiddwa.
To appease the public. The only result of this was just a mild slip on the wrist for the fraudsters. The authors of the fake graph were merely admonished and advised to improve their behavior in the future. And not one
Era tewaaliwo kunoonyereza nakumu kwali kulaga nti obukulembeze bwa ICC bwaliwo.
Data from the reports which contradicted the theory of anthropogenic CO2 climate change. Literally, it was made not to delude the
kyakolebwa obutabuzaabuza bubaka.
The campaign was launched by a group of corrupt scientists to discredit anyone whose opinion was at odds with the theory of the hockey stick. Everything was used, from blocking publications and intimidating journal editors to slander and firing.
Era ku lw'ekyo n'abo abantu abaali bafa ku bitibwa byabwe essente nnyingi nnyo zoononeddwa mu kadde kangi.
Mark Stein's book, A Disgrace to the Profession, contains hundreds of quotes from PhDs, professors, and Nobel laureates who openly ridicule the hockey stick-shaped graphs as a cheap rate. Canadian climatologist
Munnakanada ttiimu yagamba nti abafeere nga bano bandiweereddwa ebifo si mu bifo nga bino naye ate mukomera. Ye n'omuwandiisi w'ekitabo baagala buli mufeere yenna okusibwa.
Even though all the scientists discuss it openly among themselves, only a few stated from the
Ankubadde bannassaayansi babinyumyako bokka na bokka.
to a wave of bullying and the stigma of climate denial, when you can just quietly continue to receive your grants and wear a title of a respected scientist.
Naye ate ng'aweebwa ekitiibwa.
Those same grant eaters, those
aba
who
abeewa
praise
ekitiibwa.
themselves, write each other positive reviews and pin awards on each other. And what is in it for
Kati ffe ng'olwo tufuniramu wa? Ffe tufunamu ki mu ssaayansi ng'oyo? Abo abeeyita bannassaayansi ab'ensi teeka baali bafeere era nga boogera boogezi era nga tewaliwo kintu kyonna mu bunnassaayansi era nga temwali mu kintu kyonna kya ssaayansi naye ate tebali kuseka kati okuba nabo baali bageza ekimala kwetegereza nti kino kyali kintu abantu kye bali okubonaabona nakyo kati.
And it is scary because not only the truth reached the worst representatives of the science, but because we have nothing to contradict this with. The number of cataclysms increases each year. The real problem, cyclical climate change, is studied only by a few who are telling the truth. And most of the money spent on this mythical fight against CO2, those money would be enough to actually solve a lot of real problems.
Sente zandikozesebwa
These are the facts that many have now begun to
kutaasa ebizibu bingi.
But the problem is that we must find a way to counteract the climate and survive as a humanity. Our knowledge
Amagezi gaffe leero tegamala kuyimiriza ebizibu by'enkyukakyuka y'obudde.
Otherwise, it will destroy the whole world.
Nanga si ekyo kigenda kwonoona ensi yonna.
And now more than ever, we need to stop this bickering and stop fighting for the interest of individuals and corporations.
tulina okulekeraawo okulwana era ne twegatta.
That the consumerist format has outlived itself and that the current system is unsustainable. There is no format of the society that corresponds with what is needed right now, except for the creative society format. Everyone wants to live in the creative society.
Buli omu ayagala beera mu creative society.
Conducted by volunteers, participants from all over the world, millions of surveys around the globe, and it shows everyone wants to live in the creative society. We don't have time.
Tulina kadde emizannyo gy'ebyobufuzi.
Look around us. We have 14 years
Tulina emyaka nga 14 egisigadde.
It is uncertain that we will even have those 14 years. The mathematical model is not flawless either. It is based on current progressions, but accelerating factors can add up, and the time can be significantly reduced. It is only a few nuclear explosions that would be enough to accelerate it dramatically.
Nga waliwo omukisa gw'abantu obutafa ne babeerawo era tulina otwala ogwo omukisa. Era bwe tuba nga twagala kubaawo baana baffe nabo babeewo tulina okukyusa enkola eno.
Most brilliant people in this world. We will be able to gather them, all the scientific potential at one table and provide them with everything necessary to do their job, to do a really good work. And this is the only format in which we can create the best conditions for their comfortable work in the creative society. The consumer, anyway, but the question is, will we end with it?
Ekibuuzo kiri nti tujja kukomekereza naye.
Over this enslavement system of the mind and remember it only as a terrible past. The choice is up to us, each one of us. And now, it is my pleasure to pass the floor to Dr. Arthur Vitorito, who has been actively involved in research and climate change his entire academic career. And he came up with a hypothesis that geothermal heat is a significant driver of climate change.
I'm Mark Vitorito, professor of physical geography. The anthropogenic origins of this, of course, have been seriously questioned by a number of folks who are actively researching in this area. But in many respects, we have been closed out of the discussion. And the way that they've closed us out is we've been silenced. We have been discredited. Our work has been ignored, or we have been denied access to publication. I can start with my own experience with this. The first paper I did on this, which was 8 years ago, was rejected by 9 journals. I sent my research to 9 quote-unquote top-tier journals. 5 of the 9 journals wouldn't even review it. The editor-in-chief dismissed them right out of hand and said, this doesn't fall within the scope of our journal. One of them actually said, I don't know if you know this, but what's really driving global warming now has nothing to do with volcanic activity or anything that you said in your paper. It's all caused by carbon dioxide. You need to read the literature. That was rather unfortunate. That is one way that they try to silence the opposition. Of course, they also get involved in ad hominem attacks, and we have been somewhat, castigated and cut out of the discussion. This is how it works. There have been professional and personal attacks on
wabaddewo okulumbagana okutali kumu na kumu.
One researcher had his office shot up. I was at a conference and he brought photographs of gunshot marks on the side of his building. I know of another prominent climatologist was pretty much as the chair of a major department because she said that she had had enough with the harassment and the abuse that she was getting from colleagues and from the administration. There's other climate people have been sued to question
abantu basibiddwa
regardless of whether or not you got involved in ad hominem attacks or if you attacked their research, they in turn would be sued. So there has been active suppression of this information, and it's really kind of sad. So yeah, careers can be made or broken on the strength of these things. If you're not playing the right game, you can be asked to leave. The subject of climate change is a highly complex, multidisciplinary pursuit. It involves elements and dynamics of geophysics. It looks at plate tectonics. Oceanography is involved in this. Volcanologists should be involved in this. Climate scientists should be involved in this. And these multidisciplinary approaches are, in many respects, not welcome. They are poorly regarded. The research teams that are necessary to do this kind of research need to be large and bring in many different areas of expertise and aren't interested in funding this kind of research. So it's sort of interesting how the glaciologists, for example, don't talk to the volcanologists, and the volcanologists don't talk to the atmospheric scientists. And what you have here is this large array of specialists who really can't talk to each other. In some instances, they can't because they don't understand what's going on in the other fields. But at the same time, they don't want to. I think it's critically important to set up these what I would call multidisciplinary teams. In addition to that, I think it's important that if somebody wants to study climate science, they have to gather expertise in a lot of different geophysical disciplines.
Thank you, Professor Pedrito. Blaming CO2 for climate change is a scam of the century. As you have heard, if anyone speaks against this narrative, the individual faces consequences in today's present society if the truth is suppressed. Here's an experience that I have gone through after presenting the report for Rotary last month. Rotary is a great organization. They have real heroes.
balina abazira aba bulijjo ebikolwa byabwe nga birabirako nnyo.
But among them are also those hiding in the shadows and exploiting Rotary's name in their own interest.
Era leero njagala kwogera
disgraceful
ku
individuals
bikolwa
in
byabwe.
their organization. About a week after the Rotary report was published, an individual, let's call this person Karen, from the environmental sustainability
Okuva mu Environmental Sustainability Group yansindikira obubaka.
damage control after Rotary caught by climate disinformation scam. Your staff involved. In short, she disagreed with the views in the report and wrote this unethical, disturbing message behind my back, hoping that my employer would take a punitive actions. To make a case, Karen from Rotary accused a creative society, use a Rotary's name, tricked a past president to boost attendance and credibility of the event where climate change disinformation was presented. And that creative society tends to trick people, referencing a BBC smear article. In addition, Karen asked whether my employer is aware of my participation in this event and asked how they will address this disinformation campaign because she stated that it would reflect not well on my organization. After reading this email with such twisted lies, I even questioned myself if I did something wrong. I didn't even know what the consequences would be. What should I expect from my employer?
Naafiirwa omulimu gwange. Naliisa ab'ewaka. Kati nga kayiseewo nayitibwa.
I confirmed that I presented a report. The report about the recent progressions of natural disasters and the true causes of climate change, not the anthropogenic theory. I stated that are my views and I
Abagamba nti eno engeri gye nali ndaba ebintu era nali sigenda kuzzaayo bigambo byange.
that my voice appeared to be dubbed as my mouth movements or body were not aligned with the sound and that my image could have been hijacked. She questioned whether I was a willing participant. In fact, in addition, offered a plan to back out. I just had to say my image was hijacked or it wasn't me. The ugly side of the story, offered him a way out. It reminds me of the story with the 30 pieces of silver. And we all know how that ended. I think Karen very likely used this type of
ndowooza Karen yali akozesa obukodyo buno obudde obw'emabega yamukokola bw'atyo yagezaako okwonoona lipooti yonna.
And this scheme was probably effective. If you say something against her opinion, even if the truth is spoken, so that the next time you will not open your mouth and others will stay silent. To be clear, I am a participant of the Creative Society. I myself, on behalf of the Creative Society, invited Rotary Atlanta, presented the report. Now, the main purpose of her attack. Karen disagreed with the true causes of climate change. Therefore, she called us climate deniers and wrote the Creative Society is spreading disinformation, fusion by denying contribution of fossil fuels to anthropogenic climate change. They insist that volcanic activity, not anthropogenic CO2, is responsible for climate change. So any money spent to reduce CO2 emissions is wasted. In fact, after the report, Rotary members also started to question why they're not involved in studying the true causes of the climate change and if the existing climate programs should be re-evaluated. Clearly, her interest and programs of her sustainability group in Rotary were hurt, since the report did not support blaming CO2 for climate change. And because her agenda was threatened, Karen threw a fuss in Rotary, then wrote lies in nasty emails to pull strings in secret, just to push through her own interests. Sadly, many people probably look up to her as she has served as a public speaker, a Rotary's ambassador. Yet what kind of character did she display? It isn't ethical to quietly pull strings through my employer. Should an individual's freedom of speech be threatened?
Eddembe ly'omuntu okwogera lyandiikiddwawo oludda olulala bwe lugaana.
Were Karen's actions coordinated with the Rotary's club? There are undoubtedly Rotary members, such as the one who spoke today, who would make their name proud. But unfortunately, there are also self-serving,
naye ate Karen alaze nti mu Rotary mulimu abantu abeefaako bokka.
regardless of anything about facts or even about the future of humanity.
Ebikolwa bya Karen mu Rotary biraze oludda olubi
And millions of people
mu
are hearing
Rotary.
this in 150 languages now.
Ate tweyanze Mukama.
My employer has good people and provided an opportunity to respond to these shameful lies. I stood firm, explained my position, and they respected my views. I'm proud to work for my organization and appreciate the wonderful leadership who treats employees as humans and do not follow the lead of such bullies. It is worth noting the broader implication of this incident.
Ndi muntu wa bulijjo ayogera mu lwatu.
Didn't like the message, it hurt someone's personal interest, and look what has happened to me. Intimidation and threats to my
Okutiisatiisibwa.
And this has happened in a country where freedom of speech is supposed to be guaranteed. Note that I presented not an opinion, but finding from research, facts, and data analysis from top scientists on a very serious topic. In this environment, with so much meanness and such violent characters as Karen, why would any true scientist speak the truth in public? Many have indeed been threatened, ostracized, and forced to be silent for a very long time on the disinformation of blaming CO2 for climate change. With us are scientists, thousands of the smartest people on the planet, enduring, faithful to all humankind, defending the future of every person to the last. But like Karen, they are unfortunately forced to hide, and we speak on their behalf. Otherwise, as it was to me, dirt and threats will be thrown, and they will not be able to search. You will be surprised how big some of the names are. And people like Karen did ask for their names. Why? To deal with science or climate? No, so that they would deal with true scientists in the same way as they did with me. As a result, lies are tolerated and presented as truth, and the truth cannot be heard. It's painful to see what is happening, but sadly, this is a pattern that we commonly see in the current format of society. We have
tulina emirimu egy'amaanyi mu maaso, tetulina kadde kamala.
The report highlighted the impending cataclysms which are caused by the changes in the Earth's core. Unfortunately, scientists are not working to explore the real causes of
Bannasayansi tebali kukola ku kintu ekirina okutaasa enkyukakyuka y'obudde.
People who are voicing the truth for the sake of personal interest or money. Is money, which will be worthless in a few years, more important than our survival as humanity? Scientists should not be spending efforts on adapting, earning, deceiving, and manipulating facts.
Bandibadde baddemba okuzuula
And right now, the
era
efficiency
kati
of scientists is
butuukirizibu bwa
important to
science.
survive the next decade. We need a society that is united by a common goal, that is to survive, to value human life, so that the truth can be voiced and where appropriate technologies can be developed. In
More
the
creative society.
The truth will sound openly as it sounds at this forum in front of millions of people. When there is a deliberate lie, as it was in Karen's email to push her self-interest, we will tell the truth, and everyone will
Tujja kwogera amazima era buli omu ajja kuwulira.
The interests of individuals will not prevail over those of all humankind.
Kino bwe kirina okubeera.
Such meanness and dirt will not be thrown at truth. And this is how science.
Era eno y'engeri science gy'enaabeerawo era abantu ne babeerawo nabo mu bukunze. Twanziza nnyo John. Eno y'ensonga lwaki abantu batono bamanyi kye twogerako. Buli omu amanyi naye tebamanyi ekiri obbaawo ku nsi yaffe. Ku mutimbagano guno tugenda yisaamu obubaka nti biboogera byonna birina okuba buli wamu.
We have no access to the world's media, through which vital information can be disseminated quickly.
Tulina ngeri gye tusobola kutambuzaamu obubaka buno mu nsi yonna mangu. Naye oba nga weetegereza omugaso gw'ensonga eno, gabana mutimbagano guno ne buli omu. Kubanga osobola ofuna omutimbagano guno ku ssimu, ku radio, ku TV, gabana ne banno. Naye ng'ebikolwa byaffe byonoonye enkolwa y'ensi. Era ku lw'ekyo kadde kano tekijja soboka okusigaza enkola eno. Lwaki kati ensi yaffe tegenda kusigalawo ku bintu bino byonna ebijja bibaawo? Nesiimye okubanjulira omwogezi waffe addako, Alexander ne Anna.
Who will present a report presented by an international team of scientists and independent researchers of the Creative Society project.
Nesiimye okubeera wano ku mutimbagano guno ogw'ensi yonna.
Hello, friends. Yes, the crucial information for the whole of humanity is being revealed.
Kye tuwulidde leero ku mutimbagano kitiisa.
Математическая модель нарастания климатических катастроф не оставляет сомнений в том, что необходимо предпринять срочные меры. И в прошлые циклы планета также переживала серьезные климатические потрясения.
Ensi yali erina enkyukakyuka mu nkola y'obudde eyaleetiisa, naye abantu beeyongera okubeerawo. Naye ate kati lwaki tugamba nti ensi tegenda kuyita ku nkola eddaka eno? Ki ekikyuse? Ki ekyataasa ensi okubeerawo emabegako ekitaliiwo kati?
Которая формировалась на протяжении всей истории Земли. И именно в ней заложены компенсаторные механизмы, способные демонстрировать, то есть смягчать последствия космического воздействия. И одним из таких смягчающих механизмов является экосистема океана. Например, Большой барьер 25 миллионов лет. Сколько циклов катаклизмов он пережил. Но именно сейчас ученые говорят о том, что
kati abanoonyerezi bagamba nti tewali ngeri yonna gye tusobola ottaasaamu ensi.
от штормов и тайфунов, смягчает силу цунами. Он также является домом для животных-фильтраторов, которые в течение 5 лет способны профильтровать весь объем Тихого океана. Исчезновение рифов нарушает целостность экосистемы всего океана, потому что все на нашей планете взаимосвязано, и разрушение даже одной части приводит к дисбалансу всей системы. И это лишь один пример компенсаторного механизма. Но мы сами
Kino kyakulabirako kimu newankubadde waliwo ebyokulabirako bingi.
и лишили ее возможности противостоять климатической угрозе. Это и есть реальный антропогенный фактор. Я предлагаю посмотреть видео, которое подготовила международная команда волонтеров проекта «Созидательное общество». В нем собраны факты.
Erimu ebyokulabirako ebiraga ng'ebikolabira nti bwe bitawaanyizza enkola y'ensi kigenda ogireetera okusaanawo.
Our planet is approaching the peak of the cycle of cataclysms, which happens every 12,000 years. Every 24,000 years, the cycle is more destructive, and the Earth had already passed through it more than once thanks to the compensatory mechanisms laid down by nature. But now we are threatened with total annihilation.
Kiki ekikyuse?
Why are these mechanisms no longer
Lwaki
working?
enkola zino tezikyakola nga bwe zaali zikola?
Ocean.
Ennyanja.
The ocean covers 70% of the Earth's surface and is the regulator of the Earth's weather processes. But why is it unable to cope with its functions today?
Naye lwaki tekyakola nga bwe yali ekola leero?
Cosmic radiation affecting the Earth at the peak of the cycle causes changes in the planet's core and results in the ascent of magma. This, in turn, rapidly heats the ocean from the bottom up, leading to catastrophic consequences. Even today, the frequency and severity of typhoons, tornadoes, and floods have increased. The heating of the ocean kills both phytoplankton, which produces up to 80% of the planet's oxygen, and coral reefs, which protect coastal areas from severe storms. The death of corals contributes to the mass extinction of ocean flora and fauna. It's the result of global climate change. And humans are further accelerating the death of the ocean by polluting it with oil and petroleum products, sewage, chemicals, mercury and other heavy metals, radioactive waste and plastics. Every year, as a result of spills from tank vessels alone, over 10,000 tons of oil get into the world oceans. That's besides 730 million tons of wastewater and about 14 million tons of plastic
buli mwaka
waste.
tulaba nti ebintu bingi
Today, as much
ebikyafu
as
biyingira
88%
ennyanja.
of the surface of the world oceans is already polluted, and this process keeps escalating steadily, turning the oceans into a toxic solution. In order to neutralize chemical pollution, oxygen is needed. As a result, in areas with high concentrations of pollutants, the oceans not only stop releasing oxygen, but also stop absorbing it.
Ebibira.
Because of climate change, abnormally high temperatures, prolonged dry periods, increased number of lightning strikes, and degassing from the Earth's interior, the number of devastating wildfires is increasing, causing massive forest loss. Meanwhile, we ourselves are cutting down forests at a catastrophic rate. According to UN estimates, 10 million hectares of forests are lost annually as a result of human activity. This further exacerbates the climate crisis. After all, forests have unique properties that can normalize the ecosystem. Forests are a natural barrier to storm winds and hurricanes, reducing their destructive power. Mangrove forests protect coastlines from tsunamis. But more than 30% of this type of forest has already been lost due to human activities. The root system of trees also absorbs moisture and keeps it inside the soil. This is especially important for the planet during the deformation of the Earth's crust, when water escapes deep into the Earth through small cracks and fractures. At the same time, there is an increase in the number of heavy rainfalls. If there is no forest, the arid areas become even drier, and where it rains, the moisture is not absorbed into the ground. Water flows erode the soil and overflow riverbeds, exacerbating landslides and floods. We see examples of this in areas of the Amazon. By our actions, we are exacerbating the destructiveness of natural disasters. Lithosphere. Every second, 128,000 cubic meters of natural gas are pumped out of the Earth's interior. 240 tons of hard coal are mined, and 141,000 liters of oil are extracted. Extraction of minerals, construction of large water reservoirs, technological explosions, and explosions during the testing of new types of weapons create cavities and voids and disrupt the integrity of rock, making it more fragile and prone to cracking, fracturing, and land collapses. These impacts can cause crustal shells to fracture, according to Griffith's model, which states that even microcracks in a material can cause its complete failure under certain stresses. And all this is at a time when, due to cyclic changes, magma pressure on the Earth's crust is increasing. The frequency and strength of earthquakes are increasing, while earth faults and land collapses are growing. Atmosphere. The atmosphere protects all life on the planet from cosmic radiation, saturates the air with vital oxygen, maintains the global water cycle, and keeps the Earth's surface temperatures at a comfortable level. Its ozone layer serves as a filter against ultraviolet radiation from the sun. But due to a cataclysmic cycle of 12,000 years, atmospheric functions are disrupted. The increase in planetary degassing the ozone layer and chemical contamination further exacerbates the ongoing processes. According to a study published in the PNAS journal, iodine, which is present in anthropogenic emissions, has a destructive effect on the Earth's ozone layer and slows its regeneration. Short-lived compounds such as dichloromethane also deplete ozone. Fuel combustion in space missions and space debris reduce the protective functions of the atmosphere. Ecology is the immunity of the planet, and defense mechanisms only work when immunity is strong. But we humans have violent integrity of the ecosystem, and therefore compensatory mechanisms no longer work. In this state, our planet is unable to survive the peak of cataclysms. We need time to restore the ecology, and that's something we don't have. We no longer have time for disagreement, for enmity with each other, or for the consumerist format of society. Because climatic cataclysms are escalating, and we are only a few years away from their peak. If we want to survive,
tubanga twagala bbaawo abantu balina okwegatta kukuuma obulamu. Kino kisoboka mu creative society.
Resource related and human potential will be focused on solving the main task. Care about
Bw'oba ng'ofaayo ku ntuuko yo n'entuuko y'ensi yaffe nga bano obubaka ku creative society.
Save the planet.
Taasa ensi.
Support the creative society.
Мы своими действиями так измучили планету, что ее защитные функции не включают. Поэтому мы входим в
Y'ensonga lwaki tuli kuyingira mu nkola y'okwonoonebwa kw'embeera y'obudde.
каждый год мы сбрасываем
Buli mwaka tusuula ekisukka mu buwumbi 2
пластикового мусора
mu nnyanja.
за один год всех людей Земли и составляет около 300 миллионов тонн. А 90% пластиковых отходов не утилизируются, а накапливаются и отравляют планету. Сегодня на планете существует 36 мегаполисов, и количество их постоянно растет. Только представьте, на 1% поверхности планеты живет почти половина населения Земли. И все это создает огромную точечную нагрузку на экосферу.
Bino byonna byongera obuzito ku nsi era byeyongera okwonoonebwa musingi gw'ensi.
Это приведет к нарушению циркуляции крови и, как следствие, к появлению повреждений и отмиранию тканей, то есть к некрозу. Тоже происходит и с нашей планетой. И одновременно с этим мы потеряли треть лесного
Akadde ke kamu tufiiriddwa ekitundu kimu ku 3 eby'emiti. Tusala emiti kyenkanidde ku kisaawe kimu buli katikitiki.
выработку кислорода. Они смягчают климатических изменений. Они являются домом для животных. Но каждый день 137 различных видов
Kano ge maka g'ensolo.
исчезают из-за глобальной утраты лесов.
Era ebinyonyi n'ebimu ku bibala bibula olw'okusala emiti gino.
Cause the so-called domino effect.
when the chains of interconnections are destroyed. We have no idea how everything is interconnected in the nature. I will give you a
genda bawa ekyokulabirako ekyangu.
in the ground. Do you know that if these worms
Omanyi nti singa
we will live for 2 years.
ebintu bino bibula,
Another example, mosquitoes. Many of us thought that it would be great.
kyandibadde kirungi singa byonna bibula, naye singa kibaako myaka 4 ekisinga, ffenna tugenda kuggwaawo, tugenda kubula tuggweewo.
Throughout its life, look like everything depends on each other in this world. If something is disrupted on one part on the planet, this is surely reflected to the whole world. The world is one. We are in one boat.
Ensi eri kintu kimu era ffenna tuli mu lyato lyerimu. Emyaka 5 emabega
экологи на конференции ООН в Стокгольме говорили, если сегодня мы ничего не предпримем, будет экологический.
bannasayansi bagamba nti singa tetubaako kye tukola, ensi egenda kuggwaawo.
Только ухудшилась. Мы входим в цикл 24-летний климатических разрушений, абсолютно разрушенной экосистемы. Численность диких животных за эти 50 лет
Ennamba y'ensolo ekkiridde ebitundu 7 ku 10 mu myaka 10 egiyise. Mu myaka 10 egiyise tufiiriddwa ennamba ennene ennyo ey'ensolo.
вымирания видов. А ведь от состояния экологии зависит то, как планета противостоит внешним угрозам. Потому что Земля – это саморегулирующийся организм, и в ней все процессы взаимосвязаны.
One of the most obvious facts that the planet is undergoing inevitable changes is that animals are beginning to behave abnormally. They lose the ability to navigate in space.
Ebinyonyi tebikyabuuka bulungi, bigwa bugwe okuva mu bbanga.
Taking their own lives. Could animals really go against their strongest instinct, the instinct of self-preservation? They're not suicidal. It can be real. It happens because of the North magnetic pole drift, magnetic anomalies, the gassing of the subsoil, and increased seismic activity.
Wandibadde weebuuza
And other environmentalists talking
lwaki abalala tebali kwogera ku kintu kino.
Just like in ecology, there is no comprehensive study of the problem.
Naye kino kiri lwakuba nti abantu abasinga tebakirowoozaako nnyo oba tebakisomyeko nnyo.
All climatic cataclysms and natural anomalies is linked to the instability of the core and the magnetic field. Another vivid example
Ekyokulabirako ekirala
occur at the ocean depths is the numerous cases of deep sea fish strandings. Giant oarfish, usually living at the depths up to 1,000 meters, comes to the surface and is a predator of earthquakes and tsunamis. For instance, they surfaced shortly before the tsunami and earthquake near Fukushima, Japan.
Ekyokulabirako
The
kiri mu
frequency of
ggwanga
their
lya
stranding
Japan.
since 1995 has increased dramatically. Because of changes in the core, the geophysical parameters of the planet change as well. Magma comes
Olw'enkyukakyuka mu musingi gw'ensi, magma oba omuliro gwalabe okuba nga guvaayo mu nsi nga gujja ku
As a
ngolo.
result of warming, methane and CO2 are emitted. So as temperature rise, the ocean starts emitting CO2. Swamps also start emitting CO2 and other dangerous combination of gases instead of working as natural filter. And the most interesting thing is that even this small amount of forests that we still haven't been able to cut down are now also functioning in a different way. They have started to emit more CO2 than they absorb.
Bannasayansi basanze era ne bawandiika nti n'emiti emitono egisigaddewo tegikyafulumya wabula nga gisika kusinga bwe gyali gikola.
It's our planet's response to impacts. Contrary to popular beliefs, CO2 does not heat the atmosphere, it cools it. It's just physics. And there is another important point. Where does the CO2 flow to? Into the atmosphere. The lower layers of the atmosphere heat up, the upper layers cool down. As a result of the temperature difference, the atmosphere condenses. In other words, kind of a barrier, a bumper sticker. This is one of the planet's protective functions.
Bino byonna byakulabirako ebyenjawulo.
Climate change. I would like to emphasize that it's very important to look at processes on Earth in an interdisciplinary way, meaning holistically. It's necessary
Nti kyetaagisa bannassaayansi okwewuliriza era ne bagaba n'amagezi mu kutaasa ensi era ne bamalawo ebizibu bye tuli okuyitamu.
Everyone researches their own specific field, and they don't notice anything outside of it. So there is no comprehensive view. The problem is that science now does not work for the benefit of
Kizibu kiri
society.
nti sayansi tekyakola kutaasa nsi.
Seekers and plagiarists. They report only what is beneficial to certain individuals. And the best minds, unknown to the general public, work for the military industry. In order for science to serve society, we need to give scientists back their freedom of action and let them out of secret design bureaus. This is only possible.
Kino kisoboka mu creative society yokka.
Экосистема – это иммунитет планеты, а климатические циклы – это та же эпидемия. И чем крепче иммунитет, тем легче и быстрее происходит процесс выздоровления. Это как вирус, убивает не он, а
Kiringa kiwuka era nga si kiwuka ekitta naye ng'ebivaamu mu kiwuka.
причиной климатических изменений. Она является причиной осложнений. И в прошлые циклы ситуация с экологией была намного лучше, чем сейчас. И биологические исследования это подтверждают. Да, планету трясло. Да, было нечем дышать. Но люди выжили. А сейчас
Wali tewaliwo kyakosa era ng'ennyanja yali buli wamu naye abantu baawona.
Люди, которые искренне стремятся спасти планету. Они выходят на митинги, они проводят различные акции, сортируют мусор, ограничивают свой комфорт ради общего блага. И мне до слез обидно, что все эти действия ни к чему не приведут. В потребительском обществе корпорации умело манипулируют искренним стремлением людей, используют их в своих целях, превращая экоактивистов в экотеррористов. Они подстрекают людей к террористическим актам и вандализму, чтобы привлечь внимание общественности, собрать побольше средств. Подстрекают людей
Abantu bakakibwa okukola emisango.
будь то приклеивание рук к произведениям искусства, задержка движения транспорта или вмешательство в жизнь простых людей. К сожалению, нередко целью активистов является не защита окружающей среды, а конкретные материальные выгоды. Не зафиксированы случаи, когда
Wabaddewo emisango kampani we zirwanirwa obutale.
против своих конкурентов. Фактически, экоактивизм превратился из реального движения по спасению планеты в банальную экстремистскую организацию. Внимание людей уводят от истинной причины происходящих изменений и лишают нас возможности противостоять истинной угрозе. Мы не говорим о том, что проблемы экологии
Tetugamba nti ebizibu by'ensi tebirina kukolebwako.
правильно расставить приоритет.
Ate era kya mugaso okukola
Смертельно больному человеку
eby'omugaso
выздороветь,
okusooka.
ему накрасить губы, приклеить ресницы или сделать косметические процедуры. Наша планета и есть этот тяжело больной человек. И первостепенно справиться с основной угрозой – климатом. Оказать противодействие всем внешним процессам, разрушающим нашу планету. А уже после
Era oluvannyuma lw'ekyo
этого
tusobola okuzzaawo obulungi bw'ensi.
в потребительском формате общества. И будем каждый в отдельности спасать свой кусок земли. То все, что нам останется, это в ближайшие 5-6
Kino kye tulina okukola mu myaka 5 oba 6 egiddako. Kwe kwetegereza tulabe engeri ensi yaffe bw'eggwawo. era naffe bwe tugifiiramu. Tulina okukwataganira wamu era tulina okukola kati. Enkyukakyuka y'obudde kankiddemu n'emyaka 10 tetugiweza. Ensi egenda kuggwawo ku lwa hydraulic impact mu 2036.
Тенденция нарастания, она очень стремительная, а защитные механизмы планеты настолько разрушены, что мы погибнем намного раньше, чем гидроудар. И у нас нет времени.
Tetulina kadde oba tekinologiya ey'okutaasa kino mu kadde akatono. Ate tetulina kadde kakutereeza ntegeka zaffe.
Организаций, занятых спасением отдельных видов экосистем или животных. Одни спасают панд, другие леса Амазонки, третьи дельфинов и китов, а другие никого не спасают, а только борются с техническим прогрессом. Если мы будем тянуть повозку в разные стороны, то она не сдвинется с места. Не безразлично.
Tulina okukwatagana tutandika okukolerera ekintu kyekimu okutaasa okubaawo kw'omuntu. Era kino tukikola nga tuyitira mu Creative Society. Nga tuli wamu lwokka bwe tunaasobola okutaasa embeera y'enkyukakyuka y'obudde.
Самым почетным занятием станет спасение экологии нашей планеты. В созидательном формате общества наши действия принесут реальный результат.
Mu Creative Society ebikolwa byaffe bijja kuleetera enkyukakyuka eya ddala.
И сейчас я рада представить Елену Севрякову, доктора технических наук, профессор перспективных материалов и технологий Национального исследовательского университета Московского института электронной техники. Елена, вам слово.
Спасибо за предоставленную возможность быть сегодня с вами. Я занимаюсь вопросами техногенной безопасности, экологических рисков, в том числе климатологии Земли более 15 лет в России. Подтверждением тому служат мои многочисленные опубликованные труды, основанные на данных наблюдения наземного и спутникового мониторинга. В своей сфере я вижу, что новые геологические условия на планете требуют новых технических подходов, технологий, стандартов безопасности, без которых техногенные аварии неизбежны. Растет число природных и техногенных катастроф. Изменения происходят вокруг нас в среде, в которой мы живем, а следовательно касаются каждого непосредственно, лишая нас возможности занимать позицию стороннего наблюдателя. Официальные лица и новостные каналы разных стран пытаются замолчать по-настоящему страшные новости, которые традиционными катастрофами назвать уже нельзя, выдавая за временные аномалии то, что уже по факту стало нормой. Люди не владеют правдивой информацией. В их голове нет картины глобального масштаба. Со временем они воспринимают очередную катастрофу как рядовую ситуацию. Многие ученые признают, что материалы перед публикацией с использованием терминов «изменение климата», «глобальное потепление» редактируются сотрудниками печатных изданий в нужном ключе. Если провести наблюдения по изменению то можно заметить, что происходят различные климатические аномалии, которые меняются десятки, а то и сотни лет. Ярчайшим примером в России служат обильные снегопады. В мае в Санкт-Петербурге, сильнейшие снегопады в конце апреля в Центральной России. В Европе ежегодные сильнейшие наводнения не раз в 15-20 лет, как это было ранее. Снегопады в США стали значительно более суровыми, долгими,
mu Europe
мощные
tulaba nti
ураганы
amata
стали
baga
более
buli mwaka
частыми.
kati.
Однако, кроме климатических катастроф, сам человек значительно навредил экосистемам планеты, что критически ослабляет иммунитет Земли, особенно в период
Tulaba nti
глобальных
abantu
циклических
bennyini boonoonye
катаклизмов.
enkola y'ensi.
Помним экологическую катастрофу замедленного действия, произошедшую в Мексиканском заливе в 2010 году на нефтяной Deepwater Horizon, на месторождении Макондо, когда техногенная катастрофа убила кардиостимулятор мирового климата на планете. В результате взрыва на нефтяной платформе через повреждение труб скважины на глубине 1500 метров в Мексиканский залив за 152 дня вылилось около 5 миллионов баррелей нефти. Нефтяное пятно достигло площади 75 тысяч квадратных километров, что составляет около 5% площади Мексиканского залива. И несмотря на оперативные действия служб спасения США, около 40% нефти осталось в морской экосистеме и на прибрежной полосе. Проблем, с которыми столкнулся наш мир, довольно много. Разрушение озонового слоя, глобальное потепление, загрязнение мирового океана, загрязнение воздуха.
Ebizibu ensi yaffe byeyitamu bingi nnyo. Omutadde okwonoona kw'empewo, kwonooneka kw'empewo, okusala kw'emiti.
Истощение природных ресурсов. Однако у этих техногенных катастроф одна — это потребительское отношение человека к планете, ее ресурсам, другим живым существам, ее населяющим, и более того, уже друг к другу. Ни одна из вышеперечисленных проблем не решается изолированно. Их можно решать только комплексно при условии
Tewali kimu ku bintu bino byonna ekisobola okukolebwa kyokka.
как нашего общего дома, как единого живого организма, клетками которого мы являемся. Сегодня проект «Созидательное общество» объединяет весь потенциал ученых Земли, чтобы найти пути решения для противостояния усиливающимся катаклизмам на планете. Я была поражена достоверностью фактов, указанных в докладах, сделанных для Rotary International о будущем человечества. Они все опираются только на научные гипотезы, подкреплены фактами и расчетами ведущих ученых в разных областях и странах. Это легко отследить по приведенным ссылкам на источники в открытом доступе сети интернет. Сегодня все проблемы управления глобальной экологической системой связаны в один глобальный клубок, и ответ на них должен быть глобальным. Даже крупные державы не справятся с ними в одиночку. Причем времени на изменение ситуации у человечества осталось мало. По оптимистичным сценариям это одно поколение, по пессимистичным сценариям мы уже прошли точку невозврата.
Thank you very much to all the experts who worked on this report. No one has ever looked at the problem of ecology in such a multifaceted approach. This is an excellent example of bringing together experts from different fields of sight. We could see the picture holistically. Dear friends, right now, record your feedback,
Mikwano
videos
gyange,
about what you heard in the forum and post it on your social
mu
media
recording
networks, or send it to
vidiyo zammwe muziteeke ku mitimbagano.
info@creativesociety.com. Now, we bring to your attention a unique new format of timeless spoken word from a popular musician and songwriter and performer from California, Roy Star Soundseek. For centuries, our humanity has been dealing with the same problems that consumer phone has created.
Okumala emyaka n'emyaka,
And to break this
abantu
spiral
babadde
of
balwana
suffering,
n'ekizibu kye kimu.
to start speaking the truth about what's really
Era
going
keekadde
on
omuntu
and the
ayogere
outcome
amazima
we
ku
have.
ki ekigenda mu maaso.
Timeless spoken word is a message and a call to all of us from Roy Star Soundseek. In essence, it's an appeal to all of humanity. Let's listen.
thousands of years, we've changed borders, slogans, and officials, but we've never managed to wipe the slate clean. The same rallying cries, posters, and news lines explain to us what it is we should die for today. For faith, for a name, for someone's idea, for glory, for freedom, for power, for a patch of land. It'll all be forgotten. For time will erase all names and fame, all triumphs and goals. For thousands of years, we, the entire mankind, with our blood and our mind, with our strength, our breath, and the time of our lives, we pay the maniacs stung by power for the fruits of their ambitious desires, for their ravenous greed. We pay with our hearts.
Tusasula n'emitima gyaffe ne bamama baffe ne bawala baffe.
Absently, we lead our sons for the slaughter, all for the sake of some tyrant to say, "It is I who have conquered this land."
Ebyo byonna bwabakulembeza ati mugamba.
Feebly they slur to us. But let me ask you, my friend, honestly, voice the truth. How much is your life worth to you? Tell me, is a handful of land worth a child's life? Worth our blood and strife? Worth the grief and pain in the human heart? You see, this blind strife happens not in the wild, but in the field of yourself, in the field of your views and ideas, your judgments. Haven't you noticed that? They move us from here to there like pawns, while we keep standing without a squeak, humbly waiting for someone.
Nga tulinze omuntu ayogere,
Someone who can no
omuntu
longer bear us.
atasasobola.
So he'll start speaking and shouting about what we all can't be silent about.
Ffenna tetusobola kuba nga tuzirise.
It's like a storm willing to burst out. There's no right and left in this world. There's no me.
Tewakyali nze naawe.
It's just people on this earth. We all want to live.
Waliwo bantu bokka mu nsi eno. Tetwagala kufa.
Not to kill.
Twayitibwa okubeerawo, si kufa.
A world where we'll be finished by the climate.
Kati lwaki twagala ensi erimu embeera y'obudde n'atutta.
A world where life is valued, where life is favorable for all, and where the goal is the same. The clear format of creative society is to the benefit of all, undeniably. For this motto is the sunrise of humanity. But that's when the human in us will flourish. We will discover ourselves, and our talents to create will be encouraged. The key to change our lives are in the eight
Kisumuluzo mu kukyusa obulamu
which are to
bwaffe
be embedded into
kiri
the
mu misingi
constitutions of
mulungu.
nations, so that there's welfare, vast in creation. The whole world must be turned into a beautiful garden for us to live in an abundant.
Ensi yonna eno bbanga ekyusibwa okufuuka ennimiro ennungi. Twetaaga otandika osaasaanya obubaka, era y'ensonga lwaki tulina okwogera ne sipiidi ey'amaanyi nti creative society kyokka kye twetaaga, era y'ensonga lwaki mbagamba nti yogera. Leero kubaawo kwaffe kuli mu kwegatta, y'engeri yokka. Era nkusaba gamba buli gw'osanga nti creative society kyokka kye twetaaga. Creative society kyetwetaaga okufuula amazima. Eri abo mwenna abaakeegattako mu kutu guno, tubajjukiza nti mwegasse ku mutimbagano guli okuvunulwa mu nnimi 150 mu nsi ezitafaanagana.
of the world's population. To learn more about
zino ennimi 150
please visit Creative Society.
zoogerwa ebitundu 9
The
ku buli
world is
100
now
mu nsi
sinking
yonna.
into the abyss of a global economic crisis, exacerbated by a worsening geopolitical situation and increasing climatic disasters. Traditional tools to stabilize the world economy are no longer working. This time, we should not expect or hope that a recovery will follow the economic downturn. We will not be able to revive the current economic system. Now, we will show you why.
That after crisis, there is an economic upturn, and that we need to adapt to new conditions and wait. Each of us hopes the crisis will not affect us or that. But this time, it will be different. Even in the most developed country, it no longer matters whether you are a business owner or a top expert. This crisis won't spare anyone. Why is there a global economic crisis today? And what awaits us in the future? The strongest economies in the world are experiencing an inflationary shock. The prices for
ebbeeyi y'ebintu yeeyongedde okulinnya okusinga emyaka n'egiyise.
More than $15.5 trillion were printed in the USA and 2.5 trillion euros in Europe. This injection of money led to inflation, a reduction in the purchasing power of the population, and a price spike. In a market economy, the quantity of goods and services has to be balanced by the money supply. If there is more money, it simply devalues, and this leads to higher prices for all goods and services. In an attempt to contain inflation this year, of different countries are raising interest rates. This means that in each country, the cost of all credit is becoming more expensive for both businesses and consumers. This situation is superimposed on a critical rise in global debt. In 2021, the world plunged into a debt crisis. World debt has increased by an unprecedented $77 trillion, and it amounts to 350%. External debts of countries account for 1/3 of this debt. The main debt increase has taken place in the USA and China. In China, this has caused a mortgage crisis which has shaken the economy. 30% of mortgages are bad debts which will never be repaid. Chinese developers are demolishing entire blocks of new buildings because the utility cost of unsold flats is borne by the developers, which is unprofitable. How will rising debt and inflation affect economies of different countries? Because of rising interest rates, countries will have to pay higher interest rates on government loans. This means that our taxes, that is our money, will go not to improving our lives, social benefits, medicine, but to the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, and other financial institutions from which our country has. The economic crisis continues to intensify because of the geopolitics that have triggered the energy crisis around the world. The world economy is going through a precipitous
abatuuliriza amannya nze Cynthia gezaako tunnyonnyola.
What does it mean? Against the background of skyrocketing inflation, prices of goods and products will rise manifold. Jobs will be extremely difficult to find, and wages will shrink. Many goods and products will become scarce, and some of them will disappear altogether. This will lead to starvation, power shortages, and fuel shortages. Today, poverty is the norm of our world. According to World Bank statistics, almost half the world's population lives on less than $5.50 a day. That's $165 a month. With this amount, people must not only provide themselves with food, but also pay for utilities, rent, basic necessities, and medicines. Obviously, it is impossible for people to survive on this money. In developed countries, poverty problems won't live in poverty. In Great Britain, 14.5 million. In Germany, 13.
Mu America abantu miliyoni 5 bali mu bwavu. Mu UK abantu 14.5 miliyoni 14.5 bali mu bwavu. Era mu America omwana mu 6 bali mu kubela mu bwavu. Era abagezaako tulaga obwavu obugenda maaso mu nsi zonna ez'enjawulo. Ekizibu kiri nti mu consumer society nti 70% abantu bali mu kubeera mu bwavu. Era percentage esinga entono eya 1% balina sente era sente zaabwe zeeyongera buli kiseera.
The rich get richer and the poor gets poorer. The very model of the modern economy creates this inequality. In the current model, the wealth of some people is at the expense of the impoverishment of others. The economy. This is the essence of the modern consumerist form of society. There is enormous amount of money and resources in the world, but also an enormous number of poor people. The coming economic crisis will push billions of people around the world below the poverty line. Insecurity, turmoil, and uncertainty will be increasing in every country. Uncontrollable public unrest will begin. So what is the real cause of this global economic collapse? The real reason is the current economic system. It doesn't just drive us into crises, it creates them. It creates inequality, poverty, inflation, and instability. Nowadays, the economic system is particularly destructive as our world enters a cycle of severe climate disasters. Climate losses are rising in every country, amounting to hundreds of billions of dollars. Climate disasters are increasing exponentially. Based on our mathematical model by the international team of scientists, by 2030, global GDP will not be able to cover all losses from destructive climate cataclysms. That means that in 6 to 7 years, there will be a total collapse of the world economy. Every one of us will lose everything. We'll no longer have electricity, heating, water, housing, food, or medicines. Climate disasters will simply put an end to our habitual life. Can we prevent this catastrophic situation? If we don't take drastic measures, it will only get worse. We can't find a solution in today's economic model. It's like patching up holes in a sinking ship. It will sink anyway. The artificial system created by people. We need to change the current economic system in order to survive. We need a new model that can create stability and security for every person under a model that serves all people, not just the 1%. To find a way out of this impending collapse, experts from different economic and related fields from all over the world have come together. A model of the creative society economy has been developed with another key principle in mind: to provide security and a high standard of living for every person on Earth. It is predictable, stable, unified, planned worldwide economy in which there is no inflation and prices are fixed. In such an economic model, there are no taxes for people, small or medium-sized businesses, and credits are given without interest. In this model, everyone will have a high universal basic income, free housing, free high-quality healthcare and education. The economy of the creative society will create a single high standard of living for every person, where everything works to meet the needs and comfort of all people. In order to implement this working model, we need to combine the efforts of specialists, business, and science. But first of all, we need to create a public demand for the creative society from the majority of people, because changes of this scale can only be brought with a direct participation of each and every person. It depends solely on us what kind of world we will live in tomorrow.
Bamusizza abatuwuliriza kyemulabyeko si mubi naye kyekituufu ekibeerawo mu bulamu bw'ensi eno era ebizibu n'ebisinga bye tulaba mu nsi eno tubirabyeko. Emu ku byo bye tuyisaamu amaaso y'engula y'emmere. Ekisinga okutiisa nti enjala enjala baligifoosinga mu bantu oba bwe tutakyusa enkola ey'okukola nga tufunamu ekyo bye tulabyeko bye bigenda okuba nga bitutuukako era enkola y'okufunamu bagikola ba the consumers format okuleeta okubulwawo okuleeta entalu obugagga n'ebikola biri eri abo abatono ennyo be tugamba emu ku kikumi like 1% ya population abamu baba bagagga abalala baba baavu nga tebasobola kugula ebintu era ensi zisaanawo okuwa enkola eya consumers era abantu bagenda kweyongera oba abantu beeyongera okuwabuwalira ddala kye tuyita economic system eta obwavu ate obwavu buleeta enjala era format oba enkola ey'okukola bufunamu
exacerbating this system, and these factors lie at the level of geopolitics. The first factor is the climate agenda, which aims to reduce CO2 emissions. Under this cover, the situation is created to reduce the amount of food on Earth. For example, the Netherlands, which is the second largest supplier of food in the world, decided to reduce nitrogen emissions. And this has led to a reduction in agriculture. Farmers find themselves in a situation where it is not economically profitable to produce agricultural products and raise livestock. Either they are burdened with high climate crisis, or they are given quotas for permitted emissions. The second factor is the development of expensive green energy and geopolitical decisions, which has led to a soaring of electricity and fertilizer prices. Farmers and companies in the agriculture are practically unable
tebasobola kubanga bamala basobola okuwonya ebizibu kati ng'okugula eddagala ebimera oba eby'ebisolo bya bbeeyi waliwo ensi ze bazibanyonyolako Germany, Canada ne Australia nabo abalimi abalimi bali kuyisibwa era era nti guno omwaka waliwo emmere naye tuyinza obutabeera n'emmere
because of the
nti
electricity
amasanyalaze galinye
it is already unprofitable to grow food in greenhouses
tekiza magoba
and store it
okuzimba
in
okulima
refrigerators.
mu
We will have a
greenhouses
delayed problem which we will gradually
tugenda
begin to
kufuna
feel
ebizibu
already.
tugenda
Basic
tutandika
food
okuba nga
products
tuwulirize
will be
oba nga
These are
tuwulira
likely to be
obulumi bwayo
vegetables, fruits, and meat
era
because it will
tweyine
be
nnyo ku kulya
absolutely
enva
unprofitable to
endiirwa
produce them.
oba ennyama.
Let's simulate a
Katubeeko
situation
ekyokulabirako
taking all
nga
factors into
tutunudde buli
account,
kimu.
what will
Byonna
be
byonna nga bwe tubyalowooza bigenda kututeeka ku
our
enkomerero
economy
y'eki
is collapsing
nti enkonomi
and we are
z'ensi zaffe
entering
ziri mu
severe economic crisis.
kuggwaawo era tuli mu kye
People
tuyita
are
economic crisis era
getting
abantu
poorer
baavuwala
and poorer.
beeyongera okuwava
Consumer demand
era
is
abantu
dropping rapidly. In parallel,
abakola okunamu
there is a
bali
geopolitical
eri mu
crisis,
kukendeera
and we find ourselves in a situation where producers
era
can't
tuli mu
produce
kubeera mu
and
mbeera
buyers
nga
can't buy.
abafulumya oba
Even
bali mu
if there is
makola
demand,
tekyasobola
there is no money.
kufulumya
What will
ebyabuguzi
be the
mu
result?
bungi kubanga tewali sente.
The food market is divided among huge
Era obutale
corporations.
babugabanyamu
are owned
mu bitongole
by two
ebisatu
global
ebyenene mu
financial
nsi
funds,
yonna
which
era
own each
ebibiri
other.
ku byo
And of course, they are all owned by
bali
that very
bannyini
1%
boobeebo
we
bwe
talked
bwe
about
bagambye
earlier.
1% abo
Now,
babagaka
let's imagine this
abakontrolinga
situation.
obutale mu nsi.
There are far fewer goods in the world. Prices
Era
are getting
embeera
higher.
y'ebintu byeyongera
Do you
byeyongera
think corporations will take
mulowooza nti oba ebitongole ebyo
so
bisobola
that there is
okuba nga
enough for all people?
bigabira abantu emmere
course not.
oba nga buli
In a
muntu
consumer format where
tekijja
profit is the main
kusoboka
goal, this is not
tekisobola
going to happen.
kubeerawo.
Governments,
Gavumenti
our consumer format,
abali
will
mu
also not
consumers
take
format era
care
nabo
of
tebajja
hungry people
kusobola
in their country.
kuwanirira abantu lwansonga nti
Through these
Well,
corporations, governments will only sell products to those who give them more money.
era gavumenti zijja kuba nga zitunda ebyobulimi ebyabo abalina ssente era ne wajja kulaba ojja kulaba nga ensi endala oba ensi ezimu zigenda kuba nga tezisobola kwewanirira
Food at very high
era bajja
prices.
kuba bagula emmere
As a
ku
result,
bbeeyi ya waggulu
people will not be able to get these
era
products anywhere else.
ekyokulabako abantu bajja kuba tebasobola kufuna
Now,
bino ebintu.
add to these factors the climatic situation, which has already been felt by all countries this year.
Era tulabye enkyukakyuka y'obudde ebadde
Will
eriwo
exacerbate
mu nsi
geopolitical,
nga bwe tulabye
economic,
amataba
energy, and financial situation.
embuyaga tulaba omuliro
And things will only get worse.
tuzze tubiraba mu ntandikwa ya program
That we will have no production, no money,
era kino kigenda tukosa
and
nnyo
no
nga
fertilizers, without which we cannot grow anything.
tewali
And
kufulumya
in a very
tewali
short time,
sente tewali
we come to the
mmere
point where simply we will have no
era
food.
tuyinza okutuuka mu
So
kiseera
how
kino
to
nga
solve this
tetukyalina mmere
There is no
tukivaamu
solution
tutya
in the consumer
tetulina
format at
engeri
all,
gye tuvaamu
because there is no
tukivaamu
equal
mu
redistribution
consumers format kubanga
and there is no
tewali
goal
bwenkanya
for providing food for
wabula
people
ekibaawo
either.
nti buli omu akola
So
kufuna
either the situation will escalate to the level of a food war between countries, God forbid that, or we will have what we are foretold, a mass starvation and famine. This situation
tuyinza
would
okutuuka mu
indeed be
kiseera
hopeless.
nga ensi n'ensi zirwanagana
But we have an
okulwa
answer
emmere
and a
oba
solution.
netuuka
The
mu
economy
mbeera
of the
ey'okuba nga
creative
waliwo
society.
enjala
A change
ey'amaanyi
in the economic model will completely eliminate the artificial
era
factors
bw'aba
that are
waliwo
now leading us to
enkyukakyuka mu
starvation.
economic model
There will be no
tugambe
crisis,
mu creative
no
society tewajja
inflation,
kuba ntaano
no wars, no
tewajja
poverty.
kuba
Everyone
ebizibu
will have a
buli
high
muntu ajja
unconditional
kuba nga
basic
asobola
income
okufuna
and be able to
ssente
buy as much food as
nga
they need.
omuzaalwana olw'ensi yo
Businesses
wajja kuba tewali misolo, tewabaawo interest oba mulooni. Era tugenda kuba nga tulina oba tutuuka ku ebyo tekinologiya oba maanyi ekwekeddwa ensi oba abagagga nti buli muntu ajja kuba ng'asobola okufuna. Era buli nsi ejja kuba esobola okwezimba oba okuzimba ebintu byayo ebya tekinologi. Era mu tekinologi oyo akoleddwa erina okuba nga ekolera abantu emmere. Era mu maaso eyo tugenda kubalaga engeri ki tusobola okuba nga tuyisaamu kino.
Dear viewers, right now you are watching live the
abatuwuliriza saa zino oli kubuuliriza live Global Crisis Our Survivalism era eri kuvunulibwa mu mannya 15. Era olwaleero tuli mu kwogera ku ekyo kituufu ekireeta enkyuka y'obudde mu nsi. Era lwaki enjala etiisa buli muntu. Bagenda tulaga akataabo aka katulabe akatambi kano kagenda tunnyonnyola ku ngeri abantu abamu oba bannasayansi oba bakakensa ababe bakoze okunoonyereza ekigenda mu kino. Era tugenda kwogera ku ebyo oba bye tugamba nti ebinaagonjoola ebizibu byaffe. Era ffenna tulina okukuŋŋaana era tulina okubeera wamu ng'abantu.
And performed especially for our forum today. The song is called Quanta Mas, which means how much more suffering and catastrophe does humanity need to endure to realize that it's time to
saawa yeeno era saawa etuuse ensi kukyuka ate nga ffenna nga tusobola era wetukuŋŋaana ffenna wamu tusobola okuwonya ensi.
And make it truly beautiful.
Hola gente linda, somos Buena Fe y queremos enviarle un saludo a los lugares. Nuestra salvación está en la unión y así pensamos, no hay de otra. El mundo como va por un mal camino y no hay otra cosa que unirnos y ser cada día mejores personas.
Luchar contra el egoísmo, contra todo lo que le haga daño al otro. Un abrazo muy grande, cuenten con nosotros siempre. Ahí está esta canción, Cuanto Más. Se lo regalamos desde aquí, desde La Habana, Cuba. Ojalá que podamos salir adelante desde la solidaridad y la cooperación. Un abrazo grande.
Cuánto más hará falta el sermón del poder del amor. Cuántas veces se invoca a la paz y a la conciliación. Cuánto tiempo invertido en forjar una idea del respeto. Que una vida siempre importe más que suntuosos objetos. Cuántos más libros, audios, películas son necesarios. Del mismo destino de los dinosaurios y otras guerras que nuevas catástrofes, cuanto más crueles, como masa de nuevos Caínes sintiéndose Abeles, cuanto más, cuanto más. Abismos, dilemas sustanciales de un sistema que acepta el rey Midas de una humanidad suicida. Ego parece tan pequeño, pero a veces por efecto dominó se esparce, expande y crece y alumbra, blanquea toda justa y nueva idea donde ingenio y rendimiento favorezcan nacimiento. Comienza que montañas mueve. Hará falta un gran ciclón que transforme este relieve. Que la ciencia prevalezca por sobre las soldadescas. Y si toca ser soldado, sé en defensa de olvidado. Comienza conmigo, que mi abrazo sea tu abrigo. No hay ganador si muere.
The depth of your soul. You can feel how much understanding, wisdom, and personal experience is put into the song. Indeed, as has been said, in order to change the terrain of this consumerist format, it is necessary to bring all people together. How much longer will we allow the consumer society to turn us into slaves? How long our practice, consent, will this lawlessness continue? How many more wars do we need in order to realize that wars only happen because of our inaction? Because we continue to support the consumers' and yet let's learn more about that.
Over the past 5,000 years of human history, there have been no wars on Earth for only 292 years. And since the end of World War II, humanity has had only 26 days of peace. Wars have taken 3,640,000,000 lives. That's almost half of the world's population today. War has always been an integral part of the consumerist format of society, in which profit is the primary value, and war is the instrument to achieve it. War is a business, the most profitable business. Wars are fought for resources, new markets, territories, money, and power. Who do you think benefits from this? The nations that don't even have the money to fight these wars? No, it only benefits the corporations that have become so powerful they de facto run our nations. They are interested in continuous income, so they need endless wars. And do you know who pays for all this? Do you think it's them? No, it is paid for by all of us people. Remember, wars don't happen. They are created, and created ahead of time. Wars are planned decades before a direct armed confrontation, and the fighting is just the culmination of this plot. Starting a war requires convincing the public of the necessity of the war and of the right to a preemptive strike to avoid possibly worse consequences. Accordingly, anyone who wants to start a war will try to convince the public that war is necessary to improve the deteriorating situation within the country. Anyone who tries to start a war must convince the public that it will be easy and that the victory will be swift. inevitable and inexpensive. In practice, this means convincing people that the cost of the nation will be small and the risk of escalation will be controllable, and the likely outcome can be easily anticipated. To achieve these goals, 10 simple but very effective techniques are used.
Batandise okutunyonyola ebimu ku techniques oba ebimu ku bizuulibwa ebisobola okukyusa obulamu bw'abantu.
They guarantee a result without fail. And so they are used by both the aggressor and the victim side. Now, you will hear them and finally learn how even the most peace-loving man is persuaded to
era ogenda kutandika okulaba oba bagenda tulaga ku ngeri entalu wezikolebwa mu nsi oba abantu. Principle esooka tetwagala entalu wabula twekuuma ffeffeka. Ekyosobola okukola gwe okubanga ogamba abantu oba munno banneebawo nti ffe tetwagala ntalo. Era ffe tukakibwa okuba nga twekuuma oba nga tukonsideringa obulamu bwaffe okuba nga bwe busooka. Era kasa bamanya nti ffe twekuuma nabo batukyawa. Era mu bya politics tuyita okutta abantu, okutemula abantu. Era byonna kyakulabirako nti entalo tezirina kye zigasa oba kyonoona bwonoona. Principle ey'okubiri oba ekyokubiri, era omulabe ye mwennyini y'atandika entalo. Omukulu oba akulembera entalo ye Sitaani. Era ky'ekintu ekiraga obusungu oba obukyayi eri ensi oba eri abantu. Era entalo zino zibeerawo okulaga abantu nti omukulu oba akulira entalo zino nti aba alina ekikyamu. Ekyokuna, ffe tulwanirira ekyo obulungi obw'ensi oba obulungi bw'abantu. Era oba bwe tugambe nti eddembe ly'obuntu, era eddembe ly'obuntu lirina okubeera nga linunula abantu ababa bayita mu kunyigirizibwa okuyita mu ntalo oba okuggyawo regimes oba okuggyawo abantu abakulembeze ababa banyiga abantu. Era omulabe yennyini mwennyini yaleeta oba yaleeta entalo zino. Era tulwana lw'ebiragiriro
and exaggerate those of the enemy. The eighth principle. This principle involves the creative and scientific
n'eyomunaana eraga oba sayansi ze bakoze oba tekinologiya
religious idolization of the war effort.
Okuba nga entalo zino zeeyongera. Era entalo zino baziteekamu eddiini nti Katonda ali naffe naye nga mabega wakira bata. Era omuntu yenna baawula mu bantu nti olina okuba nga olina oludda lw'ogwako nti yenna awakanya oludda olwo obeera mulabe w'omukulembeze oyo oba olw'ensi eyo. Era oba tumatidde eri omukulembeze oyo ofuuka omulabe. Era obuzibu buliwo nti entalo zino zonna obwa kuno kubanga baba babiragamu kutu nga tuyita mu mativi, mu radio. Era abo ababa balwanirira
of the victim. In addition to the ideological condition of the population, work is also carried out to weaken the victim. Depending on desired results, methods of weakening can be applied in stages or simultaneously. For your safety, we recommend that a typical tool that is used is a color revolution, followed by a country's leadership, the appointment of a puppet government, destabilization of the economic and political situation, and plundering of the country's assets and resources. Modern armed conflicts increasingly use hybrid methods long before active military action begins. The aggressor state secretly, without a formal declaration of war, destabilizes the administration apparatus, the economy, the army, and even the cultural sphere by introducing to the people, as well as the rules and norms in the country of the victim, to the advantage of that very. An essential component
era bagezaako otunyonyola entalo bwe zigenda zimenyebwa bw'entalo bwe zigwawo mu nsi n'okuba ng'ensi zisaanyaawo n'okubanga abantu batandika okwawulibwamu ng'olina oludda lw'okuggwako era bw'obanga tolina oludda oluli oba abakulembeza entalo ezo bw'obanga toli mu sayidi yaabwe ofuuka omulabe era nga entalo zino zibaddewo myaka n'emyaka.
Gray zones are like red buttons around the world that can be pressed at any time to unleash an armed conflict. The signing of a peace treaty does not guarantee peace.
Era ne baba bataddewo nti katugambe
Today, any territory in the world can become a gray zone just because someone benefits from it. And when all the conditions have been created, one spark, one provocation is enough to start full-scale hostilities. Such a provocation can be shelling on the border, assassination of a prominent political figure, you name it. Of the U.S. military, I declare that war is the most terrible phenomenon in our society. It leads to the destruction
era eraga nti entalo zireeta okwonoona obulamu bw'omuntu tugambe nga bwe tulaba ebizimbe byonna biggwawo obulamu bw'abantu bwa bulijjo abantu bamu abaana abamu mu ntalo ezo byekkubo mwe bafuna atakukola ssente nga batunda ebyokulwanisa. Era mu nsi zonna balaga ssente biliyoni egenda mu kugula ebyokulwanisa. Kitegeeza wabaawo abo ababa beterekera entalo.
It is essential to understand that weapons buyers are mostly countries, but the sellers are mostly
nti abakola ebyokulwanisa bava mu nsi ez'enjawulo naye abagula ebyo byokulwanisa ziba country za kimuntu kinoomu. Era bakasitoma ki ababaleeta oba abaagala oda ez'ebyo ebyokulwanisa era beebo ababeera bakola mu by'entalo oba eby'amagye. Kale bagezaako tulaga ebimu ku bintu ebiri mu consumers format ebisaanyisaawo ensi nga entalo era baze batunyonyola nga bamenyaamenya engeri ki abantu balina okuba b'entalo bwe zikosamu abantu ate oludda tulina okuba nga olonda sayidi ki gy'ogwamu ne batuleka wakati ate ne tulaba nti entalo zijjawo emirembe mu bantu n'okusaanyawo ebizimbe n'okuzzaayo ebisa emabega
under the national security seal, and the participants are protected from scrutiny. The mere of producing weapons as a commodity already raised many questions. Not only do we continue to spend resources on inventing means of killing each other, but we also continue to produce something that will be destroyed one way or another. It doesn't matter if it is one bullet, $1 bullet, or a $13 million missile. If someone wants to get rid of money, why not make fireworks? At least they're pretty. Even better, invest in healthcare, technology. After all, the same MRI machine costs much less than missiles. Only a missile kills, while an MRI machine helps save lives for decades. Imagine how much good would do people if the money for one lucrative scenarios are not the only every war has another side. Human trafficking and exploitation in various forms are carried out under the guise of war. Force including sexual exploitation, slavery, and the forced removal. People who participate in such schemes and benefit from them are also interested in the continuation of war. The production and trafficking of drugs, the profits from which go to maintain and finance the conflict, corrupting officials and infiltrating the ruling circles of government are increasing sharply. Taking advantage of martial law, enterprises and industries, private property and businesses are being nationalized. Assets are being frozen and bank accounts. Other people's property is easily seized under simple propaganda. It's not enough to accuse a company or a business owner of collaborating with the enemy, and all assets are immediately taken over by others. In times of war, it is possible to eliminate a competitor without hindrance or to destroy the production capacity of a business or industry. As a result, the right people take over large and important companies. Profit is extracted from everything. Global military exceeds $2 trillion annually. That means governments have paid $2 trillion of our tax money to corporations producing weapons and military equipment. At the same time, people are being persuaded that the increase in spending is due to the country's need to strengthen its defense. But in reality, behind this is the desire of corporations to make even more money by expanding their markets. Simply put, the more military conflicts on the planet, the more profits the corporations make. There is an even greater reason why war in the current format of society will never stop. And this reason lies in the very essence of the consumerist format of economy. For the economy to continue to exist, it periodically needs a reset created by war. In order to continue to function, today's economy continually grow. If there is no growth, there will be an economic crisis that will lead to and rising prices, unemployment, and impoverishment. This happens because the economy is overflowing with money not backed by commodity production. As a result, money loses value, prices rise, and inflation accelerates. The economy is built in such a way that money and capital are constantly flowing to a small group of people who owns the majority of the world's wealth. At the same time, the rest of the population is getting poorer and world demand is falling, which stops the economy's growth and creates another crisis. the economy comes to a standstill. Everything is there, but most people cannot buy food and necessary goods. People find themselves in unbearable living conditions. Discontent grows and uncontrolled protests erupt, threatening the loss of power to a small group of individuals. In order to retain their power, a war mechanism is launched, necessitated by the need to reset the economy. How does war relate to resetting the economy, you may ask? War requires increased production of weapons, destroys the infrastructure and industry in countries where hostilities begin, and consequently frees up markets for the corporations owned by this small group of people. Why destroy entire cities? Infrastructure, communications, resource extraction facilities, and the energy complex, all in order to redistribute spheres of influence and make money on that reconstruction. That allows them to increase their capital even further, expanding their spheres of influence and increase their control over the population. The war in the consumer format creates the conditions for a small group of individuals to continue to get rich. The only thing is, we 99% of humanity pay for this. Not only do we pay for the war with our lives, but we also sponsor it ourselves by paying taxes and all kinds of goods and services. After all, the prices of goods includes taxes that go into the national budgets from which loans for military expenditures are repaid, which not only we, but even our children and grandchildren will have to pay for. We could have chosen to spend this money on equally expensive but peaceful projects, finding a cure for cancer, or solving the hunger problem. But no one is asking people. More than anything else, war demonstrates that people are subservient, and slavery has not disappeared. In our consumerist format of society, war will never stop. It is a part of the economy, a means of increasing capital and strengthening the power of a small group of people. In the consumerist format, it has always been and will be so. So how to break this vicious circle? Not paying taxes will not fix the problem at its root. By buying any goods or service, we contribute to the economy of the consumption format, the economy of war. Neither can we stop buying. These are the conditions of a consumer society. If we do not change the format of our society and the present-day economy, wars will continue. So the only way out is to change this model of society from a consumerist society to a creative one, where the economy will be stable and aimed at ensuring a quality of life for every single person. The whole society will make decisions on socially important, socially significant, and economic issues. When conditions in society change and the economy's functioning changes, wars will simply cease to be necessary. So I ask you, stop the war, support the creative society.
— 2036 год — это не основное, что мы хотим сказать. Нам плевать на эту дату. Не стоит зацикливаться на разрыве в Марианской впадине и падении Луны, потому что самое страшное случится гораздо раньше. 2036 год — это дата гибели нашей планеты. Дожить до этой даты не получится ни у кого. Это невозможно. Ни один человек в мире не сможет это увидеть. Это и есть самое главное, что мы хотим сказать. Мы, как человечество, сдохнем гораздо раньше из-за своей глупости и бесчеловечности. Мы сегодня не можем договориться и стать на тропу решения. Мы разделяемся в то время, пока над каждым из нас висит меч. климатический цербер. А то, что сдохнем мы все, это точно. Давайте не будем лгать себе и друг другу. Должно быть в человеке человеческого убито практически все. Сегодня мы нещадно уничтожаем друг друга. Мы погрязли в ненависти, конфликтах, эгоизме. Мы все разделены. Климат спровоцирует и усугубит все социальные, политические и экономические кризисы. Войны, эпидемии, голод, массовые беспорядки, хаос и безумие захлестнут планету. Никто никому не придет на помощь. Ни одна страна, ни одна армия и ни одна служба не способны будут справиться с воцарившимся безумием. На бумаге изложено, какими мы должны быть. В религиях изложено, какими мы могли бы быть. Но в условиях вседозволенности убивать будут все. И мы должны это учитывать. В потребительском формате сильные будут убивать слабых. А на сильных найдутся более сильные. А на более сильных найдутся самые умные. Но даже на самых умных есть климатический цербер, который поставит точку. Поэтому совершенно не готовы. Знаете почему? Давайте посмотрим правде в глаза. Как наше внимание уводят от проблем с климатом. Когда стать климатические катастрофы по всему миру, об этом сразу перестали говорить мировые СМИ. И тут же все было прикрыто на 2 года пандемией, а затем угрозой ядерной войны. СМИ вообще не отражают реальной картины происходящих климатических катастроф. Может, хватит дурью маяться? Если мы не построим созидательное общество, то мы поубиваем друг друга за кусок хлеба и глоток воды. Почему так произойдет? Все просто. Посмотрите, как ведут себя люди в экстремальных ситуациях, во время военных действий или природных катастроф. Паника забирает больше жизней, чем сама катастрофа. Люди в страхе за свою жизнь безжалостно уничтожают друг друга, просто чтобы продлить свою жизнь хотя бы еще на 1 день. Что становится самым ценным в такой ситуации? Еда, вода и какой-то кров. Давайте вспомним самые известные случаи массового голода за последние 100 лет. 1921 год. Поволжье, Россия. Людям пришлось есть траву, грязь, насекомых, кошек, собак, глину, конскую упряжь, падаль, шкуры животных и в итоге прибегнуть к людоедству. Очень многие люди ели членов своих семей и охотились за человеческим мясом. О случаях людоедства сообщали в милицию, но она ничего не могла сделать, поскольку людоедство стало методом выживания. Сообщалось, что милиционеры были вынуждены защищать кладбища, атакуемые голодными толпами. Существуют также доказательства того, что люди убивали брошенных детей, чтобы поесть. 1932 год. Голодомор в Украине. Во время Голодомора в Украине было широко распространено людоедство. Люди сбивались в банды, убивали членов своих семей и ели мертвых детей. Во время Голодомора подавляющее большинство людей из-за массового голода сошли с ума. 1958 год. Великий китайский голод. Согласно официальной статистике, погибло около 15 миллионов человек, а согласно неофициальным данным, около 45 миллионов. Полицейские отчеты подробно описывают конкретные случаи каннибализма. Люди потеряли все нравственные принципы и часто питались человеческим мясом. Некоторые родители не решались убить своего ребенка самостоятельно, обменивались с детьми и ели чужих. Каннибализм строго карался властями, но вопреки этому продолжался. Большая часть пищи в Китае была именно человечиной, и некоторые районы страны были заселены людоедами. Каннибализм во время этого голода был назван беспрецедентным случаем в истории 20 века. 1994 год. КНДР. Люди от голода сходили с ума и даже убивали и съедали собственных младенцев. Грабили могилы и поедали трупы. Родители были в панике, их детей могли похитить, убить и продать в виде мяса. Вокруг лишь Голод, голод, голод. Люди сейчас не представляют, что такое голод. Острое чувство голода практически превращало людей в зверей. Это всего лишь малая часть вопиющих примеров. Может показаться, что голод не коснулся цивилизованных стран. Тогда напомню вам о массовых голодоморах в Европе и Америке в 1930-х годах. Да, об этом не особо распространяются и стараются скрыть подлинную информацию о масштабах и количестве жертв. Но я уверен, если вы поищете в своей стране случаи голода и связанных с ним случаев каннибализма, то обязательно найдете для себя дополнительные доказательства. Никто сейчас не застрахован от голода. Больше нет безопасных, цивилизованных стран. Можно предположить, что за последние 100 лет человек изменился, сделал выводы, и подобного уже не повторится. Тогда давайте посмотрим, что было на Филиппинах в 2013 году после тайфуна Йоланда, на Гаити после землетрясения в 2021 году и в Пакистане после наводнения в этом году. Не повторился ли там этот сценарий? Со слов очевидцев, люди от страха и паники отбирали еду и воду друг у друга насильственным способом. Это все происходило в условиях нехватки продовольствия, то есть голод еще даже не наступил. Как 100 лет назад, так и сейчас. Потребительский формат и голод толкают людей на жестокое братоубийство. И вы еще надеетесь на мирный союз. Просто напомним, что 85% от мирового запаса огнестрельного оружия находится в частных руках, 2% у правоохранительных органов и 13% у военных. И это наши реалии. Как итог, просто начнут сколачиваться банды в тех местах, где еще можно будет чем-то поживиться или где будет хоть какой-то источник воды. В таком положении дел нет шанса выжить. Поймите, не получится как-то порешать и что-то раздобыть для себя и своей семьи. Вот реально, что человек в обмен на еду? Ну что? Никому не нужны. Самое ценное, что у тебя есть, это твоя плоть. Лишь плоть имеет значение в этом хаосе. А знаешь почему? Потому что ее можно съесть. Человек, поедающий себе подобных, приступает к последнюю внутреннюю черту. В нем больше не остается
Omuntu asobola okukosa muntu munne aba ayisiza layini emufuula omuntu era eno embeera gye bagezaako tutendekamu okubanga ne bw'olaba ze bakola mu firimu
Это началось еще несколько лет назад и продолжает набирать обороты в наше время. Как вы будете себя вести в такой ситуации, если это единственный сценарий, который есть у вас в голове?
Ogenda kubeerawo otya nobeerawo otya bwebanga embeera efaananako bw'eti bwebanga etaddewo ng'olina okukola kusalawo.
Вместо того, чтобы спасти. Это страшно.
Era bo tebafaayo oba tebaagala kumanya mu kifo ky'okuyamba naye nga ate bukusaanyawo busaanyi. Era y'enkola gye bayita eya consumers format oba enkola nti yakufunamu era ekintu creative society ya buli muntu okubanga ffenna tukolamu okubanga tutaasa omuntu oba abantu mu nsi oba omuntu tayagala creative society oba ebimu ku solutions oba ebimu ku enkola gye tutaddewo naye nga tuli tweteefuteefu okuwulira enkola ki bwe gy'olina bw'oba olaba ng'okakanya kino kya creative society. Era ng'okyakirowoozaako kimanye nti n'essaawa eri mu kubala
невозможно.
Era mu myaka emitono nnyo mu maaso kigenda kuba kizibu nnyo kubanga tuziyiza ebizibu ebimu bye tuza okulaba ng'enkyuka mu budde era abantu bagenda kuba nga balwanisiddwa nnyo bane balwana nnyo. Era ripooti gye twafunye mu ntandikwa ya forumu yatulaze ekijja maaso eri abantu era ekigenda okubeerawo mu nsi yonna mu bbanga ttono maaso bwe tubanga tetulina kye tukozeewo ffe ng'abantu. Abamu bagamba ffe tetwagala kubiraba bitiisa. Naye nga abantu balina okumanya ki ekigenda okubeerawo mu nsi bwe tuba nga tetulina kye tukoze. Naye naffe tulina okuba tulina bye tugezaako okugamba okulaga abantu nti ki ekinaabeera eri ensi n'abo abaana abantu baffe betwagala. Era tube nga tulwanise ekyo ebintu ng'enkyuka mu budde oba bagamba climate crisis bibe nga tulwana okulaba nga tebituukawo kubanga waliwo already technology naye ffe okuba nga tukuŋŋaanira wamu. Katulabe vidiyo eno naye egezaako tunyola.
I regret just one thing, that I did nothing earlier. Hello, diary. This is such bullshit. Maybe the psychologist is the crazy one. Does he really think I can talk to a diary as if to a living person? I can't believe I fell for it. I wonder how it is supposed to rid me of depression. Okay, I'm supposed to talk to the diary as if to a friend. Well, hey there, buddy. Well, nothing comes to mind. Although, I got fired. I have no money. How am I supposed to pay the mortgage, insurance, and my children's college? No idea. Fucked up world. The only thing that helps me keep my head above water is the family. I'll do anything for them. My psychologist said I should write down what's bothering me. So what's really bothering me? A constant sense of anxiety, fear. I'm afraid that tomorrow I'll have nothing to feed my family. These thoughts are so crushing. Prices are skyrocketing. The world is going to the dogs day by day. What will happen tomorrow? It's a question. Yay! I got a great job offer. It was unexpected. I'll be automating engineering systems in a bunker somewhere high in the mountains for a rich guy. It looks like the client is thinking about a doomsday arc. He's paranoid. They made me sign on. This thought of such a long separation from Eve and the children makes me anxious again. I wonder why this paranoiac needs a bunker in the mountains on another continent. Why not in the basement under his villa? He's spending tons of money. Perhaps I should figure it out. I tried to figure out what's going on with the climate and got even more confused. Here's what we have. Record-breaking cataclysms took place in some regions. Some scientists sound the alarm
and say that by the end of the century, temperature will rise by 2 degrees across the planet and it's humanity's fault. Others say the climate was always changing, so nothing terrible is happening. Meanwhile, they show on TV that budgets should be increased to fight CO2. They propose to raise taxes. They just want another excuse to rip people off. But the climate really is changing. I tried to figure out what's going on with the climate and got even more confused. Here's what we have. Record-breaking cataclysms took place in some regions. Some scientists sound the alarm and say that by the end of the century, temperature will rise by 2 degrees across the planet, and it's humanity's fault. Others say the climate was always changing, so nothing terrible is happening. Meanwhile, they show on TV that budgets should be increased to fight CO2. They propose to raise taxes. They just want another excuse to rip people off. The climate really is changing. There are also crazies who are scared of people, saying that no life will remain on the planet for 14 years. Something is supposedly wrong with the core, some kind of radiation from outer space. They suggest a way out. Say we should unite. What is it? The creative society. Sounds good for sure. Looks unrealistic. The client has changed the deadline once more. Damn it. No vacation for me again. I'm tired of sitting here. It's a good thing they have doubled my salary, though. When the contract is over, we'll even be able to buy a new house and a car. That's unexpected. Cool. But I miss Eve. Children like hell. Watch TV. They show some climate disasters every day. As if there's nothing else to show. We have plenty of our own problems. I asked Eve why they don't show this on TV. How does the government respond to that? But the connection was cut. I had to come up to the surface, but the hurricane was so wild that I couldn't even go out. What the hell is going on there? I feel that something's wrong. Maybe they don't tell everything on the news. Once I get my money back home, it's time to move somewhere as far as possible from the border. We finally finished the job. I can't wait to see my family. 4 years of preparation. My God, the kids must be all grown up. I'm so tired. We had no time off the last 2 weeks, helping to unload endless boxes with food, clothes, and hygiene items. Why does he need so much? It's enough for children and grandchildren. He'll fly in tomorrow, inspect our work, pay us off, and I'll go back home.
era
The first
agezagamba nti
thing I do is kiss Eve many times over. Happiness does exist. We've waited all day long, but our client didn't come. We can't get through to. The internet cuts off from time to time. Eve writes some wild stuff. Last week, they had hail the size of a pumpkin. It was like cannonball bombing. What the hell is that? It made holes in the roofs. My family barely had time to hide in the basement.
era
The
ebintu
car is
bingi
gone. Just a
ebyatuukawo
piece of metal
famire
remains. And our
embuyaga nejja neiba wange Bill n'afa era famire
helping to take care of his
n'esaanawo
kids. What is happening?
ki ekigenda mu maaso mu nsi
We finally got a message from the
era ne tufunayo obubaka okuva ku kasitoma
due to severe
nti waliwo
turbulence.
ennyonyi eyabuuka
And the
eyabadde
the office staff knows nothing about
ekoze lwekiruka ekabudde
who's gonna pay us now.
ani agenda tusasula kati era mwabo abaagwa mu nnyonyi boosi yalimu abantu ani agenda tukima
It's totally fucked up.
kino kikulu
It seems we've been here a whole eternity. No one picks
era tubadde wano okumala ebbanga tewali muntu ali kukwata ku ssimu
They say all of their equipment is
era bonna bagamba obubaka nga bagezaako okunoonya obuyambi ne babagamba buli kimu bali
They'll evacuate us
kikozesa
as soon as they can.
ne bagamba balinde
That all of this year's crops died. Our city
era ne ndaba mu mawulire nti emmere eweddewo mu supermarket era nga obugumiikiriza bumpeddeko nga mpulira obusungu n'okutya tewali muntu agenda kutuyamba ne gavumenti tefa ku bantu eyagala kumanya nabo bagezaako okwetaasa
We had a huge fight.
era ku lunaku lwe twafuna okulwana okw'amaanyi abantu bantenga enjala
Not to open the door to anyone and keep
era n'agamba mukyala we obutabuulira muntu yenna
in the streets.
abantu
Military. People crazy with hunger are trying to get into our country.
abalina enjala nga banoonya emmere
Meanwhile, I have enough canned food here to last.
era nina emmere wano esobola okuba nga ewangaala okumala emyaka mingi mukama singa mbadde nsobola okuweerezaako ku famire yange no tewali muntu agenda okujja
Thinking about how to get out of
tutandika okulowooza ngeri ki
to scout around, but couldn't walk even 5 miles and came back.
tukoze tutya okuba nga tuva mu mbeera eno n'amasimu nga tukubya naye nga tewali atuyamba
No food was left on the shelves.
era lumu tewaliwo mmere nga masumaketi era ensi eri mu kusaanawo olw'enjalo amazzi okubulwa ennyanja ziri mu kkala era n'empewo etandise okuba embi nga tosobola kusa
Drinking water is being distributed by ration cards in
era
cities.
n'amazzi g'okunywa gavudde okubulwa
Our government has waged a war with 2 countries at once for access to
era gavumenti yaffe etandise entalo eri ensi endala nga balwanirira
I hope I wake up soon.
ennyanja
It seemed
eyawula
there could be nothing
ensi
worse
ezo
than the heat. But when water came back, which everyone was waiting for, it was no longer.
amazzi bwe gaakumawo bwekupa bwe yakumawo buli omu nga agyesunze teyali mulungi kubanga yajja n'amaanyi n'embuyaga nga waliwo n'amataba n'afunayo essimu ekukubibwa kuba sisita kuba mukyala we Eve era omukyala ng'amugamba amazzi gajjudde buli wamu tetulina nawe tulaga connection y'essimu n'enkola ki ekigenda mu maaso eyo kirabika ekibuga kikiweddemu kansabe bambisabe babeera nga bafuna ffenna tuli bantu tuli balungi era tuli bantu ba bulijjo era ngezaako okutuukirira famire yawe okumala wiiki nyingi era tewali abamanyi kyonna kyonna
I check all the news and search for them in photos. It's sheer madness not to go read information all the time.
Era asoma ebintu bingi ebikolebwa mu nsi
There were plenty of disputes whether it can stop or not. It turns out it can. At one point, it just stopped, and that's it.
Nentuuka ekiseera nga sikyabiraba
Snow showers are getting heavier
naye
and
ng'olaba
breaking the
nti ebintu bingi ebize bikyuka.
all the way to Rome. Our colleague from Japan
Nalina mukwano gwange mu nsi ya Japan
yesterday at the news of
era wabaawo olunaku lw'ejjo ne walaba amawulire mu nsi ya Japan era eyali embi nnyo abantu bangi abantu bannange tulabe musisi era abayita oba kye tuyita aba media tebaawaayo ennamba zonna entuufu naye ng'abantu bangi era tewaaliwo ngeri yonna ey'okutuukirira abantu baali. Olwaleero Memorial abuze era tumunoonyeza buli wamu.
Where could he go? Jack and Ali went searching for him. He couldn't have gone far. I stayed at the base to wait for them. A week passed. No one came back. Fired my gun and lit signal fires.
Era ne bagezaako n'okukuma omuliro nti osanga wanaabawala n'era tewali yajja. N'atandika okutya n'abeera wano bwewu.
And I simply cannot get out of it. What day is today? I've had no communication with Eve for over a year. Satellites are malfunctioning. Communication with the outside world is getting worse. Apocalypse Journal, as I call it now. Maybe someone will read it someday when the permafrost melted. There were a lot of new epidemics. Ancient viruses thawed. Whole settlements are being burned down to stop them spreading. Volcanic eruptions covered vast areas around the world with ashes. People have nowhere to live and nothing to breathe. Acid rains corrode soils and infrastructure and poison groundwaters. Food can no longer be grown anywhere. By the way, planes no longer fly. There's not enough air density. They just cannot take off. Who could have thought it?
Era bagezaako okulaga nti ebintu biri byerawo amaato mangi gafiira mu mazzi oba gafiira mu mazzi olw'enkyukakyuka nyingi.
There's less and less information available. There seem to be no cities left that have any power. Wind turbines have been blown away by major hurricanes. Solar panels are swept away downwind like a deck of cards. I heard that now books and furniture are increasingly used as fuel for heating. Some scientists say that humanity will face complete darkness and terrible frosts. I still believe I'll see Eve in the children.
Era nina okukkiriza nti ndiraba Eve mukyala wange n'abaana. N'etandika okwejjusa lwaki nagenze okufuna omulimu nandibadde ndi wamu nabo.
Satellite communication stopped working. Jack's ancient radio that we all used to make fun of came in handy. I sit there tuning it. Sometimes some voices in incomprehensible languages break through the noise. It's so nice to hear the voices of living people. The faces of Eve rise in my memory more and more often. And the question, why wasn't I able to save them? I managed to contact several groups of survivors. Now everyone understands that we were warned about the coming cataclysms a long time ago. Back in 2022, it seemed unrealistic at that time, but now it's certainly impossible to deny the facts. I used to think that earthquakes occurred in certain places, but now they are almost everywhere. One night, there was such a rumble as if underneath me. In the morning, I was afraid to even go out.
Era ku makya natya nnyo nga mpulira nti
What I saw, my legs buckled. Valley was covered with round holes from a few.
Ekitundu kyonna kyali kijjudde ebinnya.
The ground looked like cheese.
Ettaka lyali nga cheese. Oba nali simanyi nti oba mbadde
that such a thing is possible. Someone reported
kyaddala naye nga kyali kyaddala.
that Africa had split apart. Now I know it's possible. Coastal cities are flooded. Tsunamis rage almost every day. Asia seems to be all underwater, as the radio says, but consciousness refuses to. I found a radio frequency where the people who were talking about a way out of the apocalypse. I understand everything. Why didn't I get it before? I actually saw it all the madness that was going on and gaining momentum, those bunkers, all the talks about the apocalypse. It was all obvious before. Something could have been done, and there were people who offered a way out. I should have heard them. Why was I so blind? If only I could bring it all back. Once a week, I contact someone over the radio. It keeps me from going completely insane of loneliness. Every day, there are fewer and fewer of us left on this earth. They say cannibalism is no longer a rarity. Now it's the norm. There are gangs getting together to hunt people. They roast and devour those they catch. Crazy freaks. Though I don't know how I'd behave if I didn't have a supply of food to last many years. Wild winds made it simply impossible to come outside. It's even more like a sandstorm, only the sand seems to be radioactive. They say whoever is out in it gets severely irradiated. Volcanoes are not subsiding. Today, no one even knows what part of the planet they are erupting in. The sky is covered with ash clouds 24 hours a day. It's like dusk and night all the time. Without sunlight, plants cannot survive. The earth becomes desolate, gray, and bare everywhere. They also say that phytoplankton no longer survives. Ocean waters are saturated with caustic gases. There's no life there anymore. Oxygen levels in the atmosphere decrease steadily. People on the radio have become my friends. Because my skin could be burned. Apparently, some kind of cosmic radiation is being directed at the Earth. Neanderthals smeared themselves with ochre against such radiation. We also started smearing ourselves with it. Although people say it doesn't but it is still better than nothing. Strong winds carrying sailors have to hold in basements and catacombs. Yet another strange threat has emerged. Lightning often kills those who dare to go on long forays. Lightning now occurs without thunderstorms. It just strikes constantly like laser weapons from the sky. Now it's clear why they said back then how destructive the weakening magnetic field was. It seems to me it was such a long time ago. It's getting harder and harder to write in the diary. My head hurts all the time. I don't know who I'm writing these notes for. The only living people remain in the same shelters and bunkers as me. It seems the Chinese made out to build something.
Kisoboka nti Abachina basobola okuzimba ekintu ekumala eddi era okusitika kungi kutambula mu radio.
I don't even know if there's anyone left alive on this planet. It became hot in the bunker. The walls are hot and keeping heat all the time. Air conditioning systems are failing. Constant heat forced me to crawl upstairs and settle right in front of the entrance hatch. Lord, get me out of all this. How much I envy those who are already dead. This is total madness. I'm just sitting and waiting for the end. Why didn't I do anything before? If only I could go back to the... It's still possible to change something easy. It was back then. There is no point in sitting waiting. The sky had turned orange.
Ebintu ebimu biba bigenda mu sipiidi nga sisobola kuvunula naye ng'agezaako kutunyonyola.
Like the sun is rising somewhere from the west. The earth seems to be shaking and exploding from within. Lava is everywhere. Scorching steam comes in waves. I'm running out of oxygen in my tank. This is the end. This is the end. I put the diary into the container. Eve sighs. Forgive me, Lord. Forgive me, darling.
Will a sane person agree to such a scenario as we have just seen? Understanding the gravity of our situation, one learns
kafirimu kakadde katulaga engeri omuntu gy'abonabona era tulina kukola buli kyetusoboka okuba nga tulina obusungu eri ekyo oba ebbanga ettono lye tulina. Era abantu bangi bazze boogera ku biki ebikosa abantu mu biseera byaffe bino. Era singa twabadde eby'amadiini oba ebibaddewo mu nsi tewandibaddewo okubonaabona oba bye bagamba enkomerero y'ensi tetwandibadde nga tutuuka we tutuuka kati. Era batuttemu tulabe katambi kano nti okubona kwaffe okubeerawo kwaffe kuli mu kutaamu kukolera wamu.
The interdisciplinary scientific study of the causes of climate change also includes the study of eschatology, that is, the description of the end times and their harbingers in the scriptures. Let's look at the eschatological signs of the two fundamental religions, Christianity and Islam. There are two scenarios mentioned in the scriptures: the golden millennium, Eden on earth, or the apocalypse, the end of time. As long as we are in a consumerist format, we are on the way to self-destruction. Time is passing. We are not changing direction and are approaching an apocalyptic finale. Let's take a look at what we are warned about.
Verses 10
to 17, it is said, the age is divided into 12 parts. 9 parts and half of the 10th part have already passed. As for the evils that you have seen now happen, people will yet do worse than these. Here, the age refers to the cycle of 12,000 years. In other words, the Bible itself speaks of the cycle of 12,000 years. Remember this. The message was left 500 years ago before our era, that is 2,500 years ago. At the time when 9,500 years from the beginning of the age had already passed. Thus, the Bible gives an indication that the cycle is 12,000 years, and it ends in our times. Scientists and atheists have all the answers except one. How could people 2,500 years ago accurately predict what is happening now? After all, there were no geophysical studies or predictions of mathematical models back then. There are two hypotheses as to where this information came from. Those who insist on the primacy of the mind are willing to believe that this information came from aliens or from past civilizations. For believers, it is divine providence. We do not claim anything. Which version is correct is up to you to decide. In Islam, the time of Judgment Day was indicated by the Prophet as the end of his community. According to the legend of the great Islamic scientist Al-Barazanji, the life of this community will exceed 1,000 years, yet be limited to 1,500 years. As of today, 1,390 years have passed since the Prophet's departure. We can accurately determine the approach of the Day of Judgment by the harbingers of the last days, indicators that the messengers left for us so that people who live in the last times can recognize them. Let's consider which harbingers of climate cataclysms from the scriptures have already come true. Fires. The 9th minor sign of the Day of Judgment in Islam talks about the Hijaz fire. Ibn Hajar writes in Fath al-Bari, one fire will happen among other events that will happen, according to the words of the Prophet, peace and blessings of Allah be upon him, before the Day of Judgment, and the other will arise just before the Day of Judgment without a gap. The increase in the area and the number of fires in modern times is caused by degassing of the subsoil along faults and unprecedented heat. The cause of these phenomena is a heating of the earth bowels due to rise of magma. Rains and floods. There are several authentic hadith in Islam which state that the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said, "The famine would not break out because of drought, but there will be famine despite heavy rainfall, as nothing would grow from the earth." The rise of magma causes groundwater to heat up and evaporate, increasing humidity, which in turn leads to record rainfall and flooding. Already now, floods are destroying crops. Another natural harbinger of the Day of Judgment is the blooming of the desert. A hadith narrated by Abu Hurairah states that the Prophet, peace be upon him, said, "The last hour will not come till the land of Arabia reverts to meadows and rivers." In 2018, heavy rains that hit arid Saudi Arabia inundated the desert and caused flooding, which made the desert bloom. Flooding has now become a frequent occurrence on the Arabian Peninsula. Land collapses. Sal bin Sa'd reports that the Messenger of Allah, peace and blessings of Allah be upon him, said, "There will befall this ummah land collapses." Now in many regions of the world, huge sinkholes and land collapses suddenly appear. Such examples are known in Turkey and Croatia, in Chile and Mexico. Also in Siberia, methane explosions form huge sinkholes. All of this is due to the rise of magma, the heating of groundwater, and the release of mantle gases. Earthquakes. The hadith says that there will be an increase in the number of earthquakes at the end of times. The hour will not be established until earthquakes will be very frequent. Christianity also mentions earthquakes as harbingers. The Gospel of Luke, chapter 21, verse 11 says that there will be great earthquakes, famines, and pestilences in various places, and fearful events and great signs from heaven. Now, due to the rise of magma and the expansion of the planet, the number of earthquakes is growing exponentially. They are expanding their geography, their magnitude and depth are increasing. Since the beginning of the century, they're having more great earthquakes, as the Gospel says, with a magnitude greater than 8. So we see that harbingers such as an increase in earthquakes, floods, land collapses, and fires are already coming true. In addition to climate change, all the other harbingers of social change, diseases, technology, and astronomical science have already come true. The 12,000-year cycle end dates announced by the prophets also point to our time. Let's see what awaits us on the apocalyptic path. Judgment Day, Apocalypse. The prophets also describe the apocalypse scenario in great detail. In the Gospel of Matthew, Jesus Christ says, "There shall not be left here one stone upon another that shall not be thrown down." These words point to the unprecedented power of cataclysms. The Gospel of Luke says that there will be the roaring and tossing of the sea.
people will faint from terror, apprehensive of what is coming on the world. The roaring sea indicates a tsunami from the strongest earthquakes. In the Quran, Surah 56, the Prophet, peace be upon him, speaks of the earthquake of unprecedented magnitude. When the earth will be particles of dust. In Surah 27, 52, and 70, it is said that the mountains, which we regard as motionless, will be set into motion like clouds. And they will become like wool, that is, they will be shaken and split up into blocks along the fault. So strong the tectonic shifts and the speed of the movement of the lithospheric plates will be. There is a description of the unprecedented speed of events in Hadith narrated by Abu Hurairah. It is said there that the end of the world will come so suddenly and quickly that people will not have time to complete the action they started. A person has raised a morsel of food to his mouth, but will not be able to eat it. In the Gospel of Mark, Jesus Christ tells people to run to the mountains, not to take anything with them, and not to turn around, which also indicates the suddenness of cataclysms taking place. And based on the words, "For in those days there will be tribulation such as has not been seen since the beginning of the creation which God created until this time, nor ever shall be," one can understand that a disaster of such a magnitude hasn't yet occurred on earth, such as has not been since the beginning of the creation, nor ever shall be. Similarly, in the Old Testament, the prophet Daniel said that such events had not yet been experienced by the earth. There will be a time of distress such as has not happened from the beginning of nations until then. The Quran speaks of violent volcanic eruptions and catastrophic fires during the Judgment Day. Watch for the day when the sky will bring a visible smoke covering the people. This is a painful torment. At the peak of the cataclysms, due to disastrous eruptions of numerous volcanoes, there will be a discharge of volcanic ash into the atmosphere, which will cut off the sun rays to the Earth's surface for many years. This is a description Jesus Christ gave in the Gospel of Mark. But in those days, after that tribulation, the sun will be darkened and the moon will not give its light, and the stars will be falling from heaven. The planet will be illuminated only by the light of the fires and the glow of the fiery lava. This is stated in the Quran in Surah 55, Ayah 37. And when the heaven is split open and becomes rose-colored like oil. Hydraulic impact. In the sacred text, we find description of the destruction of our planet, which the Prophet and Jesus Christ conveyed to people using the terms they could understand, and now, having a scientific basis, we can understand what they spoke about. For example, in the Quran, Surah 82, the cleaving, it is said, when the sky splits open, and when the stars fall away, and when the seas burst forth. The surah mentions that the atmosphere at the time of the violent explosion in the Mariana Trench will be ruptured by the flow of steam. Also, Surah 21 says, the supreme horror of that day will not disturb them. On that day, we will roll up heavens like a scroll of writings. What is described in this surah really reminds of the fact that in the event of steam explosion rupturing the atmosphere, the integrity of the atmosphere would be broken, it would be blown away by solar wind and dispersed in space. Also, Surah 81, the overthrowing says, when the sun is put out, and when the stars fall down, and when the mountains are blown away, and when the seas are set on fire, and when the sky is stripped away. It is also clear from the surah that the folding of the atmosphere will take place when the red-hot magma erupts into the ocean and sets it on fire. At that time, when the mountains are blown away, the strongest earthquakes will occur all over the planet. What is the falling of the stars that is mentioned in both Islam and Christianity? During the hydraulic impact, the rotation of the planet will instantly accelerate and the atmosphere will disappear. It is this phenomenon that will create the sensation that the stars are falling. If we summarize the Prophet's words about Judgment Day, we see the description of the phenomena that the mathematical model predicts for October 2036 during the hydraulic impact. Indeed, they see it as distant, but we see it as near. Then, do they await except that the hour should come upon them unexpectedly? But already, there have come its indications. That is the day of carrying out the threat. On the day heaven will sway with circular motion, and the mountains will pass on, departing. On the day the earth breaks away from them, and they emerge rapidly. Then watch for the day when the sky will bring visible smoke covering the people. This is a painful torment. And the earth and the mountains are lifted and level with one blow. Then on that day, the occurrence, that is resurrection, will occur. And the heaven will split open when the sun is wrapped up in darkness, and when the stars fall, dispersing, and when the mountains are removed, and when the seas are filled with flame, and when the sky is stripped away. If the apocalypse scenario comes true and what the prophet, peace be upon him, described happens, then our planet will become like Mars.
Мир вам, уважаемые братья и сестры. Фильм, который мы сейчас увидели, действительно шокирует. Сразу возникает вопрос, как обычные люди 1000 лет назад могли знать, что будет происходить с нами, и так точно это описать. Откуда пророки знали, что мы через 1000 лет уничтожим экологию, войдем в цикл катаклизмов? Для всех верующих это важнейший знак. Это знак, что Аллах предупреждал нас о тех временах, в которых мы сейчас живем, о последних временах. Аллах знал о том, с чем мы с вами столкнемся. Всем нам, ныне живущим, есть над чем задуматься. Все, что мы сейчас увидели в фильме, то, о чем предупреждали нас пророки, это точное описание математической модели, которую вы слышали сегодня. Причем пугающе точное. Остается главный вопрос, почему мы это видим и открыто говорим об этом, а остальные нет. Аллах милостивый, Он дал нам свободу выбора, и у нас есть два пути. Или мы умрем в апокалипсисе, или выберем жизнь, и тогда Он даст нам золотое тысячелетие. С учетом всего вышеизложенного, непонятно одно, почему нет всей мусульманской уммы здесь, почему нет всех представителей христианства сейчас. Верующие всего мира, я обращаюсь к вам, вы слышали предсказания. Вы знаете их, вы же чувствуете, как сократилось время, и что мир сейчас стоит на грани. Почему вы молчите? Почему вы сейчас не с нами? Да, среди наших активных участников много верующих, но здесь должны быть верующие всех религий, всех конфессий. Если вы верны пророкам, если вы веруете в Бога Единого, вы должны быть здесь и говорить вместе с нами. Для нас с вами в Священном Писании описали два пути, которые есть у человечества. Пока что весь мир идет, который ведет нас к тотальному уничтожению человечества. И всех. Хотя уже столько давно людям. Есть доклад, который вы слышали сегодня, о том, что будет происходить. Я ничего не жду от многобожников. У них другие установки и отношения ко всему. Однако монорелигии — это доминирующие религии, и они как раз указывают на то, что грядет. В их литературе это написано, и это действительно так. Почему представители религии, которые знают эти предсказания, сегодня не знают, стремятся к уничтожению всего человечества? Аллах дал нам шанс. И что мы выберем сейчас? Мы будем ждать, когда небо упадет на землю. Шанс и построим то общество, о котором мечтали все пророки. Как в христианстве говорилось про золотое тысячелетие, также также и в исламе. Пророк мира
olw'ensonga eyo mu busiraamu
укладе общества, который будет при имаме Махди.
oweekitiibwa nabbi
Если люди
muhammadi
объединятся,
sallallahu alaihi wasallama yayogera
выбор за
ku
нами, за
nkyukakyuka
каждым человеком. Аллах любит нас
kubeerawo.
так сильно, что дал нам самый большой подарок — свободу выбора.
Tuteekeddwa otegeera nti
Даже
Allah
если мы
atwagala era
ничего
yatuwa
не сделаем сейчас, когда наш мир разваливается, это тоже наш выбор. Это выбор оставить все как есть, а значит поддержать массовую гибель всего человечества.
okusalawo
Мы не сможем оправдать себя словами о том, что все предопределено,
tetuteekeddwa kubeera nga
что мы не в
tulowooza
силах что-то исправить, ибо
kisoboka
судить нас в судный день.
era byonna byonna ebituukawo tugenda
И
kubeera
если
nga
все предопределено, то зачем тогда пророки так подробно описывали нам то прекрасное общество, которое мы с
tulowooza
вами
lwaki
можем построить?
aprofeti
Пророк, мир ему и благословение Аллаха, лучший из людей, надеялся на последних, которые выберут правильный путь, а последние — это мы с вами. Ислам — это последняя религия и самая большая
obusiraamu
ответственность за
bututegeeza
то,
nga tweyitamu
по какому пути
tutegeeza nti
пойдет
biri gy'oli
общество,
gwe nange
лежит на мусульманах. Вспомните слова нашего пророка, мир ему.
twandibadde nga tujjukira ebimu ku bigambo bya profeti muhammadi bye yayogeranga
Но первое, от которой будут
era nga omu ateekeddwa okubeera ng'ategeera nti buli kyakola kyonna agenda kubeera ng'ategeezebwako. Kano ke kaseera naffe tuteekeddwa okubeera nga tudda wamu era beera ng'otunuulira buli omu nga ayanukula ekibuuzo.
Поэтому передайте каждому мусульманину, чтобы все слышали и знали, и скажите, что 10 декабря
nategeeza nti beera nga osansaanya enjiri okubeera nga abantu bonna bonna badda wamu era nga waliwo n'olukungaana olulala olugenda okubeera nga lujja gye tuli nabi muhammadi yani abooluganda bannyinaze ba brothers okusalawo buli gye tuli okubeera nga tusalawo ku ekyo kituteekeddwa okubeera nga tuwangaalirako ekisinga okubeera ekirungi gye tuli. Bwe tutyo Amani yatutuusako amawulire agakyasinze okubeera malungi nga tunnyonnyola ebimu ku Prophet Muhammad
Who is the Prophet Muhammad for us? Sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Now, we offer you an excerpt from the program Awakening with the participation of the esteemed Igor Mikhailovich.
Пришло время стать человеком.
Atugamba nti kiseera kye kino okubeera nga tufuuka abantu
Принять взрослое решение.
okubeera nga okusalawo okw'abantu abakulu
Так, как должен поступать человек.
kubeera nga tusalawo omuntu yandibadde nga yeeyisa atya
Главное заботиться о своей.
era ng'ekisinga okubeera ekikulu mu kyo kwe kubeera nga tulabirira tufaayo eri
Нас
ensi
этому не
yaffe
учи.
ebyo byonna byonna tugenda kubeera nga tubibuuzibwako
Придется все
era
учить.
buli kintu kyonna tuteekeddwa okubeera nga tukyeyigiriza ffebekini
Будет много камней на этой дороге.
era n'ekirala tebigenda kubeera kkubo lyangu okubeera nga tukola ebyo byonna byonna naye tuteekeddwa okuyigiriza challenge zonna oba obutiizi
Без нас, да, без тебя, мой друг.
ategeeza ng'agamba nti gwe nange ffe tusobola okubeera nga tukola era awatali
И уже,
oba gwe
к
ffe tusobola
сожалению,
kubeera nga
факт
tunaakukira
научный,
embeera
обоснованный, многократно проверенный. Что еще сказать?
nti mu mbeera ng'eyo tugenda kubeera nga twezibangako abantu nsobola okugamba ekintu nga kimu tuteekeddwa okubeera nga twesigangana
ведь это наш выбор. Бог не имеет права вмешиваться в наши дела. Много верующие сейчас возмутятся, скажут, Бог всесилен, конечно, всесилен, Господь всю вселенную.
naye katonda yatuwa eddembe naye eddembe eryo tuteekeddwa okubeera nga tulikozesa okubeera nga tulonda ekitulondawo ekisinga okubeera ekituufu era nabi muhammadi sallallahu alaihi wasallam yagamba nti olowooza ki ekisinga okubeera nga okkiriza ebigambo bya katonda naye nga tukkiriza mubaka we olowooza tufunye ekiseera ekimala okubeera nga tuwulirisa katonda tetulina kubeera nga twesigamu katonda yatuwa eddembe tetulina ate kwesiga katonda naye buli kintu katonda yatuwa obuyinza tulina okumwesiga naye ate n'atuwa n'obusobozi okubeera nga okusalawo kuli gye tuli okubeera nga tujjawo eyo kuba katonda ayamba oyo yenna aba yeeyambye mu kaseera akasiru.
Запомните это. Давайте просто.
Buli kimu kiri mu mikono gyaffe era tusobola n'okubeera nga tutaasa eminsi tusobola okubeera nga tukitaasa nga tusinziira mu kulaikirizisa era tusobola okubeera nga tuli wamu okubeera nga tuyimiriza embeera eyo egenda mu maaso n'okubeera nga tuyimiriza n'okutta ne tubeera nga tweyagala nga bwe tweyagala ensi eno egenda kubeera nga ekyuka bwe tunaaba nga tweyagadde ne twagala n'emikwano gyaffe oba nebaba nga bwe tweyagala ensi eno egenda kubeera nga ekyuka.
Thank you, Igor Mikhailovich, for your support, your honesty, and for your constant motivation to us so that we can keep going.
Era nakyala atutegeeza nti okusinziira ku bubaka obadde butiisa nti abantu abataliimu kaabo tebasobola kubeera nga bakitegeera naye abalimu ak'obuntu be basobola okubeera nga bakitegeera. Era abasinga obungi bamanyi nti creative society ebunye naye essaawa tebalina kyakusalawo. Olwaleero tufunye omukisa okubeera nga twogera ebyo ebizibu tubeera nga tufuna solutions oba bwe tunaasobola okubeera nga tubivuna. Nga emu ku nsonga creative society gyeteekako essira era tugenda kubeera nga tubalaga creative society butya bwegenda okubeera nga buli omu butya bwagenda okubeera nga agifunamu. Kyetutegeddwa okutegeera nti tuli b'amaanyi nnyo akaseera ke tubeera nga tumaze nga twegasse. Era kyetutegeddwa okutegeera nti creative society gwe mukisa gwokka gwe tusigazizza era lyekkubo lye tusobola okubeera nga tufuniramu solutions ku mbeera eyo wakati y'abagaba embeera gyetuwangalira. Obuzibu bwe tulina leero luno nti tuteekeddwa okubeerako nga tugonjoola ekitabeera ekitagonjoolwangako ekyatubeerawo.
We have only 5 to 6 relatively stable years to do everything possible and impossible to counteract the radiation that is now coming on our Earth and causing this catastrophic destruction.
Era kino kikwata ku buli omu okubeera nga agonjoola.
Climate cataclysms are gaining momentum, and as of today, the scientific world has not put forward.
Tuteekeddwa okutegeera nti omulembe guno gwa tekinologi gwe tulimu tegulina nnyo kyamaanyi kye gutuleese okuggyako okubeera nga kutuyamba okugonjoola embeera ezo wabula ffe bennyini ffe tuteekeddwa okubeera nga tuzigonjoola. Olwaleero luno
Today, all that official science does is fight for more prestigious cabins on a sinking ship.
era newankubadde nti ebyo byonna byonna bikolebwa ne
And we want to
bannassaayansi
save
naye
the
era
whole ship because we
tebitumazza
are all on this ship and it is already sinking. We need real scientists.
era twetaaga bannassaayansi abakugu abasobola okubeera nga bakola kino oba nga bakiŋŋanga okubeera nga batuyambako mu kusolovinga mu kugonjoola zino embeera kati abo abasobola okukikola bannassaayansi baliwa bannassaayansi abalinga abakugu emirimu gye bakola gya kubeera nga babeera mu makolero gakola ebyokulwanyisa
They are those who develop new technologies in closed laboratories. Technologies
era tekinologi ayizibwa saawa zino wakati y'abaga wa bulabe ebyobulamu bw'abantu.
It is not profitable for any state to reveal those who are genuine scientists. Why not? Because these scientists provide a military advantage over other countries with their innovations. The only way to free real scientists is to change the model of the existing social organization of world society to a model where wars and the dictatorship of power will be eliminated entirely. Then scientists would no longer need to develop weapons.
Ategeeza nti bwe tunaba nga twegasse ffenna ffenna ne bannassaayansi tebagenda kubeera bwetaavu lwa kubeera nga bakola ebyokulwanyisa naye ffenna ffenna tugenda kubeera nga tukola
Otherwise, states will cunningly continue to hide scientists in order not to lose their intellectual capacity and thus their power. Let's be honest.
N'atutegeeza nti abo abakulembeze kye baliko kyokka kubeera nga bo beetangira
only to avoid punishment in the future for what they have done.
Era nga ekyo bakikola
for the sake of their own safety, politicians will do anything, even destroy the world along with all of us.
okukyusa ensi eno gwe mukisa gwokka gwe tulina okubeera nga tuwa era tetuteekeddwa okubeera nga tulwanagana
all from having to fight each other. Only this will guarantee the possibility of uniting the intellectual potential of real scientists and directing their attention to solving the global.
Oba twagala oba tetwagala tuteekeddwa okubeera nga twegatta okubeera nga tulwanisa embeera okubeera nga tudda wamu era kino kiri buli omu okubeera nga akikiriza era tuteekeddwa okubeera nga tekikola ku lwaffe naye tukikola ku lw'abantu tuteekeddwa okubeerako ne kye tukyusa tusobola era tulina okusaba abantu nga tubabuuza ki ekisinga okubeera emyaka mingi nga tetubuuza abantu ensi bagiraba batya era ensi gye baagala okubeera nga babeeramu bagyagala batya abantu bangi abaparticipatinzi ababadde nga beetanula Creative Society okubeera nga babunya enjiri
acquaintances, friends, and strangers on the street. Millions of people were surveyed in all countries of the world. By analyzing all the answers, the 8 pillars of the Creative Society were born. The concept of the Creative Society
Bwekyo batutegeeza nti abantu bonna baagala okubeera mu nsi ennungi era Creative Society egenda kubeerawo nga buli omu agibeeramu abeera mu bulamu obweyagaza obulamu obunyuma bulamu omuntu bwe yandibadde nga
but the foundation has already been laid. Yes, we still have a lot to solve, but that is a task of specialists. Lawyers will solve legal issues, and economists, economic issues. They, as well as scientists, must sit around the same table.
Ategeeza nti bannassaayansi n'abakulembeze bonna bateekeddwa okubeera nga batuula ku mmeeza babeere nga bagatta obwongo tutya omuntu bwe yandibadde ng'asimatuka ebiseera ebyakagenze mu maaso era nga ffe abantu tugenda kubeera nga tufuna omukisa okubeera nga tweronderawo obulamu
as one big family. If anyone has an alternative to the creative society, we would love to hear it. Among us are historians, political scientists, sociologists, and a vast number of specialists and enthusiasts who have studied human history in detail. Always, in all attempts to change something, everyone has tried.
Era abamu bagereza kubeera nga beddiza amaanyi kubeera nga bafuga abantu abalala.
It always turns into
naye ng'ate
tyranny,
amaanyi
consumerism,
kubeera nga gabeera mu bantu. Ekibuuzo kiri nti olowooza obuyinza bwandibadde mu mukono gwa muntu omu oba bwandibadde mu bantu bangi. Era tewabeerangawo kintu kyonna kyonna kyefaananiza creative society.
What people want. Any other system where there remains even a temporary, slight power of one man over another will inevitably lead to catastrophe.
Era tetugenda kubeera nga tukkiriza okubeera nga tubeera mu bulamu nga abasireevu ng'abaddu, era tetugenda kubeera nga tukkiriza okubeera nga tutambulira mu mbeera mbi. Eyo embeera gye tubadde tuwangaaliramu emyaka egyayita.
According to the Constitution, we are free people. We are the holders of power in all countries. It's written in all
era ffe bennyini abantu
we're the ones who actually built this world.
Era tuteekeddwa okubeera nga tukitegeera. Era teri muntu agenda kubeera ng'avaayo okubeera ng'atukolera ekirungi kye twagala.
We're being persuaded that people are not capable of solving anything. Yes,
nti abakugu
specialists are capable of thinking things through, and people are capable of making decisions. We won't be politicians anymore.
Tetwetaaga bakulembeze olw'ensonga nti abakulembeze essaawa zino beetwala nti be bateekeddwa okubeera nga batusalirawo nga batutegeererawo buli kimu. Era tuteekeddwa okubeera nga tukitegeera.
And we need to understand it. On paper, a politician is someone who prevents conflict and war.
Tuteekeddwa kitegeera nti abakulembeze si be babeerawo okubeera nga bayimiriza entalo, naye be babaaliwo okubeera nga baleetawo entalo mu bantu. Era nga bakikola okubeera nga balina okubeera nga bakifunamu.
Therefore, such notion as a politician cannot exist in a creative society. Excuse me. In the face of a global
abo bonna bonna bino byetwogera abo bonna bonna bino abokunyiiga okunyiiga ku bino byetwogera munansonyiwamu olw'ensonga nti bwe tubeera waneno twogera amazima.
The question arises, what and who is a state? The answer is simple. The state is
kyetegeera nti a state ekolebwa abantu. Era state ekolebwa amaanyi agagiweebwa gabeera mu bantu.
Everything is done in the interest of some ruling party or simply in the interest of power, but not in the people's interest. Let's be honest and call things by their proper name.
Tufaayo eri abantu abalala. Bw'ati atunnyonnyola ng'atunnyonnyola biki bakulembeze bye bakola kubeera nga bo babeera mu bulamu obulungi ate ne babeera nga tebafaayo eri balala. Bw'ati atukubiriza okubeera nga tujoininga creative society. Ategeeza nti mu creative society egenda kubeera ensi omutagenda kubeera bwavu era nga tubeere nga tweyagala mu nsi yona yona. Era ng'omuntu alina obuvumu okubeera nga akola ky'ayagala. Era tugenda kubeera nga tusobola okubeera nga tuzimba bizinesi zaffe zikula. era technology agenda kubeera nga
able to implement technologies withheld from us, withheld from use in the current consumer format.
era egenda kubeera ewa abantu omukisa okubeera nga bavumbula ebipya era ensinga eyo oba obulamu bwobwo bugenda kubeera nga buli omu abufunamu.
The creative society is based on 8 pillars, 8 guiding principles that should be adopted into every country's constitution.
Ategeeza nti ensi oba obulamu bwetugerako bugenda kubeera nga buli omu yeeyagala ng'era buli omu yeeyagala ate ng'ayagala ne munne, era nga buli omu ategeera nti obulamu bw'omuntu kye kimuwende kikyasinza okubeera eky'amaanyi. Eno creative society si organization nti oba kibiina but eno movement y'abantu bonna. Atutegeeza nti emu ku ppira ekola creative society eyogera ku bulamu bw'omuntu nti obulamu bw'omuntu bwe bukyasinza okubeera obw'omuwendo era teri kintu kyonna kyonna kya muwendo ng'obulamu bw'omuntu. Era creative society eyogera ku bulamu bw'obulamu.
Isn't that what we?
Nti abantu abasinga eddembe
freedom and
nti obulamu tekusobola kubeera bulungi nga tolina
life cannot be
ddembe.
fulfilling without freedom, and freedom is impossible without equality among all people. Despite the declared rights
Nti obulamu buno bwe tuwangwaliramu abantu tebabatwalira tebali mu kiti kye kimu, bino tubitera okubeerawo mu bifo eby'amateeka nti oba omuntu agenze mu ofiisi oba omuntu ali mu kunoonya mulimu omuntu agenze mu kooti atalina ssente tasobola kubeera nga awulirizibwa. So embeera ng'eyo mu creative society tegenda kubeera nga ebeerawo era omuntu agenda kubeera n'eddembe n'obuyinza. Tetumanyi kye kigenda okutuukawo olw'enkya but oba ensi egenda kubeera etya, ebintu bigenda kulinnya oba bigenda kubeera nga
medical bills if something happens. What if? What if? To put it simply, the third pillar removes that ultimate fear tomorrow. That is the fear of survival.
Nti buli omu agenda kubeera nga aweebwa emmere, ennyumba, obujjanjabi
medical care,
n'ebyokozesa.
education, and complete social security. And of course, everyone wants to feel physically safe. A unified global service will protect everyone from any emergencies and threats. Read that again. Catch that? Did you really fully get it?
Nti buli omu agenda kubeera nga aweebwa ebyo byonna ebitambuza obulamu nga talina kwewaliikirira kwonna kwonna nga eppira ey'okuna nti mu creative society emu ku ppira ey'okuna nti tewali kubeera nga kwekabyama. Amakulu nti buli omu agenda kubeera nga tewali kikolebwa nga tekimanyiddwa nga ssaawa zino obulamu bwe tuwangaliramu nti ebyama bifuse ebyama.
Track all public down to a penny. No disinformation will be allowed because mass media will belong exclusively to society and reflect information openly and honestly.
Ategeeza nti ideology ekiringa ekigera ekibumbabumba obulamu obulamu nti olwaleero ku matiivi tulaba abeekalakaasa
destructive, hateful news, and endless problems without solutions. Mass media is aimed at the division and manipulation of the
era
masses.
oluvannyuma lw'okubeera nga tulaba
After watching
ebintu
the
ng'ebyo
news,
ku
people
matiivi
feel hopeless and depressed.
tuwesuubi.
In creative society, propaganda of violence, division, aggression,
mu creative society emboozi oba stories z'obulimba zigenda kubeera nga
establishing
teziikirizibwa.
conditions for the development and education of a human with a capital H, cultivating moral values in each individual and society. The sixth pillar
nti empagi ey'omukaaga buli omu agenda kubeera n'obusobozi okubeera nga soma tuli mu mbeera nga abatalina ssente tebasoma.
that today leaves graduates enslaved by debt for many years to follow. Also today, many young people choose their fields of study.
Tuli mu mbeera ng'omuntu asoma ekintu ky'atayagalawo naye lwakuba nti kyekiriwo. Era ng'abamu bakikola kubeera nga batwaliriza obudde. Era ebyo byonna byonna mu creative society ebigenda kubeera nga bya bwereere buli muntu kyasalawo bakyayagala
potential. The seventh pillar assures equitable distribution.
Epira eyandibadde nga ey'omusanvu tugenda kubeera nga tusheyalinga nga asheyalinga ne munno biki by'abaalina nga bw'olaba nti nga bonna yasheyalinga netubawo kyalo nti waliwo kyayagala n'akusaba n'omuwa kitaliiwo ssaawa ensi ezimu
the insatiable desires by certain to hoard and accumulate resources in their own hands.
Era nga resources zetulina ebyobugagga byetulina si byaffe
and are distributed evenly. Conflicts and wars won't be needed. The concept of power in the creative society is absent. People directly
ategeeza nti abantu basalawo okubeera nga bakola ebyo bye bafunamu kiri gwe nange okubeera nga tusalawo kitugenda okubeera nga kitugasa. Era n'olw'ensonga eyo abantu bagenda kubeera nga bakozesa obuyinza bwabwe okubeera nga basalawo. Era bino byonna byonna bigenda kubeera nga biraga biki abantu baagala nga bo nga teri kubasalirawo ki kiteekeddwa kubeera nga kikolebwa baki bateekeddwa kubeera nga bakola. Era tuteekeddwa okubeera nga tukitegeera nti creative society kintu kipya ekizza okubeera nga kitugatta ffenna ffenna nga tekyawudde mu kkala nga tekyawudde mu mawanga nga ffenna ffenna tuli omuntu omu. Ekibuuzo kiri kyangu nnyo, gwani buuza nayibawo gwani ani
whose interests do you
ali
represent?
mu bwetaavu mu ebintu by'okola. Awo ekintu kyo answer gye tulina ye creative society. Tuteekeddwa okubeera nga tusitopinga engeri gye tuyisitamu.
Let's tell everyone. Let's create public support for this idea. Let's create electoral demand.
Bw'ati abadde ali mu kututegeeza bukyawe tuteekeddwa okubeera nga twebisaamu na biki tuteekeddwa okubeera nga tubeera nga tuli mu creative society era natuli ennaku zimu ku zi pillars mu creative society. Moto nakyala nga ategeeza n'amwebaza okubeera nga ebigambo ebimu byatutuusizaako. Era n'ayongerako n'agamba nti creative society ekumulika kiweesa nga tuyitamu okubeera nga tulekawo embeera gye twagala naye nga tusobola okikola nga twegasse era n'ekirala kitutegeera nti ebiyinza bonna bonna oba ebyo bigagga byonna byonna by'abantu naye si bya muntu omu. Bw'atyo n'atugamba nti ebyo byonna byonna byogeddwa naye katulyoke tulabeko biki omuntu byagenda okubeera nga afuna mu Creative Society. Nti emyaka 7 tubadde wano nga tubategeeza ku Creative Society naye nange omuntu yeebuuza nti obulamu bugenda kubeera butya mu Creative Society. Oba tebatulengeza obulamu bwe bugenda okubeera mu nsi oba eyogerwako era tukwaniriza mu nsi obulamu bwe bugenda okubeera nga bwa muwendo. Nti mu Creative Society buli omu agenda kubeera nga aweebwa ebintu. Oba onaaba nga ne famire ogenda kubeera nga obeera mu nju 100 square meters nga buli kimu mwekiri era tewagenda kubeera musolo ku ebyo famire yo ng'ekula agenda kubeera mu bulamu nga bulungi. Entambula engoye ez'ebbeeyi zigenda kubeera mu Creative Society. Eddembe by'okufuya ssente nti abantu bagenda kubeera n'eddembe okubeera nga bafuna ssente.
From the first day of the transition period to the Creative Society, all mortgages and loans will be written off. No more inflation. Prices for the same product or services will be the same all over the world. No more taxes on small and medium-sized businesses. No more taxes on individuals.
Era buli muntu agenda kubeera nga afuna $10,000 eza dola buli mwezi. Tewagenda kubeera bwetaavu bwakola just obulamu bw'okujooga. Buno obulamu nga tuvudde ku bino eno buno obulamu bwe butuuka wano eno ku lukalu lwa Afrika. Abantu abamu ab'evuma lwaki baazaalibwa nga Bafirika. Olubwa ku balenzi ba wano eno.
Do you want to work more because you get a buzz out of doing your job benefiting society? Go for it. You are always free to choose. All hard, dangerous, harmful, and monotonous work will be done by robots and automated systems. A human is not a slave to toil from morning till night for a penny. You will have time for yourself. You will be able to do things you really care about. Spend time with people you love. Develop yourself. Be creative. And travel to any part of the world without visas or restrictions. In the Creative Society, every day of your life brings only joy and pleasure. Environment. Production will be waste-free and completely environmentally friendly. Pesticides and chemicals will no longer be needed to grow products. Only tasty, healthy, and varied foods will always be on your table. You will be able to enjoy clean, fresh air wherever you go. You will be able to drink crystal clear water saturated with good microelements and minerals. In the Creative Society, we will restore the ecosystem. And we will be able to admire the purity of oceans, the beauty of pristine forests, the creative society is a
obwo
world
obulamu
of
bugenda
harmony
okubeera
and
nga
beauty.
bulungi era buli muntu yenna agenda kubeera nga kya muwendo era obujjanjabi bugenda kubeera bwa bweru. Abasawo bagenda kubeera nga babasasula.
A patient will no longer be seen as a profitable client. Each medical center will be equipped with artificial intelligence that will incorporate the experience of all the best doctors.
Ebyobujjanjabi bigenda kubeera nga bituukamu bagenda kubeera nga omuntu abeera n'obulamu bukyasinza okubeera obw'essanyu nga tekinologi yeeyongedde obulamu obujooga mu creative society tegenda kubeerayo obulamu bw'abakaceere.
Today, these technologies are already being developed, but the consumer's format makes them inaccessible for us. A simple device installed in the shower cubicle will scan your body and will adjust your appearance according to your wishes. Living healthy, completely free of charge.
Otudda ku by'ensoma. Gyendi yandeetedde okubeera nga nsoma era n'asomera mu koleji ya enime. Era buli omu agenda kubeera n'olukisa okubeera ng'asomera
And you won't have to worry about earning a living because you'll have a universal basic income.
Era ng'omuntu asalawo ky'ayagala okubeera ng'akola. Eno bateekeddwa okusoma emyaka 7 n'oyongerako emyaka 4 oba 6 n'ogenda ku yunivasite bagenda kubeera nga okusoma ky'ayagala.
And implement their decisions through voting on a unified platform. The highest value is human life. Everything will be built around the fundamental basis. The world's media will no longer be in private hands, but will belong to society as a whole. This means that they will no longer be able to manipulate public opinion for the profit of a few. The media will truthfully and holistically inform, educate, and inspire people.
Tuli mu bulamu obuulyawo bulamu otasobola kubeerawo nga abamu nga bagagga abamu nga baavu. Omuntu omu n'abeera ne ssente n'obugagga obw'abantu 10 naye nga alina bumu naye nga tesobola kubeera nga abamu nitwanyamba era kituwangaaliza tehoolyawo tunaabeera nga tuli mu kwekyosaati agenda kubeera obulamu obulidde. Era omuntu agenda kubeera nga asindika omwana ku ssomero nga talina kulya oba agenda kubeera nga oba agenda kubeera nga awunyibwa. Era tugenda kubeera nga tukolera wamu okubeera nga tuyimiriza akabenje
disasters and wars. You and your family will be safe anywhere in the world. You will get all this started when you first
tugenda kubeera kufumba kyoyagala kyokka tugenda kubeera nga bipulitingibwa oyagala kulya chicken oyiga wali ng'okulitinga ebyokulya bivaayo oyagala kulya ki ayo byonna byonna bigenda tegase nga tukozesa tekinologiya tegenda kufumba tugenda kubeera kufumba era obulamu bugenda kubeera nga bugonda
must bring only joy and pleasure. The whole absurdity is that we continue to maintain the consumer. We can build a creative society.
Tusobola okubeera nga tuzinga obulamu bwe twogerako nga tewali kulwana naye nga
except scientific and technological, which will be a permanent and natural phenomenon in the creative society.
era ng'otegeeza mikwano gyo ab'enganda zo ab'oku kyalo buli muntu yenna yonna kusanga yakadde society era obeera ng'obabuulira ebirungi ebigenda kubeeramu beere nga fenna fenna okubeeramu era aba mu bulamu
when within a short time we can move from the slave system of the consumers to the free and safe world of the creative society.
buli kimu kiyimiriddeko gwe era nga osapootinga ng'owagira creative society. Batyo baatuuza erudda oluvannyuma lw'okutulaga obulamu bwe tugenda okubeera nga tubeeramu nga tuli mu creative society. Bwe tutyo twadda erudda ku mainstream. Creative society eri fomu
everything is the individual. It's life and it's
era ebyo byonna byonna okubeerawo waliwo engeri tuteekeddwa okubeera nga tukola era leka tubeere nga tutegeera biki bye tuteekeddwa okubeera nga tukola okubeera nga tuteekawo obulamu bwe butwogerako era kyekigenda okubeera nga kiddirira tutegeera tutya kisoboka buli muntu ayabeera mu bulamu bulungi mu bulamu gaso nnyo tegenda kubeera bukulembeze
Such politicians will only appear when there is an electoral demand for the creative society. This is required to lawfully implement
kitegeeza nga tugamba nti creative society waliwo engeri y'ennambulu butya ekigo kigenda okubeera nga kikolebwanga obukulembeze amawulire
The strategy outlines specific activities to achieve the goal of each stage.
kitotegeera nti okuvaako bakati emyaka 5 okubeera mu bulamu ng'obwo era tuteekeddwa okubeera nga twegatta kyetutegeddwa tusaawa zino tuli ku siteegi esooka okubeera nga tusansanya amawulire okubeera nga kitegeereka era buli omu asapootinga kino
in which we are struggling to survive. The alternative to the creative society, the alternative is the creative society. This stage is the most important one. What does it mean to inform about creative society? It means to talk about what prospects of a new quality of life it opens up for each person: safety, security, and high quality of life. It is essential to convey to each person that forming the creative society is a practical and feasible task.
Watu nakyala nga tutegeeza nga agamba nti kino tusobola okukikola era okubeera nga tukola tegeddwa ogamba abantu kino kiteekeddwa okubeera nga kikolebwa
in the creative society. During the forum, we will discuss how to join the Creative Society project and what you can do right now. It is crucial to showcase your choice wherever possible. That's exactly how people will create a global electoral democracy. How we will demonstrate politicians that we want to live in the creative format of society. The result of first stage will be for the creative society. We are at this stage, right?
Ngaffe twakitwala netugamba nti buli omu bw'abeera nga afunayo abantu 5 baategeeza kigenda kubeera nga kyangu okubeera nga tugenda ku level endala. Stage ey'okubiri gye tuliko mu society political oba okukulembeze.
We aim to implement the 8 pillars of the creative society into the constitution of every country and enact the law.
Ategeeza ku nsonga y'obukulembeze obukulembeze bugenda kubeera nga bulambulukufu. Amanyi obukulembeze ngaawo enjirako muddeeriza byaffe tubimanyi wano eno mwaffe bayinza okukimira okukimira awo batundiki obulamu bwe tugenda okubeera nga tukutambuzamu. Namu kyatukubiriza nti era nga tutegeeza
that they build the creative society. Other politicians have no elected. Politicians.
Era bwe tulaba nga tutegeezesa abakulembeze baffe tugenda kubeera nga bakkiriza okubeera nga tubyodinga
that will guarantee the realization of interests of every person.
nti enkola yandibadde kubaddeyo okuteeka mu nkola era nga twogeddeko wali eddembe freedom nga ziteekebwa mu nkola. Tugenda okubeeramu obulamu era ategeeza okubeera nga mu creative society tuli peace era obulungi bugenda kubeera mu bwangu asalawo era tugenda kubeera nga tusalawo tebatusalirawo nga tebatusalirawo nga saawa zino babona abantu apalya esalawo kiteekeddwa okukolebwa kati waleere mu nsi ogerwako tetusalawo gwe nange ampuliriza naye olyali eyo tetusalawo. Sobe tutyo nga batutegeeza ebyo byonna byonna koleddwa tusobola okujja eyokusatu era nga nti abantu bagenda kubeera nga basobodde okutegeera n'okuwuliriza creative ate era nga bateeka mu kukola ebibadde nga empagi zikola creative society. Bwatyo nakyala nga atunnyonnyodde ebigambo ebiwoomu bwe bityo. Kyetusigalidde kwe kubeera nga tubitegeera era nga tubiteeka mu nkola. Ategeeza ng'agamba nti obutamanya tebukusonyirya nga bwe tutegeera nti butamanya tebukuggyako musango. So tutegeddwa okubeera nga tutegeera kitukole birina okukolebwa. Lwatyo okululumba ti nga tutegeeza atunyola ategeeza nti buli omu buli muntu kimukakatako okubeera asansaanya emirimu naye nga tukikola mu ngeri emenya mu ngeri enambulukufu. Era nga butyabo oteekeddwa okubeera nga okikolamu osobola okikola mu ngeri nga obuulira ze twandiyize nga empagi omwana za creative society oluvannyuma lw'okuzitegeera era naye ali kubeera nga ali kwongera okutunnyonnyola biki byeteekeddwa okubeera nga tukola mu creative society. Era creative society wagenda kubeerawo okulonda naye nga agenda okulondebwa y'oyo agenda okubeera nga ayimirizaawo twandiyise nga foundation.
To the most important thing, the formation of a public reflection to elect to achieve such a society.
All people on the planet have already heard about the creative society.
On the planet
nti abantu bonna mu nsi baategedde creative society. Abantu bonna balina okutegeera ku creative society naye
will perceive the remaining stages of its creation legislation of each country. This is why the information stage is the most important.
Nti ekisinga obukulu kwe kubeera nga tutambuza information abantu okubeera nga bategeera nga tubategeeza ku ebyo ebisoboka mu kuzimba creative society. Era mwawo mwe tugenda okubeera nga tufuna obuolyawo abanatuyambako okubeera nga tuzimba n'okuyambibwa gavumenti
Society as the base
society
byonna
as
byonna
the
bigenda
best
kubeera nga
law
ebyo
it is important that people
ategeeza nti kya mugaso nnyo okubeera nga
any politician
tujjukira
always defends
abakulembeze
public
n'enneeyisa
as we can see
ffe abantu tulina olukisa okubeera nga tusalawo ku ki kiteekeddwa okubeera nga
and the
tukola
creative society is the natural
nti ekizimbibwa oba ekijjawo tekiri
but an
kiri nti
evolution which takes place in a legal way.
enkyukakyuka
The time has come to exercise
bwatyo n'atwebaza oluvannyuma lw'okututuusaako ebyo n'okutunnyonnyola ebyo ebigambo bwatunyakyala nimwebaza era namugamba nti abantu tulina olukisa okubeera nga tukikola kino era nti abantu abasinga tebamanyi ku kino ategeeza nti olwaleero twafunye omukisa okubeera nga twintavyuinga omukyala era bwatyo katuwulirise bwe bulamu obwesuubi nti ekibuzo bwatyo namubuuza nti
The unity of the people is very important at this point, because what we have seen, especially in the last 2 years, how the rights of people, civil rights, and enablement, constitutional rights have been taken away. They have been redefined into privileges that a government can do whatever they want to do. This is not only happening in 1 or 2 or 3 countries. This has been happening all over the world. So it is of utmost important that people once again realize it is their democracy. They need to get involved. If they want things to change, they can make it happen, but they need to go and cast their votes and not stay at home. They need to take responsibility. Democracy is not a place where you simply go to sleep, because there was once said, when you sleep in a democracy, you will have a very rude awakening in a tyranny. You will always have a conflict of interest. Whoever has power, his aim is always to expand his power at the cost of the one he is overpowering. We do need to have institutions that have some kind of a governing power. Obviously, we do need this. But the key is there needs to be checks and balances. That is also a cornerstone of every democracy. The people need to realize they have the responsibility for their life, and they need to make their own decisions. Then they elect representatives who are supposed to implement the wish of the people. But what we're seeing now is the people are being dictated to by these elected representatives what their wishes have to be. And that is wrong on so many levels. So people need to realize we elect representatives and they are our employees and they have to do what we tell them. But nowadays, a lot of people think, well, they're the bosses and they tell us what to do. No, it's the other way around. And we need to get understanding once again of how democracy works. And that seems to be a pretty big problem right now.
Dobrý večer. Dnes sú ľudské práva deklarované v právnych predpisoch každej krajiny. Ale ako vidíme, v skutočnosti sa neuplatňujú. Riadíme my svoj život? Vari môžeme my s vami, ja s vami v súčasnom spotrebiteľskom formáte spoločnosti zastaviť vojny, korupciu, alebo aspoň znížiť účty za svetlo a teplo? Jednoducho nedokážeme ochrániť náš život. Mať jedlo a teplo v dome sa stalo pre mnohých ľudí luxusom. Nemáme ani prostriedky na záchranu životov našich blízkych v prípade vážnych chorôb. Nikto z nás si nie je istý zajtrajším dňom. Opýtajú sa nás, čo chceme my, predtým, ako stlačia červené tlačítko a pochovajú nás a všetky naše sny pod hríbami jadrovej vojny. Systém spotrebiteľského formátu je navrhnutý tak, že maximálne, na čo máme my právo, je vybrať si, kto bude rozhodovať za nás. Vo voľbách v podstate hlasujeme za mačku vo vreci. Malej hrstke ľudí, často dokonca neznámym ľuďom, dávame k dispozícii nielen svoje práva, ale aj naše výhody. No a na medzinárodnej úrovni nemáme vôbec žiadnu možnosť priamo brániť svoje záujmy. Viete, k čomu by sa to dalo prirovnať? Predstavte si, že ste niekomu udelili všeobecné na používanie a spravovanie vášho domu s právom doň niekoho nasťahovať, predať ho, zbúrať alebo prestávať bez vášho súhlasu. Ale zároveň v ňom naďalej žijete. Jediné, čo nám ostáva robiť v tomto existujúcom systéme, je spoliehať sa na úrady a dúfať, že vyriešia naše problémy. Alebo vyjadrovať svoju nespokojnosť na zhromaždeniach a demonštráciách, kde budeme vypočutí. Nehľadiac na veľké množstvo zákonov, medzinárodných dohôd a listín, problémy v spoločnosti v spotrebiteľskom formáte nikdy nevyriešia. Pretože my, ľudia, sa nepodielame na prijímaní spoločensky dôležitých rozhodnutí, ako bude vojna alebo nie, aké dane máme platiť, ako využívať prírodné zdroje. Však všetky tieto otázky priamo ovplyvňujú náš život. Tento spotrebiteľský formát spoločnosti, jadrom ktorého sú moc a peniaze, sa dostal do slepej uličky. To sa však dá ľahko zmeniť tak, aby zabezpečil dôstojný život pre všetkých, nie len pre jednotlivcov. Môžeme legálnym, evolučným spôsobom realizovať koncepciu tvorivej spoločnosti, v ktorej centre stojí človek. Samospráva spoločnosti je jedným zo základných princípov tvorivého formátu spoločnosti. Áno, je možné počuť také tvrdenie, že spoločnosť bez moci nemôže existovať. Ale ako potom vysvetliť napríklad samoorganizáciu a vzájomnú pomoc ľudí v núdzových situáciách, pri rôznych katastrofách a nešťastiach? Však ľudia riešia svoje náhle otázky a problémy veľmi efektívne, bez toho, aby čakali na akékoľvek kroky z neohrabaného systému orgánov moci. A okrem toho, bez zapojenia dobrovoľníkov z občianskej spoločnosti nie je štát vôbec schopný vyriešiť problémy so zabezpečením všetkého, čo ľudia potrebujú. Vzniká teda oprávnená otázka. Sme to my, kto sa nezaobíde bez moci? Alebo je to moc, ktorá sa nezaobíde bez nás? A vôbec, adekvátne sa pozrime. Prečo politici túžia po vrchole moci? Pomôcť nám? Oni nás tak veľmi ľúbia? Nebuďte naivní. Každý dokonale chápe, že každý sa usiluje o lepší život. Ľudia, ktorých sme dosadili k moci, vždy sledujú len svoje vlastné záujmy. Moc jednotlivcov nás nevyhnutne privádza k nerovnosti a vykorisťovaniu. Čo je to samospráva? Samospráva spoločnosti je, keď všetci väčšinovým hlasovaním rozhodujeme o tom, či niečo má alebo nemá byť. Uznajte, však pre každého človeka je prirodzené a normálne, že si sám riadi svoj súkromný život. Prečo teda, keď ide reč o riadenie spoločensky dôležitých otázok a záležitostí, od ktorých ešte viac závisí náš súkromný život, si začíname myslieť, že niekto vie lepšie, ako máme žiť? My ľudia by sme mali mať právo hlasu pri priamom riešení všetkých verejne dôležitých, sociálne významných a ekonomických otázok, ovplyvňujúcich zmenu kvality ľudského života človeka. Práve tento princíp je stanovený v 8. osnove tvorivej spoločnosti, samospráva spoločnosti, ktorá definuje samosprávu ako absenciu moci a právo každého človeka zúčastňovať sa na riadení záležitostí spoločnosti. Samospráva je účasť samotných ľudí pri rozhodovaní na elektorálnej platforme. Elektorálna platforma je elektronický systém vo vlastníctve spoločnosti, ktorý je jediným nástrojom na iniciovanie a prijímanie zákonov a rozhodnutí všetkými ľuďmi. Je tiež jednotnou legislatívnou základňou. Samospráva však neznamená, že štát budú riadiť nekompetentní ľudia. Áno, ľudia robia všetky rozhodnutia, ktoré ovplyvňujú ich život. Prirodzene musí existovať aj výkonný aparát na realizáciu rozhodnutí, ktoré ľudia prijímajú. Sú to však vykonávatelia, ktorých si spoločnosť najíma a ktorých kontroluje. Vykonávateľ, ktorý si neplní svoje zodpovednosti, môže byť spoločnosťou kedykoľvek odvolaný a nahradený iným. Samospráva vylučuje manipuláciu s legislatívou v prospech súkromných záujmov. V tvorivej spoločnosti nikto nebude môcť meniť zákony v záujme jednotlivcov. To vylučuje existenciu lobingu. Tvorivá spoločnosť vylučuje podmienky pre korupciu. Keďže rozhodnutia budú prijímať samotní ľudia, nie je možné podplatiť 8 miliárd naraz. A nemá zmysel vplývať hrozbami, vydieraním alebo peniazmi, pretože oni neprijímajú kľúčové rozhodnutia. Nie je to ich kompetencií. Elektorálna platforma umožňuje vykonávať verejnú kontrolu v plnom rozsahu. A peniaze spoločnosti neskončia vo vreckách niekoľkých ľudí tak, ako je to teraz. Všetko je otvorené a transparentné. To zaručuje 4. osnova tvorivej spoločnosti. Na elektorálnej platforme môže
ku bintu ebigenda okuba nga
najpohodlnejší postup pri uplatňovaní našich práv. Ľudia budú skutočne schopní týchto
abantu bajja kuba basobola kuba nga ebizibu byabwe bigonjolwa mu bwangu.
Takto samosprávna spoločnosti dáva každému človeku poprvé skutočnú rovnosť bez privilegií, statusov a imunít. Po druhé, možnosť iniciovať a podieľať sa na kľúčových rozhodnutiach. Po tretie, schopnosť monitorovať vykonávanie rozhodnutí a získavať spoľahlivé informácie o stave vecí v spoločnosti. A po štvrté, stabilitu a dôveru v v tvorivej spoločnosti sa vďaka samospráve vracajú človeku všetky právomoci a teda aj všetky výhody,
buri muntu ng'omuntu ng'azaaliddwa ng'omuntu alina okubeera nga
ďakujem veľmi pekne.
Alina ebibaze boogerako.
Today, everyone claims that your future depends entirely on you. But is this really the case? Is your opinion always really considered? Not to mention that simply expressing your opinion today can be risky or life-threatening. If you want to change something in society, how realistic is it to do so? Yes, we can elect those who supposedly stand for the slogans that coincide with our desires. But when our elected politicians come to power, they embody something completely different. In fact, who are we in a consumer society? Rightless pack animals. Let's see how our lives will change in the creative society. The first and crucial difference is that in the creative society, your present and future will actually depend on your choices, and everyone's choice will improve everyone's life. Today, we have a representative democracy. That's when we elect
Olwaleero tuteekawo abakulembeze ababeera
and manage our wealth, money, natural resources, and our lives.
Mu creative
society, power will be in the hands of people themselves, and they will be able to directly exercise it by making decisions on the electoral platform, because people will become the legislative body. Every day, people will live more comfortably, more securely, with full confidence. For example, Anna, a woman of 38, a wife, mother of 2, and employee of a design company. She will have a direct impact on improving society without being a politician. How can this be implemented? With the help of technology. A platform is created for considering initiatives, passing laws, and voting. Anna will install an app on her phone or tablet. The platform
era pulatifomu eno egenda kuba nga ekuyamba okugonyola ebizibu ebisinga bitulaba.
It will be taken into account immediately, since voting takes place right there on the platform in electronic format.
The application will be
easy to use, simple, and intuitive for everyone, designed for user convenience and fully protected against the possibility of result falsification. The most important thing is that Anna will spend no more than 30 minutes a week to vote on the platform. She will be able to read the current agenda while sitting in a cafe, while her children are playing sports. Simply ticking yes or no next to each question. The app will be available to every adult, regardless of location, gender, or technical ability. After all,
buli kimu kya mugaso mu creative society era kisobola okuba nga
taking into account today's level of technical development. Many effective developments are already being successfully tested in different countries. The use of such a platform will make it possible to get rid of unnecessary intermediaries and move to effective self-government. What is self-government? Self-government is
era buli ggwanga nga lisobola okuba nga lisobola okukola okusalawo era abantu abansirawo gwe kwennyini gw'osalawo kikyoyagala
to improve people's lives will be welcomed. The initiative can be local, state,
or global. Experts develop and propose laws, options for solutions, and implementation of what people want. For example, Anna is a designer, so she decided to take the initiative to develop ergonomic and comfortable seating in public transportation in her country. You may be thinking right now, how am I going to make laws? How am I going to understand so much information? After all, I'm not a lawyer, but in fact, there will be very few laws to consider. They will be presented in a simple, clear form and with an obligatory explanation of how exactly it will affect your life. What will guarantee the efficiency of self-government? It's very simple. First, a law on the electoral platform must be passed. It will secure the right of the individual to make proposals and pass laws. It also legislates the electoral platform as a mechanism for implementing such a right. Thus, the individual participates directly without intermediaries in making decisions and laws.
Era okuteekawo foundations oba emisingi emunaana
guarantees the effectiveness of self-government. These are the most basic norms of human and social life. All other legislation that is, it must not violate them. Thus, in a creative society, it would be impossible to make decisions
kijja kuba kyangu nnyo okukola buli kimu nga
his life, liberty, and security. For example, today, Anna decided to meet her friend after fitness and arrived at the restaurant 30 minutes earlier. She set aside this time in her calendar in advance to go to the electoral platform. She checked out what bills and initiatives were open for a vote. And in order to make a decision, she only needs to answer her own question. How much will this improve my life? And give the answer, yes or no. Will Anna figure out what's good for her? Of course she will. For example, Anna had two bills on the ballot to allow houses to be built at the water's edge or not. The main point of each bill will be briefly and clearly stated with all the explanations for and against. The first bill suggests building houses not closer than 200 meters from the shore, taking into account the preservation of the environment. It also provides for a free passage to the water body with a public beach. The second bill suggests building right by the water. In this case, only a few people get the opportunity to have a house with access to the water, which means there will be no public access to the body of water. Besides, it would harm the environmental balance. Which option do you think Anna will choose? In this way, people will be interested in making their own decisions because it will affect the improvement of their lives. Of course, all the complex issues must be worked out by specialists. Any initiative is first considered from the point of view, how will it affect a person's life? Simple and clear expert offers are developed. You may ask, how will implementation be controlled? It will be simple, transparent, and will be carried out on the same electoral platform. All those who have power over us now, in other words, politicians, will be responsible doers in the creative society, and nothing more than that. They will have no privilege, no exemptions, and no immunity. The law will work the same for everyone. If they fail, they will be subject to recall at any time. When a politician loses power, he automatically becomes a doer. He becomes an employee who is hired by us, the people, and as customers, we can terminate the contract with the employee at any time. The introduction of modern technology, including artificial intelligence, will eliminate corruption and bureaucracy once and for all. There will be complete transparency in the appointment of executives, transparency in the movement of funds, and implementation of projects. All this will be controlled by society through the electoral platform. How will issues be dealt with at the international level, you ask? There will no longer be an international level. Humanity will become a united people. Everywhere, in any part of the world, there will be one law, one time zone, and decent living conditions for everyone. Now we are divided into countries, nationalities, states. In the creative society, national culture, history, and traditions will be preserved, but at the same time will be united. All this will rule out wars and any conflicts. A united civilization opens up a new phase in the evolution of humanity and prospects for rapid development. The creative society is a bright future for every person and for the entire humanity.
You know, per week, and vote for that will improve my life. I like that it will be accessible and understandable for everyone, even older people. It is truly an evolutionary concept that we can all understand and use. The most exciting part is that my voice finally matters, that I can decide for myself instead of choosing between two evils like we do right now. I really like the changes that we make and the benefits that everyone will receive. This is a true unity. Finally, we can build a wonderful world for everyone. And I do not need to blame or complain about some politician with his empty promises. I am in charge now. I am now building a bright future for my kids and not just dreaming about it. I also like that politicians can be easily recalled if they do not deliver on their promises. The power will belong to the people, and a regular person like me can become responsible for a social project, propose ideas, and see them come to life. Who knows better than us how to improve our own lives, right? Finally, we will know where our money is going. The transparency will
era tugenda kuba nga tusobola okuba nga twefugira projects zaffe ng'abantu kubanga pila ey'okuneya society eri ku bantu okuba nga be beesalirawo okukola be baagala n'okuba nga be basalawo ki kye baagala eri future yaabwe.
Ďakujem, Roy. Je našim právom robiť vlastné rozhodnutia a plánovať svoj život a riadiť svoj osud. Ale s týmto právom prichádza aj zodpovednosť a chuť konať. Môžeme všetci spolu pozrieť výsledok voľby a dobrovoľníckej aktivity ľudí. Je mi veľkou cťou, že môžem predstaviť a pozvať vás všetkých k sledovaniu piesne, ktorá je darom pre fórum od všetkých účastníkov projektu Tvorivá spoločnosť na Slovensku. Jej názov je Jednota, čo presne vystihuje podstatu projektu Tvorivá spoločnosť. Na realizáciu klipu k piesni sa zúčastnili aj účastníci z Česka, Kazachstanu, Dubaja a Ruska. Keď ľudia chcú, dokážu aj nemožné. Tak, ako aj pri realizácii tejto piesne. Jej autori, aktéri klipu nie sú žiadni profesionáli. Sú to ľudia, ktorí sa spojili s jedným cieľom. Vytvoriť pieseň pre film a pre tvorivú spoločnosť. Naša cesta k tvorivej spoločnosti je vystihnutá aj vo videu. Začiatok je pochmúrny, beznádejný, tak, ako je dnes aj naša spoločnosť. Ale v diaľke je svetlo a ľudia, ktorí ako prví pochopili ideu tvorivej spoločnosti, neváhajú, kráčajú, dokonca niektorí utekajú a realizujú tvorivú spoločnosť. Lebo v tvorivej spoločnosti temnota pominie a my môžeme naplno začať žiť a rozvíjať náš potenciál. Ale dosť už bolo slov. Nechajme sa inšpirovať.
There is a different way for everyone, leading us to the same goal. There is a voice without sound that can hear every single living soul. Space for all of us. We can all live there united. There is enough of everything. Of rich and poor, all people are invited. Let's be thirsty for
A beautiful song. Big thanks to the participants of the Creative Society from Slovakia for such a gift. Dear friends, this is another example of what can be done at the informational stage and what outstanding projects volunteers can accomplish when they come together. I want to remind you that we are now at the most crucial step of building of the Creative Society, the informational step. It's the simple, small steps that are the most valuable today. Right now, during the live broadcast, you can write to a friend or send them a link to the broadcast or the recording, which will be available in 150 languages today after the broadcast on the Creative Society platform.
Okay. Earlier today, we heard that we have all the legal basis for building the creative society. Now, let's focus on the economic system.
Katwogera ku economic system.
Question of how the economy will work to provide all the benefits for every human being comes up a lot. So this is what we'll talk about right now. The information you're about to hear
Abatuwuliriza munakusonyiwa netiwaaka si nnungi ebuukako
and will be presented for the first time. So please pay attention as we explain or economic system will function. So the ultimate goal of the economic system in the creative society is to bring everyone to the same best possible standard of living. And we are talking about the highest quality of medical care, education, housing, food, clothing. Everyone will have the best of everything according to the strictest quality standards. So imagine a stable economy with no crisis, no fear for tomorrow, and the entire population of the planet with stable income, meaning everyone has great purchasing power and time to enjoy the products and services.
To achieve this goal, the economic system needs a complete overhaul, which will happen in 2 stages. First, we need to transition from our current economic model to the economy of the creative society. This transition period will last for about 5 years. A very important change will be the introduction of a unified monetary unit created by a single World Bank that belongs to and is operated by society. The key element of the new economic model will be that every human being will receive a monthly unconditional basic income equivalent to $10,000. This will create a high purchasing power for each member of society and ensure a steady demand for goods and services, which, in turn, will create conditions for the growth and development of enterprises. An important condition that will be fulfilled immediately when we transition to the new system is the cancellation of all debts of countries and individuals. From that point on, it will be forbidden to lend money at interest. If you need money, you take it and pay back exactly the same amount.
And with the help of AI, the economy will be planned by and for the benefit of society as a whole. Global demand will be formed by people themselves and analyzed by artificial intelligence, which will be able to predict the required volume of production of food, goods, and services to provide each person anywhere in the world with everything necessary. This will ensure the most optimal allocation of resources and production volumes at the planetary level. The demand for all goods and services will always be available online and accessible to everyone. For example, you want to start a business and inquire about opportunities in the field of your choice. The AI gives you a prediction about the current and projected requirements for this industry, and you choose what you can do will have a guaranteed demand. All new technologies will belong to society and will be fully accessible to any business. This will make it possible not only to automate the processes of production and economic activity of companies, but also to create conditions for improving the quality of products and services. Another important change: prices will be fixed from the beginning of the transitional period. Specialists, with the help of AI, will calculate optimal prices for all goods and services, taking into account logistics and production costs. It will not be possible to increase the prices, only to decrease them, all while maintaining or improving the quality. And prices for the same goods and services will be the same anywhere in the world. Automation and new technologies will make it possible to work 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, all while having a high level of earnings. No matter how much a person works, they will continue to be paid the basic income every month. There will be an incentive for everyone to work, to live an even better life. To give you an example, everyone is provided with great quality housing of 60 square meters per person. So a family of 4 lives in an apartment of 240 meters. If I want to have a house of 500 square meters, I can work to earn more and buy a bigger house. Then you come to visit and see that we live in a 500 square meters house, while you and your family live in a 240 meters apartment. Well, you already want to work and to live in a house like ours. And no matter where in the world you choose to live and work, professionals with the same qualifications will be paid the same high wage for the same job all over the world. This would eliminate labor migration and the difficulties associated with it. So let's do a quick recap. A single World Bank owned and controlled by the society, single unified monetary unit, fixed prices, and no interest on loans completely remove the possibility of inflation and crisis in the economy. We no longer need to seek for balance between supply and demand, between the amount of money in circulation and the goods and services on the market.
If today competition is built on money, on price reduction, in the transition period, companies will compete on quality. Fixed prices, no interest on loans, a unified monetary unit, no inflation, and full access to new technologies give businesses enough room to improve quality and make good profits. All these factors will create conditions for healthy competition and will stimulate the production of higher quality products. This, in turn, will ensure a high standard of living for everyone. In the creative society, conditions will be created in which corruption and the influence of individuals on politics and economy will be impossible. For this purpose, a limit on personal wealth will be introduced, meaning that there will be a limit on the maximum wealth per family. We will determine this limit together as a society. Let's say $10 million. Such a fortune is more than enough for a comfortable, rich life, but not big enough to start a war. The world's resources, strategic industries, and life-supporting enterprises will belong to the entire world community, including the mining industry, energy production, the financial system, the development of new technologies, healthcare, the production of medicine and medical equipment, and last but not least, large agricultural enterprises.
At a certain point in time, after preparing all the necessary conditions and having created the new economic framework, we will choose a date on which the new economy of the transitional period to the creative society will start. At this point, the currencies existing in different countries will be exchanged for the new unified monetary units. The exchange will be made taking into account the wealth limit. If the savings exceed the maximum threshold set by society, the rest of the money is not exchanged. At the same time, all debt will be nullified, prices will be fixed, and unconditional basic income will begin to be paid to each person.
Many of you are probably wondering right now, where are we going to get the money in the new model of the economy to pay everyone an unconditional basic income of $10,000? Before we answer this question, let's understand what money actually is. We use money as a medium of exchange to facilitate the purchase of goods and services. It doesn't matter whether it's made of metal, paper, or it's just numbers on a screen. For centuries, gold and silver have been used as money. But as time passed, people came up with the idea of depositing their gold in a bank and getting a receipt stating that the bank owed them that amount of gold. These receipts, or banknotes, were used as money. This system was called the gold standard. But after the 1970s, the gold standard was abandoned altogether. Governments around the world decided that money would no longer be backed by gold. And now money is not backed by anything. Once the value of money was determined by gold, but now it is backed only by our trust. Money is simply an agreement.
Anyway, in a world where you have to pay for everything, we depend on money. And people spend most of their lives trying to make money. And for money, we are willing to do what we are told. Whoever has the money has the power. More money, more power. In the consumer format of society, money is the key instrument of power. And this instrument has a master. So, who is the master of money today? In today's financial system, money is created by the central banks of countries, although these banks do not always belong to countries. In the United States, for example, the central bank is the Federal Reserve. But did you know that the Fed is owned by private bankers? But more interesting, over 90% of the money is created digitally by the private banking sector. So most of the money in the world is private. It is owned by someone. It does not belong to the government. It is private property. And there are trillions of dollars in private hands at the moment. And that's the root of the problem. Money belongs to a small group of people, not society. And no matter how we try to earn it, money always goes back to its owners.
But here's the good news. Economics is not an exact science. There is not a single law in economics like the law of gravity in physics. In economics, there are no axioms or postulates. Economics is simply an arrangement between people, and that means that we can change it. We're used to thinking that money belongs to someone else. It is public, international, or private. But in the creative society, the money will belong to itself. As we said earlier, there will be a single world bank that will be owned and controlled by society. The function of this bank will be to create and redistribute money for the needs of society. A new single unified monetary unit will also be created. With its introduction, other currencies will cease to exist and all savings and income will be exchanged for them. Private banks will no longer be able to create money, as there will be no more private banks. We will decide by ourselves, as a society, how much money we need to create to provide each person with an unconditional basic income, quality housing, development of medicine and education, and improvement of our lives. We can create as many trillions as we need, and they will be all ours, and they can get kept on our common account if we don't need them. The key point is that it's very important to understand that this money will not be subject to inflation, because in the economy of the creative society, prices are fixed all over the world and cannot be raised. Prices will no longer depend on the amount of money in circulation, and the value of money will be maintained. And we must understand that keeping money in circulation is a temporary necessity during the transition to the creative society. It's also crucial to understand that a creative economy is a harmonious global economic system. The economic principles we've just discussed can work only together, everywhere around the world. Only one or some of the creative economic principles will not work independently of each other.
And during this transitional period, we will be able to rebuild our economy, develop and make available to everyone new technologies in energy, science, healthcare, ecology, food, and other products. This will enable us to move on to the next stage, the creative economy. This is a completely different world, a world of new, unlimited, accessible to everyone, and free energy. It is a world of new technologies for the production of good and food through the control of elementary particles. This world will be no longer need money. In the creative society, each of us will be rich, confident in the future, and free to live the life each of us wants.
The cornerstone of an efficient economy and a prosperous life is, of course, the availability of energy. It has become like air or water. We need it to live. But the naked truth is that today, energy is just a commodity used for making profit and increasing the power of a few who control it. The energy supply is being optimized to increase profit instead of covering for our needs. Let's watch the next video on how absurd and dangerous we have agreed to organize and manage this vital resource at the potential expense of our future.
Energy is the basis of our life. Energy is food, water, sanitation, communication, heat, and mobility. Energy is the basis for all our production. The development of energy leads society towards technological progress. Without energy, our society cannot exist. But what is going on today? We are already experiencing an energy crisis.
It is really scary because as soon as I go out, now after 2 hours I'll come in and it's already £2 and you're thinking, I'm not cooking, I'm not doing anything.
And how does that make you feel?
It makes you really anxious.
So you've really got down to thinking in detail about every electrical appliance you've got.
Yeah.
Whether you can switch
which one works more, which one doesn't.
Normally, if we have like every year like 10% extra cost, it's not a problem. But it's now like 10 times more than 2 years ago. It's crazy. In this way, if nobody can survive. No company, no people with a household, nobody.
In many countries in Europe, in America, and Canada, electricity prices have risen by 30 to 50% and led to a spike in the prices for all goods. People are no longer able to pay their energy bills. To date, even in civilized Europe, people are stocking up on firewood. In some countries, even private clinics have to be closed. In Europe, farmers are shutting down winter production of vegetables and greens because it is too expensive to maintain the necessary conditions in greenhouses. Even storing crops has become unprofitable because of higher energy prices. Farmers are forced to destroy their crops. This means that we will not see our usual vegetables, fruits, and greens on store shelves this winter.
All the prices are going up more and more. Today we have to pay 300% more for fertilizers and fuel than a year ago.
Suppose we stop working, then everything stops altogether. What do we have to do then? Just work losing our money and constantly asking for help and money to keep working. It's a vicious circle.
Why don't you turn on the air conditioner at home?
I can't afford the electricity bills. The city folks get salaries. We farmers don't.
The production of meat and dairy products is totally dependent on electricity. Rising prices for this resource create a spike in the prices for meat and dairy products and can create a shortage of these products in stores. It is not only producers of agricultural products who suffer. Even hospitals are at risk of being left without power. For example, the hospital in Naples received an 11 million euro electricity bill. Factories have to reduce production or shut down completely. To date, many countries are already preparing for reduced electricity consumption. Shutdowns and partial shutdowns of production facilities and businesses are being planned. This, in turn, will lead to higher prices and shortages of products and other goods all over the world. Imagine coming to the store tomorrow and seeing half-empty shelves. Moreover, you just won't be able to afford what's left on the shelves. Perhaps this is one of the reasons for the famine that we are promised from the high tribunes. So, why are electricity prices rising all the time? Governments are making huge investments in energy development. In 2022, this amounted to $710 billion. This year, energy funding amounted to $2.5 trillion. Of that, almost $1.5 trillion went to green energy development. The net income of the world's oil and gas producers has doubled in 2022 to more than $4 trillion. Money from our taxes goes to the development of the energy industry. But every day, energy is becoming more expensive and unaffordable for us. The reason is that energy today is a business like any other, and people just make money on it. Electricity is a commodity. It is sold and bought on the energy market. Any company, private or state-owned, has the goal of making as much profit as possible. One and the same megawatt an hour can be resold several times, and each time the price will increase. The more times that the megawatt an hour of energy is sold on the market, the more expensive the electricity will ultimately be for us. This is what creates such an increase in electricity prices for people and factories. We pay for the profits of the energy industry enterprises in every bill, and on top of that, taxes on the development of green energy are added to our energy bills. Green energy also has a significant impact on price growth. Its tariff is the most expensive, but the rules of the energy market oblige us to buy green energy in full. We are being persuaded that the transition to green energy will reduce CO2 emissions and save the world. Instead, we are no better off than before. We have spent trillions of dollars on free solar and wind power, while electricity prices have skyrocketed. We are shutting down nuclear power plants, thermal power plants, and are trying to switch to green energy. But even if we cover the entire surface of the planet with solar panels and wind turbines, the energy they will produce won't be enough. Has it only now dawned upon us that the sun doesn't shine at night and the wind doesn't blow all the time? In such conditions, power outages are unavoidable. That's why we can't give up conventional power plants. But for some reason, we have imposed an additional tax on all hydrocarbon energy, and we are paying 3 times the price for it. In fact, we haven't switched to green energy. We have just added an unnecessary and unreliable source and only increased the costs in our bills. So it turns out that we ourselves pay for the creation of inefficient and expensive energy. The absurdity is that in our world, energy is a commodity. It belongs to a few and is a tool of power, political influence, and manipulation of people. In a normal human society, resources must belong to all people, and energy must be free and available anywhere in the world. When we come home in the evening, each of us wants to turn on the light, air conditioning, take a hot shower, watch TV, charge the phone, and make dinner. We are used to taking it for granted. But even now, many of us can't afford it. And these are not temporary difficulties. We are destroying the existing stable system of energy supply. And instead of waking up and seeing the dire consequences of what we have come to, we are told to simply consume less energy, to give up traveling, home comforts, and even food. Wouldn't it be easier for us to move straight into a cave, or better yet, straight into a grave, so as not to emit extra CO2? Which, by the way,
has nothing to do with climate change. Extreme climatic conditions will worsen. Our civilization simply will not survive without reliable energy sources during this period. This year's record-breaking droughts, floods, tornadoes, and extreme temperatures are just the beginning of climate disasters, and we are already feeling the effects of power plant shutdowns and lack of energy. In times of climate change, we rely on weather-dependent energy sources despite the fact that they are the most vulnerable to climate change. Within just an instant, there could be a total collapse of the energy system. De-energized cities will be left without water, food, light, transport, and communications. It is obvious that further transition to green energy would be a fatal mistake of humankind. At a time of climatic disasters, it is vital that we create reliable energy sources that are powerful and independent of weather conditions. The ability of our society to survive is inextricably linked to a stable energy supply. But as long as this vital field is privately owned and one can make money out of it, it is unable to serve us, people. Stable energy sources already exist today, but they can only be implemented if we choose the creative format of society.
Dear viewers, each one of us understands today more than ever that our life is impossible without energy. And at the same time, we're experiencing an energy crisis in many countries, as energy prices are skyrocketing, up to 60% for household consumers and up to 200% for non-household consumers. For many years, this was due to the transition to the so-called green energy, which should have been developed to eliminate the use of hydrocarbons, at least in theory, while we were paying for these solutions directly out of our family budgets. Now we're confronted with geopolitical problems, while we keep paying more and more for energy. The energy prices have already become a threat to people's subsistence. It is not the first time we're talking about this. In the previous conferences, we have already warned that the existing framework will lead to an energy crisis created artificially. And what do we see today? Nuclear power plants are already considered green in the European Union. The so-called green energy business is no longer interesting and is gradually being given up. The key point is that we have made a business out of the most important resource for every person, energy. In the consumer format of society, energy is a commodity for which we have to pay. By raising the price of energy and restricting access to it, energy is used as an instrument to artificially create asymmetries, to separate, control, and manipulate us. While, in fact, much more efficient, environmentally friendly, and safe technologies already exist today. These include small modular reactors, fast neutron reactors, thermonuclear fusion, and many others. And a completely different technology is already in use: fuel-free generators, or FFGs. It is an open system that allows the production of inexhaustible, clean, free energy from the surrounding space. FFGs will change the entire structure of the energy sector and enable everyone to remain autonomous with no risk of a blackout. However, in our consumer format, the introduction of technologies that will make energy unlimited and free of charge would not be beneficial for us. This sounds like a paradox. So how can this be? if we assume that we could generate inexhaustible, clean, and free energy starting today, we would not be able to use it in our daily lives, because the energy sector would disappear and millions of people would lose their jobs. This would lead to an unprecedented crisis and a total collapse of the worldwide economy. This is the absurdity of our current economic system. But the trouble is that exactly this economic system is already leading us to a collapse. Because of skyrocketing energy prices, millions of people are already faced with choosing between buying food, paying the energy bill, or paying for health insurance. So one way or the other, as of today, we're moving towards an unprecedented energy and economic crisis, because energy, although a basic resource, is mainly used for making private profits. But who decided that energy should be used for profit? Energy is like air or water. All people need it. Energy is just a basic human right. Therefore, in order to improve our lives, to become truly prosperous, we need to make sure that we all benefit from the introduction of new technologies for generating energy. But this is possible only by changing the framework of our lives. Today, we reached a point where we have everything we need to move to this format, the format of the creative society. In the creative society, all strategic and life-supporting industries will belong to society. Energy is one of them. It will no longer be an instrument of profit for a few or an instrument for manipulation. After all, energy is a resource that rightfully belongs to people. Therefore, in line with the goal of the creative society, we will be able to provide inexhaustible and free of charge energy to every home and every business. But already in the transition to the creative society, thanks to the new economic model optimized by artificial intelligence, we will be able to plan the production and provision of energy required by all 8 billion people on Earth. Energy will be free of charge for consumers because it will belong to people. We will not have to pay for the energy itself, its generation, or distribution. While the people working in the energy sector will all receive high salaries on top of the unconditional basic income. All of this is possible due to the unlimited financing provided by society to strategic industries. How much money do we spend today for energy? Imagine how much of our personal budget will be freed up when energy becomes free. And we will be able to spend this available budget on goods and services we cannot afford today. In the transition period to the creative society, we will still use all types of power plants we have today: hydro, wind, solar, thermal, nuclear, including small modular reactors, fast neutron reactors, and so on. Because we will need all forms of energy available to ensure a stable energy supply, grow the economy, and enable breakthroughs in technology. At the end of the transition period, when the new global economy will have been optimized and it will have reached its goal, namely to ensure a decent standard of living for everyone, it will be possible for literally everyone to use FFGs. This will mark the beginning of the creative society. In the creative society, the universal availability of such a technology will allow us to step into a new era of energy. Everyone will enjoy unlimited energy at home, at work, when traveling, anywhere, anytime. And when energy is free, people become free.
Power industry, this is something which without our civilization cannot exist. But how much efforts do we invest and what factors do we depend on to produce and generate power for our well-being?
Hydrocarbon energy. Nuclear power. Hydroelectric power.
Green energy. What's happening, guys? The forest shut down again? Right now, we are totally dependent on our planet's non-renewable resources or weather conditions for our power industry. In the pursuit of producing more power, we are destroying nature. Also, we are jeopardizing our own lives. Is this the limit of our dreams and technological capabilities? We need a new technological leap, and we are able to do it now, but only on one condition. First, let's understand how realistic such a leap is and what benefits each person would gain from it. Fuel-free generators, what are they? Let's start by comparing them with traditional generators.
Internal combustion engines and nuclear reactors require a constant supply of fuel to convert thermal energy into electricity. Green energy requires winds or clear skies. Gasoline and nuclear fuel are finite. The sun, wind, and water are unstable, whereas engines based on these operating principles have low efficiency. What does this mean? For example, an engine has combusted 100 megajoules of fuel, and from this energy, the engine has delivered 30 megajoules into the mechanism for operation. Thus, the efficiency will be 30%. The remaining 70% of the energy will be lost as heat to the surrounding space.
The efficiency of traditional energy sources is extremely low.
Efficiency of thermal power plants, up to 43%. Efficiency of internal combustion engines, up to 40%. Efficiency of nuclear power, up to 35%. Efficiency of solar panels, up to 22%.
Even if we go to the most efficient hydroelectric power plant, we can see that its efficiency is no more than 85%. And at the same time, we lose most of this energy while we are transporting it to the end consumer. Because it's impossible for us to implement and put hydroelectric power plant in every home. But it's very possible for us to equip every home with an FFG. The fuel-free generators requires energy only for its startup, and then it operates autonomously, which means the efficiency of fuel-free energy is greater than 100%. Thus, FFG is not a perpetual motion machine, since it requires an input of energy, but a smaller amount than what energy it can produce. An obvious question arises: how energy then would be generated if no fuel required for that?
We know from the school physics class that according to the law of energy conservation, we can't get more network output than we had spent on it. But this law only works in a closed systems. Whereas FFG is an open system and it receives energy from the surrounding space. Scientists of the Russian Academy of Sciences experimentally confirmed that, for example, during the operation of magnetic FFGs, the space around the generator does not heat up but cools down. Instead, there are many myths and fakes around this technology that discredit the very existence of FFGs. Someone tries to make money from selling fake devices. Real inventors are being intimidated and even physically eliminated. Many developments were stolen or destroyed. Why is this happening? Energy is not only a tool of manipulation, but also a tool of political influence. It brings billions of dollars in profits for energy corporations, which will be gone instantly with the implementation of FFGs. Consequently, their power over us, those who buy energy and depend on this resource, will disappear too.
However, despite all the obstacles, we have working devices from officially recognized inventors. Let's take a look at some of these developments.
Magnetic generator. Its original inventor is considered to be John Searle, who used custom-made magnets in his machines. Since 2019, based on a similar technology by the inventor, Dennis Danzig, a US company has been supplying power to its customers using plants with a capacity of up to 25 kilowatts.
Since 2019, it's no longer science fiction. Only those who are far from science and do not monitor new technologies laugh on FFGs as a fiction. Therefore, those who make fun at FFGs themselves gave fun on others. Let's continue.
A whole range of fuel-free generators was developed in Ukraine. The principle of operations of these generators was based on a looped electromagnetic gun, a pulse power system. For example, one of the systems produced 25 kilowatt of free energy on a conventional generator with an input of 3 kilowatt. The efficiency is 833%. Gravity generators. In one type of such machines, the pneumohydraulic principle is used. The generator runs on the buoyant force of water according to Archimedes' law. The output of such units depend on their size. The most famous generator of this type is called kinetic power plant. It is also known as Roche generator. Such generators are produced by a German company which has branches in Mexico, Serbia, Switzerland, and Colombia. According to official expertise, the compressor of the generator of one of its units consumes 4.5 kilowatt, while a generator itself produces 11 kilowatt of electricity. That is, the efficiency is more than 200%. How much is that? Is a typical country home power consumption. 6 kilowatts per hour. Radio wave generators. Their inventor is Maxwell Chikumbutso from Zimbabwe. He is called the African Tesla. A very compact African technology made it possible not only to create a free energy generator, but also to upgrade a car so that it could move without fuel or recharging. As a result, even a helicopter was upgraded. Recently, the inventor presented a very small 500-watt power generator. Its output allows you to power a widescreen TV from free energy. And there are dozens of less-known inventions in different countries. In the USA, Malaysia, Georgia, India, Turkey, Japan, Uzbekistan, Mexico, New Zealand, and many other countries, there are research teams developing fuel-free generators.
How is that, you may ask, and how it's possible to launch these technologies? How inventors are still alive and their generators are not yet been destroyed?
That's because they get energy for free and sell it to consumers for money. While the generators themselves cost crazy money, the percentage of people currently receiving energy from these systems is negligible compared to all of humanity. Therefore, FFGs that are actually working now are in no way helping all people to become energy independent.
So why isn't this amazing technology available for everyone in the world? Because we are living in a consumerist format of society.
If FFGs are introduced all over the world without changing the format of society, then this will result in a big disaster. Millions of people will lose their jobs. Everyone who is involved in the power industry, from CEOs to janitors. This will inevitably lead to a collapse of the economic system, growth of unemployment, poverty, crime, and chaos. But When we gradually change the consumerist format to a creative one, then a new economic system will allow us to introduce FFGs everywhere. All power plants, factories, mines, dams, oil pipelines that harm the environment and pose a threat to people will be shut down. We will use hydrocarbons more efficiently instead of just burning them. While people working in the energy sector, just like every person on the planet, will be provided with a universal basic income, they will be able to easily shift into any other field of activity, being protected and well provided by the society.
So let's see how the world will be like in the creative society after the introduction of the FFGs in all the spheres of life.
Humanity will have a source of free, stable, safe, and friendly energy. We don't pay for it anymore. No more energy bills and utility bills. Each home will have its own compact autonomous generator of electricity and heating. This will make us independent from the centralized energy system, which is very important in the period of escalating climate disasters. Cars will no longer need to be refueled, and we will not be limited in traveling anywhere in the world. Fuel-free generators will be installed not only in houses and cars, but also in helicopters, airplanes, ships, and space stations. Robots and automatic systems that do all the hard work will be powered with an uninterrupted energy supply of the necessary capacity. Our planet will become free of the wires and pipelines that entangle it.
Free energy is one of the conditions for the transition of a civilization for a new evolutionary stage. During this transition period of creative society, energy will be available and free for everyone, everywhere inside the world. If you want FFG to be installed in your house and in your car, support creative society and tell your friends about it.
I think the above video was very clear and it truly emphasizes the importance of free energy. We have seen there are a variety of energy sources, and what impresses me the most is the number of alternative potential energy resources that are currently available to all of us. Free energy is not only possible, it's already here. Many scientists and inventors like Nikola Tesla and John Searle have already scientifically proven the existence of free energy and brought their proof to the mainstream. Free energy is a freedom for humanity, a birthright given to all of the living beings. By using this technology, we'll be free from the ties of the consumerism in the form of gas and energy bills. Free energy gives us the opportunity to produce it in unlimited quantities, with the only limit being our imagination. Can you envision the beauty of this dream world? It's not only a dream, it's our reality. It's up to us to choose. And from the bottom of my heart, I wanted to say thank you to everyone who has made a choice to be part of the Creative Society family. I'm beyond blessed to be part of this family.
Free energy is the solution to many problems in society. The fact that we will have access to free energy already in the transition to the creative society will allow us to use new technologies. It will help to solve such a global problem as the food crisis. This problem is affected by two factors. One of them is like, one of them is economic, which will be solved by the new economic model of the creative society. In the creative society, there will be no poverty, no crisis, no inflation, and consequently no hunger. Stop. With the new technologies and access to free energy, we can solve the problem of hunger completely. And already during the transition to the creative society, regardless of the climate situation, the solution is vertical farms. I would like to introduce our distinguished guest, Dr. Dixon Despomier, Emeritus Professor of Microbiology and Public Health at Columbia University. Dr. Despomier has also lectured on the concept of vertical farming at many leading universities in the United States. In 2010, he published his widely acclaimed book, Vertical Farm, Feeding the World in the 21st Century. Dr. Despomier, the floor is yours.
First of all, let me thank you for inviting me to share my views with you. Everywhere, no matter where you go in the world, everybody has to pay for food. That's a basic commodity that's absolutely essential. In most places, people also have to pay for water. Water is another basic commodity that is not equally distributed. So the biggest question is, why do we do that? And the answer is easy. It's called greed. Greed is the biggest driver for accumulating wealth. And why do we do it? Because with money, there comes power. With power, you can tell people what to do, and they will do it. And so you can even get more power that way. There's too much wealth in too few people's hands and not enough wealth in everybody else's hands. And it's about resources, and it's about your right as a human being, basically. Food, water, energy, housing, clothing. So let's take a long view now of vertical farming. First, let's just talk about the advantages. One is that you can grow food anywhere in the world, as long as you have water. Indoor farming uses so much less water than outdoor farming. And there are many reasons for that, but the major reasons are that all the water is recycled through the plants indoors. And so that you use 70% less water if you farm indoors, 70%. Right now, of all of the available fresh water on the planet, 70% of that is used to farm. And then it's no longer available. That's sheer stupidity. We are just not thinking about how to do it the right way when we know that there's a different way. So the different way is to use less water to get the same amount of food. And so basically that's what indoor farming is. Now, I can have food all year round. Okay, so you take that idea and then scale it up. You've got the same plant as you have outdoors, only the big difference is the rate of growth is much more robust and faster indoors than it is outdoors, because you can control all of the conditions that this plant needs in order to grow. Temperature, humidity, oxygen levels, CO2, all of that can be controlled. There's a farm not far from here in Kearney, New Jersey called Bowery Farms. They have 5 people that work in this farm, 5 people. It's all done automatically. They have, artificial intelligence that is surveying the crops for diseases, growth rates, when to harvest, how to package. It's automated. The whole goddamn thing is automated. So it's really crazy why we are not doing it, right? A lot of people say, a lot of what we grow ends up as animal food. Well, why don't we grow that inside also? We can do it, but I think if you started with farming and allowed people to have enough food, everybody, then there would be a lot less fighting, because most of the fighting is done for territory. Now, imagine all of a sudden, everybody could have wheat. Everybody could have rice. Everybody could have barley. Everybody could have whatever you'd like. Everything will grow indoors that grows outdoors. Everything. Everything. Remember why we said there are a third of the world starving? Because they can't afford to buy food. So why is it that we only grow the food indoors that we can make the most money from? And that's the question. The question is, why do we grow just leafy green vegetables? And the answer is because they grow fast, there's a demand, and we can charge a premium price for them. Why don't governments subsidize indoor farming? So that they will be encouraged to grow potatoes and celery and all the other crops that we would like to be eating that we don't have access to, because they won't grow them because they don't get enough money for them. And if that ever happened, if the world ever got together and said, you know, there should never be a least developed country, at least in terms of food. It's a human right. When you're born, it's your right to get food. It's not a privilege. It's a right of birth. And so, and I firmly believe that.
Thank you, Professor, for this information. Dear viewers, as Professor said, we have the capabilities and technology to feed the entire population on the planet. Let's look at these technologies that will allow us to produce enough products and food for all people anywhere in the world and even in the space. And let me just remind you that this will already be possible in the transition period to the creative society.
Today, we can easily solve the problem of hunger using technologies that already exist. One remarkable example is vertical farms. The main differences between vertical farms and traditional greenhouse facilities are that they allow for growing on multiple levels and in a fully controlled indoor environment. Several technologies are used in vertical farms. 1. Hydroponics, growing plants in an artificial environment without soil. 2. Aeroponics, growing in an airy environment without soil. 3. Aquaponics, a technology that combines hydroponics and aquaculture, fish farming. So, we see that the soil is not used. There are no insects. There is no need to use pesticides. The products are ecologically clean. It is a closed ecosystem. It is not harmful to the environment. Its efficiency speaks for itself. The Mirai Core vertical farm in Japan is one of the largest city farms on the planet. It requires 98% less water than a conventional farm, and it is 50 to 100 times more productive. An American farm called Aero Farms yields up to 26 harvests a year and produces 390 times more food per square meter than field farming. Aero Farms now grows more than 550 different varieties of fruits and vegetables. To date, the NASA Center is conducting practical developmental work on growing wheat to provide for humans in space. Researchers at Stanford University have calculated that wheat grown in an indoor 10-layer vertical farm can produce up to 660 times higher yields than modern farming methods provide.
Yes, we actually published a paper in 2020 on wheat production in vertical farm. So you could really produce a lot of food and 365 days a year, not just during the season. And it's totally independent of climate, but it has a cost. That means that every year you need to spend about $15 million in electricity, which is quite a significant amount of money. Now, if you remove the energy challenge, it's great because people can have food.
And we will solve the electricity problem in the first year of the transition period to the creative society, thanks to the gradual introduction of fuel-free energy generators, the technology which already exists nowadays. Another amazing opportunity that vertical farms offer is growing vegetables anywhere on the planet. One of such examples is Antarctica.
I'm standing here in our Antarctic greenhouse from the Eden ISS project, and today I will give you a quick look around. As you can see here, I'm surrounded by plants. To my left side we have tomato plants, behind that are cucumber plants. To my right side we have here 4 different types of lettuce.
Thus, we see that vertical farm expanding our possibilities in food production, but this is far from the limit. Nowadays, projects are being developed for complete ecosystems capable of growing not only fruits and vegetables, but even raising fish and poultry. French architect Pierre Sartou has proposed a vertical farm of mixed functions, Tour Vivante, living tower in which housing, farms, leisure facilities, restaurants, and shops can be located. The concept of the Tour Vivante Eco Tower is to combine hydroponics production and housing in an urban environment. The 30-story pyramid farm, designed by Dixon Despommier, is a closed-loop agricultural ecosystem in which almost every element of the agricultural process, including water and nutrients, is recirculated. It will utilize only 5% of the space of a traditional farm. One such farm will produce a wide variety of fruits and vegetables, fish and poultry, and feed about 50,000 people annually. These few technologies alone show that once a transition from the consumerist format to the creative one starts, the problem of hunger will be solved instantly. By bringing together scientific potential, the best developments and resources, cross-functional, multi-purpose farms will be built within the first year of the transition period to the creative society. In such facilities, in addition to plant cultivation, there will also be fish, livestock, and poultry farms in one building. The first floor is a fish farm. The second and third floors are allocated to livestock farming. The upper floors are for agricultural products, plants, berries, fruits, and vegetables. We can create such farms even in areas where nothing grows and the land is not suitable for human habitation. We will turn the Sahara Desert into the most fertile area on Earth. Fresh products without chemical treatment or pesticides will be on your table at any time of the year, anywhere in the world.
In today's format of society, vertical farms are simply not economically feasible. They require large financial investments and, most importantly, a lot of energy. But already, during the transition period to the creative society, energy will become a free resource for every person and for the entire economy, because it will belong to society. We will have enough energy to operate not only vertical farms, but also other advanced technologies. We can create such farms even in the areas where nothing grows and the land is not suitable for human life. The Sahara Desert can be turned into the most fertile area on Earth. Does this sound like science fiction? But let's get this figured out. Vertical farms are on average 10 times more productive than those traditional farms. In vertical farms, crop is harvested at least 10 times a year, depending on the plant species. On traditional farms, it is harvested only twice a year. This means that vertical farms are 50 times more efficient than existing farms. We currently use an area of 50 million square kilometers around the world for agriculture. This area includes pastures, crops for people, and forage. By size, this is the area of Australia, North and South America combined. Vertical farms would require an area of 1 million square kilometers to produce the amount of food needed. That's 1/5 of Sahara. 1/5 would be enough to feed the entire planet. The single plant economy will optimize the transportation of products and significantly reduce transportation costs. Food will be available anywhere in the world at the same prices. The transition to universal multipurpose complex technologies should be gradual. While we will be building these complexes around the world, we will need to continue to use traditional methods of agriculture, improving them and their efficiency and environmental friendliness. This is a real solution to hunger, even in the scale of climate disasters. The problem of fresh water and its shortage is even more acute. After all, not only agriculture, but any production is impossible without it. Of all fresh water, we use 80% in agriculture today. At the same time, half of the world's population suffers from water shortages. But already today, there are technologies that can completely solve this problem. For example, water from fog. In Lima, one of the largest capitals in the world, located in the desert, fog is collected in a huge net and used to produce drinking water. And in Morocco, there is one of the largest installations which can produce up to 6,000 liters of drinking water a day from fog. It costs practically nothing to operate and requires no outside energy. Water out of the air. Atmospheric water generators can extract up to 3,000 liters of potable water per day and can be scaled up to 1 million liters. They can be mobile and stationary, operate from any energy source and in any climate conditions, even in an arid desert. Next one is desalination plants. Around the world, about 16,000 desalination plants clean ocean water from salt and turn it into fresh water. They can produce millions of gallons of fresh water per day and supply 300 million people. Water recycling. The technology has undergone many tests. It allows the purified water to be used for watering, cooling, and any other technical needs. The quality of water purified in this way exceeds the standards of the World Health Organization. And this is just a small part of the technology we know. Now we are being told that there are too many of us. In the consumerist format, we are offered the only solution, population reduction. Whereas in the creative society, for the development of humanity, we will need at least 50 billion people, which our land can easily feed, and even the climate will not be an obstacle. Because only in the creative society, advanced technology will be able to work for the benefit of all people. And when we pass through the transition period to the creative society, we will get such technologies that we won't even need vertical farms. Now back to our hosts.
Yes, as we see it, humanity will forget the problems of hunger if we choose the creative society. That benefits everyone, but not everyone knows about it yet. Today, thanks to volunteers, scientists, experts, video editors, translators into 150 languages. We have been given this unique information. We have learned about such great perspectives. This forum was made by people for people. Now it's important that the idea of the Creative Society goes viral. You can share this video with all of your friends on all your social networks. We repeat once again that it is allowed to use, publish, reproduce, transmit this information presented on this forum, regardless of the form of its presentation in any way, at the discretion of individuals or legal entities, in whole or in part, without distorting the text of the transmitted information while maintaining links to sources. If you need access to videos of this conference in your language for distribution, write to the email info@creativesociety.com. The following topic will not leave anyone indifferent. Vertical farms are a temporary solution to the food and water problem in the transition to the Creative Society. And already in the Creative Society, we will have an even cooler technology. Let's see a video about it.
In the Creative Society, a new technology such as a replicator will be available to all people. A replicator is not science fiction. It's a device that works according to the laws of physics. Let's take a lobster, a t-shirt, or a phone, for example. In appearance, they are completely different, but if we look at them on a micro level, we'll see that they are made up of the same elementary particles. Only their number is different, and they are arranged in a different way. These particles form atoms, and atoms form molecules. Due to a given combination of these elementary particles, we get either a lobster, or a t-shirt, or a phone. The working principle of the replicator is basically to assemble the elementary particles in the proper combination to get what we need. A hot breakfast, or fashionable trousers. Moreover, they are brand new, already ironed, and of the highest quality. Everything depends on the program you've set up. For example, in order for a new gadget to appear in a replicator, you need 3 components: energy, particles from which the object will be created, the information about the sequence of their assembly. Energy has been successfully used by humanity for a long time. In the Creative Society, we'll be able to use both new and long-discovered types of energy. Information about an object will be received by scanning the desired objects and uploaded into the replicator. A similar principle has already been implemented in beverage molecular printing technology. Any beverage is printed directly from molecules. The main thing is to have the appropriate amount of particles from which the object we need will be materialized. To do this, we need a utilizer. Unnecessary things will be put in it to be decomposed into elementary particles and placed into cartridges. And the replicator will create whatever you need with the use of the cartridges and information, so you dispose of the garbage and get everything you want. Having a utilizer, you will no longer need to wash the dishes. Just put in it dirty plates, a tablecloth with crumbs, and you're done. A replicator and a utilizer are devices about the size of your microwave or a small cupboard. The magnetic power inside them will help rearrange the particles according to a given combination. In milliseconds and at any moment, you get everything you need and completely free of charge, without harm to your health or the planet's ecology. A replicator will not only benefit every person, it will also benefit the entire planet. For example, to enjoy a delicious, fresh bun at breakfast today, a whole chain of complex production processes must occur. You need to plow a field, and you need a tractor for this. To produce a tractor and all its component parts, we have to build different factories. And all these factories emit tons of poisonous gases, whereas their wastewater contains dangerous chemical compounds. We also need raw materials that people extract from quarries and mines. To grow wheat, we need pesticides and chemical fertilizers, which poison the soil and the crops. Delivery of everything we need requires a huge expense, fuel and lubricants. We need transport, trucks, ships, and trains. Look how much damage an ordinary bun does to the environment. And the same story is in every manufacturing sector. In the creative society, all these destructive to the environment processes will disappear, as everyone will have a replicator at hand. Just press the button and here's a bun for you to eat. Everything will be enough for everyone anywhere on the planet. We'll be able to cleanse the air, the earth, and the ocean of all dangerous radioactive pollution. Garbage will become the most valuable resource, that is, a source of elementary particles for creating new, beautiful things. The creative society is a world where you will enjoy the most advanced technology and your life will be financially independent, comfortable, and prosperous.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые зрители. У меня есть вопрос к женщинам. Давно ли вы покупали себе новое платье, чтобы пойти в нем, например, в ресторан или театр? Когда в последний раз вы принимали теплую ванну с душистой пеной? Куда вы в последний раз отправлялись путешествовать? Возможно, эти вопросы покажутся кому-то слишком легкомысленными, но не все так просто. Когда вы последний раз чувствовали себя по-настоящему счастливыми и свободными? Когда вы вообще последний раз чувствовали себя женщинами? Только честно. Ведь ответы на эти вопросы дают очень много пониманий. Женщина — это источник любви и жизни. У каждой из нас есть источник бесконечного творческого потенциала, который сейчас заперт в клетке рутины, абсурдных правил потребительского общества. Вместо того, чтобы наслаждаться жизнью, женщина как будто бежит кросс с препятствиями. От кухни к магазину, с магазина на работу, с работы в школу или садик, при этом обнимая список бесконечных дел. Да, в этом списке есть и мечты, и планы, но есть ли время на их реализацию? Только что мы посмотрели ролик про репликатор. Только вдумайтесь, сколько времени могла бы высвободить только эта технология. Не нужно ломать голову, что надеть. Не будет бесконечной готовки. Шкаф-репликатор создаст для вас за секунды одежду, которая будет идеально подходить для вас. Но это далеко не все. Вы даже не представляете, какая жизнь вас ждет в созидательном обществе. Можно долго рассказывать, но лучше все увидеть своими глазами. Для этого мы создали фильм о жизни женщины в потребительском обществе и о том, какой она будет в созидательном обществе. Наверняка вы узнаете в нем себя. Я обращаюсь к каждой из вас, женщины. Это подарок для вас, для того, чтобы вы поняли, чего вы лишаетесь без созидательного общества.
I'm so sick of this. My name is Maria. I'm a housewife. My husband, Alex, provides for our family. Thanks to him, I don't have to work. This is how my usual day begins. One of the 365 days of the year. Evelina, wake up! We are gonna be late for school again.
Mom, where is the skirt from my uniform?
Should be on the hanger. I ironed everything yesterday.
Have you seen my watch?
Check the nightstand.
I don't want this oatmeal.
What will you have then?
Pancakes.
My uniform, Mom!
Just change quickly.
It's not there.
Here it is.
Mom, the pancakes is burned.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
You didn't forget you're supposed to come for a haircut today.
Oh shoot, I totally forgot. Can I reschedule? For Saturday. I don't have any time today.
This is the third time you're putting it off. You shouldn't put yourself last.
I know. How do you manage to find time for everything with your job on top of it?
But I don't. I'm sick of it already. After coming home from work, I wash, cook and clean until midnight.
Every day the same thing.
I wish I could retire already, take a break from all this. Okay, I got you. Let's make it Saturday.
Yes, I'm a housewife. It would seem that I don't work. But I have no personal life at all. No days off. No vacations. Why did I even go to college? I have no time for self-development or self-fulfillment. It's like I'm a hamster running on a wheel. Some might say, "What are you whining about? Your life is not so bad." But the problem is, we are so used to it that we no longer see that we are slaves. Hello.
Well, hey there.
Have you got something for pain? My back is hurting so bad.
Of course it's going to hurt. Look at your bags. I too can barely make it home after such weightlifting. Let me get you something.
Oh, I forgot milk. Daiga? Hi.
Hi.
Is it supposed to be your shift today?
No, we're just short on money, so I take more shifts. Did you get your electricity bill yet?
Not yet, but I can imagine what's there. I'm so tired, honestly. Some things got to change.
Yes, but what can we do? I'm looking forward to the time when kids grow up. Maybe it will be easier. At least I wouldn't have to work so hard.
Right. Only when kids grow up, we'll have grandchildren. Evelina, we are about to have dinner. Get Daddy and Katrina.
And where are you going?
I'll be right back. Just unpack the laundry while I still remember. From early morning till late at night, every day it's the same thing. Cleaning, cooking, laundry, shopping, repeat. Taking kids to and from school. But when do I get to leave? And this is despite the fact that I don't work. But I feel like a slave. Did God really create humans to be slaves?
Good morning, Maria. Your screening is complete. Hormonal, vitamin, and micronutrients levels are optimal. The health parameters are normal.
Cody, today I'll have medium roast coffee with hazelnut flavor.
Done.
Cody, I want to set the table for breakfast. Suggest options. This one's good. Katrina, what would you like for breakfast?
Pancakes.
With your favorite jam?
Yes.
And I'll have baked rolls.
And I'll have my favorite salad. Alex, what will you have?
I'll have lobster.
For breakfast?
Well, why not?
Lobster.
Is that a lobster? Oh my my god, that is so ugly.
No, I'd rather have steak. At least I'm used to it.
Mom, are we going to water park today?
Yes, Dad will come home from work and at 3 o'clock we'll be at the water park.
Yay!
You know what I like about the Creative Society?
What?
You don't have to sharpen your knives. They're always sharp.
Thanks, Mom. I love you.
Thank you, Mommy. I love you.
Can you help clear the table?
Yes, of course.
It's empty.
Empty.
Girls, are you ready?
Yes, Mom. We'll be right there.
Good. Cody, let's read that book we started.
Chapter 12. The Architecture of Machu Picchu.
Cody, turn on the deep cleaning function.
Launching. Continue reading.
Yes, go ahead.
The amazing thing is that the whole city is built without any kind of bonding compound. All the structures are held together by their own weight.
Mom, we are leaving.
Have a nice day.
Cleaning is complete. At 1 o'clock, you are scheduled to get together with your friends.
Oh, I completely forgot. Cody, help me choose a look. No. Not this one. This one's cool. Cody, that Levy restaurant.
Fasten your seatbelt. The travel time is 7 minutes. To listen to some music?
Of course.
Time has come for us to see. It's up to you, it's up to me to build a world we wanna be. The Creative Society. Take a look around, there's so many wars. Do you even know what we're fighting for? Take a stance, raise your voice. You need to make a choice now.
So now we finished developing this technology, and soon it will be in every shower room. Girls, you will be scanned and cured of all diseases in a matter of 5 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah, and it will be available to everyone. And that's not all. If you want to change your appearance, that's easy too. You can lose weight, or on the contrary, gain weight and sculpt your body, and even change your height.
Even change the height? How is that possible?
Girls, I look at you and I'm so happy. How beautiful you are. Finally, we became women and stopped being slaves.
Yes, the creative society cannot be compared with the past. It makes me shudder just recalling it. It's good that you found that website back then, and we were able to do our part in building such a beautiful world.
Yes, girls. How quickly everything has changed.
Maria, how are your megaliths?
We are going to Peru one of these days to see the complex.
Wow, how cool!
Yes, very. I'm so excited. Girls, I could talk to you for hours, but my family will come home in 15 minutes. We are going to the water park today. That was a scary black pipe back there.
No, it wasn't scary.
Which one did you like most?
I like the blue one best.
I like the blue one too.
Oh, look.
Oh. No, Katrina. Don't fish out the lemon. It tastes better with it. Bon appetit. So, starting tomorrow, I'm on vacation. Have you planned the next 2 months for us?
Well, we'll probably go fishing first.
Yeah, I'll never say no to fishing.
Right, and then we are going to South America, just like we've always wanted.
Yay!
And then we'll fly to New Zealand to visit our parents. And then we'll decide where to go next. Hawaii or Fiji.
Or Turkey.
Dad, maybe we could sail on yacht from there.
Great idea. Cody, plan the route.
Working on it.
Life is always the result of our choice. This is how my day in the creative society ends. One more best day of my life. Are you saying this is science fiction? This is the reality. This is the absolute reality of tomorrow. If we build the creative society today.
Dear friends, hello. To be honest, this video makes me want to burst into tears of shame that we still do not have the creative society. Oh my God, I want that kind of life. Everything you've seen about the life of a housewife in consumer society is true. My life and the lives of my friends look exactly like this, if not worse. I would also add that the whole routine is endless. I'm catastrophically short of time. I cannot even spend enough time with my husband or just sit quietly to read a book. All the time I have for myself is when I'm in the bathroom or taking a shower, and that's it. I have tons of business ideas and plans for my life, but I just don't have time or resources to do it all. As you've understood, all the time is taken away by household chores. Every day, I just work like a horse, without days off and breaks, and no one pays me any money for that. The entire life of a housewife is in cooking and cleaning. And I also keep thinking that my life is not successful, and I haven't achieved anything in it. Even though I love my husband and children, I often have such thoughts. Now, after watching this film, everything resonated inside me and just opened my eyes on what my life and the life of every woman in the creative society can be like. I couldn't even imagine such a thing. The creative society gives you a chance to get enough sleep, gives you a lot of free time for self-development, acquiring new skills and fulfillment of your desires. The most important thing is that all household chores will be done by robots. No washing, ironing or cooking. Just imagine robots do all the chores at the snap of a finger. That is everyone's dream, isn't it? Even my children want to live in the creative society. I was scrolling through Instagram the other day and found a photo of a kid from Africa with a poster of the Creative Society. He wants the Creative Society. He supports it and informs about it. Meanwhile, there are adults who know about the Creative Society but do not say anything to anyone. Don't they want the Creative Society? Don't they want to free their women from household slavery so that they can be free and reveal themselves as true members of society? Don't they want us and our children to have a future? I have a question for those people then. Are you idiots? Don't you understand that this is your happiness? I'm sorry for calling these morons the morons, but because of those idiots, I will now have to come home and spend all my time cooking and cleaning after the forum. If it were the Creative Society, I would only have to push a button or say 2 words, but now I have to come home, work hard for hours and waste my personal life, which is already very short for us, people, on cleaning up the mess, feeding my always hungry family, washing the dishes after them, and dirty clothes. I live in such a shithole because of those stupid people who don't understand simple things, that today we can make our world better, more beautiful and safer. I have a question. Why do these morons think that women were born to exist in this household slavery? Yet they dream of being welcomed home by a queen. Right now, I have neither physical strength nor mental energy. Why do I have to live in constant stress and worries? Why do I have to worry whether my child will return from school alive and unharmed, whether there will be a nuclear war, or worry about the uncertainty of tomorrow, and a lot of housework that can never be done? And what awaits me tomorrow? More cleaning and cooking and the same fears? Why do I have to suffer? Because there are idiots who don't understand the prospects of the Creative Society for themselves and for all people. In the Creative Society, all wars or threats to life are impossible. So what should I call those who don't want to build a Creative Society? Friends? They are not friends. They are bastards. They are so stupid that they cannot see further than their own noses. I'm tired of all the worries and anxiety. I just want to be a woman, not a tractor that plows from morning till night. I just want to enjoy life, spend time with my husband and children, develop and always be beautiful and rested. Isn't that bliss? Isn't that a dream? It's a dream that can become a reality. For this bliss to come true, we, the women of the world, just need to inform all the people on earth about the Creative Society. After all, there are only uninformed people standing between us and our wonderful lives. We should remember that if we now have someone around us who doesn't know about the Creative Society, he is the reason that you and I, dear women, remain in this household slavery. In order to get out of it, we only need to inform everyone, because we all want to be free and happy. So inform everyone you can, whether in the street or in a hair salon, in a store, or at the doctor's, wherever you talk to people. Inform them and support this topic. If you cannot do anything at all, you are sitting at home, write a poster, "I support the Creative Society," and hang it outside your window or put it in your yard. Let people read it. Use every possible way to inform them. Women, I appeal to you. Let's build the Creative Society and finally be free, happy and enjoy life. We deserve it.
This is a very timely topic, and indeed, only in the Creative Society will a woman feel fully as a woman, as a mother, and as a wife, and finally enjoy life. I wish this could happen as soon as possible. Now we are in the first stage of building the Creative Society, which is the informational stage. We are being asked, what can be done right now? We have a simple answer to that question. There is nothing simpler than a small action. You can start wearing a t-shirt with the Creative Society logo on it, a baseball cap, a sweatshirt. Start wearing them to make people aware of the Creative Society. All the designs are now available on the Creative Society website. Tell me, what's the point of buying a branded t-shirt from a well-known company and for your own money to wear their ads in these huge letters? I would rather wear a t-shirt of the Creative Society because I want to live in the Creative Society. I want my children and parents to live in the Creative Society. I want all the people in the world to learn about the Creative Society. And now I would like to welcome Shayla Bonnick, an incredibly talented, creative, beautiful, and most importantly, a person of great heart. Many of you know her as a leading singer of the legendary music band Baniyam. Shayla is also a songwriter, performer, co-producer, fashion designer, author, among other things. Together.
Hey, let me tell you something. Hey, lend me your ear. We're here to tell you it will be okay. We'll find a better way. There's no need to be afraid if we unite today. We just want to be happy. We just want to live. We just want to be happy. We just want to live. We just want to be happy. We hear you loud and clear. No, we don't fear.
Today's forum is unique. It's filled with both the awakening truth and the love of those who reach out to humanity through their actions and creativity. Our survival is in unity. We can do it, but only together. This beautiful song has now reached the hearts of many people. It's very inspiring and motivating not to stop, to keep informing people about the creative society. Have you ever thought that if human life is the main value of the creative society, then the top priority of the creative society would be to keep people healthy? Right now, we are 8 billion of patients in the consumerist format. On the one hand, there is a lot of money circulating in medicine. And on the other hand, people are getting sicker and sicker. Pandemics have taken millions of lives. Diseases that are unknown to doctors continue to appear. In this block of our forum, we will look at the situation in medicine through the eyes of a doctor and a patient of the consumerist society format. And also we will learn about the incredible technologies of health improvement and life prolongation, which will be available for everyone in the creative society. Our guest today is Mr. Vladimir Razumenko. Vladimir Razumenko, Doctor of Medical Sciences, Professor, Academician of the Ukrainian Academy of Sciences, corresponding member of the National Academy of Medical Sciences of Ukraine, the Chief Neuro-Oncologist of Ukraine, neurosurgeon.
My name is Vladimir Razumenko. I am a physician by occupation. That's the main thing in my profession. I am a doctor of medical sciences, professor. I am also an academician of the Ukraine Academy of Sciences and a corresponding member of the National Academy of Medical Sciences of Ukraine. By position, I am the chief neuro-oncologist, that is, a neurosurgeon who deals with oncological diseases. I spend almost every working day in the operating room. I perform the most complicated surgeries on the brain in case of brain tumors. Without the development of medicine, it is impossible to further discuss the issue of health of the entire world's population. With the current population of about 7 billion, unfortunately, not in all countries people are able to get adequate medical care. It's a negative moment in the development of the healthcare industry in every country. Medicine today has to be highly technological. Medicine today should be highly effective. And the application of various medical measures should not only be aimed at curing a person, it should be aimed at disease prevention. And there is a serious issue of correlation between our actual life, ecology, and environment and the diseases that occur in the body. Today, technology makes it possible to cope with a whole range of very serious diseases. It concerns all organs, all body systems. But it has to be applied everywhere and in all countries. And today, if something has been invented somewhere and is being used highly efficiently, then it's necessary to share its experience. Each country should gather forums and cover it widely, not keep it a secret. And then together, it will be possible to collectively develop the chosen direction in a specific aspect of a certain disease. It's a significant problem. And another important aspect of the problem in the economic component of medicine. Unfortunately, nowadays, the economy suffers from a variety of factors. This concerns how an economically developed country uses the resources that it receives at the expense of business, how its enterprises work, and how people use the accumulated balance and accumulated funds for development of healthcare. It is considered that if the economy is high level, then the therapeutic measures must be high level too. And what to do in economically non-developed countries? And what about those countries with wars going on? When there is a discrepancy between the life aspirations and attitudes with those who run the country and who benefit from the wealth accumulation for the sake of their existence, they don't think about humanity at all. This is a major problem as well. A doctor should not make money, but should receive a proper salary, proper conditions, so that he doesn't have to think about everyday routine or that his family is not fed. He should think about applying his professional qualities to treat these or those diseases. Therefore, preventative medicine is an important issue. And such a doctor is a real doctor who pays attention to disease prevention, who makes it possible to prevent the development of any disease at an early stage. A crucial component of our life today is the creative society. We can speak of the creative society only when we match it with the conscious state of society. If society is conscious, if it is not consumerist or parasitical, then the creative society will really allow us to change our planet, change people's relationships, improve medicine and people's health. I think that it is necessary for all of us to unite humanity on earth as one whole in making sure that the creative process is steadily progressing and not halting or regressing.
Professor, thank you for being honest about what's going on with medicine. The field of healthcare requires radical changes. Today we say with certainty that the medicine of the creative society will provide the most important thing, the protection of a person's health. We already have enough technology to cure all diseases. In the creative society, people will not fall ill at all, and our life expectancy will increase considerably. Let's watch the video.
You will be surprised how many diseases can be cured even today, and what technologies exist. We're told about incurable chronic diseases and that there is no way out, either surgery or taking drugs for the rest of your life. We are milked by playing on our feelings of fear and hopelessness. But let's see how things work in reality. Genetic engineering technologies are already working wonders. Gene therapy affects the human body at the DNA level. This is not a fiction. There are many successful results of its application when patients have been completely cured. You can find information about these technologies in public access by Googling them or by visiting the offices of the development companies. For example, Tessera Therapeutics genetic engineering technologies can already rewrite DNA fragments eliminating most genetic diseases. Tessera Therapeutics believes that rewriting genes will make it possible to treat genetic defects that are the basis of most modern diseases. Just imagine, people will be able to get rid of diabetes, cancer, asthma, hypertension, joint diseases, allergies, heart attacks, autoimmune diseases, and many others. To date, leukemia is often a fatal verdict for a child, accompanied by long periods of suffering, and it is a terrible grief for his parents. But this is only because advanced technologies are not used, but they do exist. The last chance for the patient with an aggressive form of leukemia was TALENT technology, which was used in London Hospital back in 2015. The girl's life was saved with the help of genome editing. The horrible word HIV is in itself a complete doom. Matt Chappell from California, USA, has lived with HIV for most of his adult life. But after ZFN therapy, affecting the damaged gene, he stopped needing antiretrovirals. This is not all. Not only acquired, but also congenital pathologies can already be corrected. Today, it is a terrible misfortune to give birth to a child with severe vision loss caused by retinal diseases. This inevitably leads to complete blindness. Up until gene therapy, there was no cure. In 2017, Spark Therapeutics registered a gene therapy injection drug. Thanks to these technologies, 27 patients from the US have already regained their sight, and very quickly. After treatment, these children saw stars for the first time. But this is just the beginning. Another example of what technologies we have today is nanorobots. Nanorobots, or nanobots, are robots of the size comparable to a molecule, less than 100 nanometers, with a function of movement, processing and transmission of information, and execution of the embedded program. Even if you have not yet heard about how nanotechnologies work in healthcare, you are already actively using them in your smartphone. It is thanks to nanotechnology that your smartphone keeps its charge for many hours. 4G, 5G mobile networks, microprocessors, all these are nanotechnologies. The cost of making a nanorobot is only a few cents, and the time to assemble it takes only a few minutes. This will significantly reduce the cost of medical services. And due to the microscopic size of nanorobots, a person will not experience any discomfort or pain during treatment. You just drink a glass of water, and nanobot doctors will perform treatment where it is necessary. To date, nanorobots can already destroy cancer cells without harming the body, deliver drugs to all tissues and organs, remove blood clots, thus preventing heart attacks and strokes, improve the quality of diagnosis and detect any disease at its earliest stages, or even predisposition to it, destroy pathogens of any infectious diseases, including the fatal ones. An amazing technology was discovered by Iran's academician, Peter Petrovich Gariev, and his colleagues. The method allows us to read information from healthy DNA using a laser and record it in the form of a sound spectrum. When the sound wave affects a diseased organ, the damaged DNA code is restored and a patient fully recovers. How long do you think a person can actually live? Prolonging a person's life is already possible. Nowadays, our long livers look like this. But prolonging life is not only an opportunity to live more than 100 years without diseases, but also to live precisely in the young body. The key to youth and longevity has already been found. Stanford University has developed technology for genetic age reprogramming and obtained a license for its use. Just imagine, at 100 years old, you will be able to do sport and be in the same physical shape as you were when you were 25. These are just some of the technologies that exist. They are not available to you today because today, your life has no value for anyone but you. Any person in the consumerist format faces diseases and loneliness. But everything will change in the creative society. All advanced medical technologies will be available to everyone, even during the transition period to the creative society. Artificial intelligence technologies will combine the knowledge of specialists from all over the world to help make diagnosis accurately and restore people's health. Such notions as medical error, misdiagnosis, complications from treatment, and side effects will disappear. Healthcare will quickly become exclusively preventative, whereas in the creative society, people will stop getting sick at all. Every home will have a revitalization capsule. When you enter it, you will be able to scan and repair your body in a matter of minutes, and also correct your body shape as you wish. At last, you will be able to eat your favorite dishes and desserts without harming your health. A pleasant bonus in the creative society will be prolonging life beyond the species limit. Even at 125 or older, people will look and feel like they are 20 years old. You will be able to make all your dreams come true. Climb the Great Wall of China. Walk 50 kilometers across the South Island of New Zealand in one breath. Run with your grandchildren and dance salsa until dawn in your 60s or 90s. To date, healthcare is a business and health is an expensive commodity that many people cannot afford. It's time to make healthcare high quality and free for all. Eternal youth and good health is your reality in the creative society. Share this information with everyone right now.
When one hears the benefits of a person in the creative society, I, for myself, want to say that I want to live in such a society. Creative society is the real dream for everyone. To create a creative society, we must unite on the idea of a better society. We are not uniting on possessions, cultures, or houses. Unity does not mean that we not all now start wearing the same type of clothes, listening to the same music, or thinking the same way. No, we unite in our diversity only on an idea, the idea of a better society. A society where human life comes first and where every human being is provided with the dignity of life from birth. A creative society is beneficial for every human being. And that's why I'm happy that the creative society is also supported by the Roma. Bogdan Chayanak from Poland will tell us about his vision of the creative society.
Let the gracious God grant everyone goodness and happiness. Let everyone be healthy and happy. Roma all over the world. Be healthy and happy. My name is Bogdan Trianek. I'm a Rome from Poland, a member of a government commission that works for integration. Love for our neighbor, for brothers and sisters, and not only for the Roma. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to be a speaker together with you today here at this international forum where I can share my love and warmth for my Romani brothers and sisters, but not only for my Romani brothers and sisters, but for all people with a good heart. And I know that people with a good heart are watching and participating today. People who strive for big changes when love, tolerance, and nature will reign. The world is beautiful is just that people spoil it, but thanks to all of us, tremendous support and great love, this world will become more beautiful. What is the use of a tree without leaves? It withers away. So if we all stick together and speak the same words in one voice, and we all say, stop violence, stop destroying the world and nature, our world will become more beautiful. We live all over the world, Roma brothers, we have our own and our love. We certainly feel great in our countries, but my appeal to my brothers around the world is that we should be able to find ourselves and learn. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to say today that I have a favor to ask. It is a request of a pious man to my Romani brothers and to all of you who hear us, who participate in this beautiful forum. We must unite with all our hearts. Why do we unite with you? Because we can see that the creative society is doing a wonderful work in the name of love. I would like to sincerely ask all of you, my brothers, to change things from now on. We want and desire it. Let's not pretend. Let's not be indifferent to people, to the world, to animals. Let's not pretend that we don't care, because I know that you and I care, because this is your future and my future. My grandmother had always told me about great love and tolerance, and suddenly I came across the creative society that talks about freedom and love, about a free world. This is what every human being wants, and especially we, gypsies, because we, gypsies, are free people. No one has ever forced us to do anything, and if they did, we did not give in. Together with you, we will build a wonderful world. The fact that today we join together around the world at this international forum is proof of that. And my Roma brothers around the world, I, as a Roma brother, ask you to join in. It is necessary to unite so that we can be like one fist, one force, because our strength is in unity. When we all get together, we will change the world.
У вас может возникнуть вопрос, кто же все эти люди? А действительно, кто мы? Мы — это человечество.
You may be wondering, who are all these people? And really, who are we? We are humanity. The creative society is all of humanity. It is not some saintly call. It is a society where everyone has a place. And when I say all, it means all. We are on every continent of our planet. We are all volunteers, regardless of age, status, profession, or hobby. We all contribute to the common future of humanity in our own time and our own way. We are bikers and businessmen, bankers and teachers, criminals and generals, construction workers and terrorists, politicians and taxi drivers, scientists and sailors, students and athletes. There are members of all religions and sects among us. And yes, there are even Freemasons among us, and they too are doing a lot of good and working for the common good of the whole of the people. Even alcoholics and drug addicts share our views. Are they not human beings? Don't they want a normal life? Whoever you name, they will be in our ranks anyway, from the Talibs, the orcs, the banderas, the communists, the fascists, and the mafia. I will tell you more. There are even Democrats and Republicans among us. Do you know why they are? Do you know why we are so divided? Because before we didn't have one common idea, we didn't have the creative society. The consumerist format has fragmented us all and put us in our own niches, forced us to get our own bread in different ways, turned us away from each other in pursuit of personal happiness. There are true heroes and geniuses among us. They've been working for years for the good of humanity. Some have already given their lives for the survival of humanity. The consumerist format does not allow us to say their names because the consumerist format will inevitably exterminate them. Yes, we are heroes, but we're also the outcasts of today's. Take the Taliban, they are terrorists. Why did they have to take up arms? Have you ever asked yourself this question? We do not support terrorism or justify their methods, but right now in Afghanistan, our members are translating this form for the same Taliban who have taken up arms under compulsion of the consumerist format, because they dream of being humans, of fulfilling the precepts of Prophet Muhammad. They dream of the creative society. I will shock you once again. There is even the all-to-know common mafia among us, Yakuza, Triad, Sicilians, Russians, Mexican, and American. And do you know why they are our members? Because they are human beings, and under different conditions they would be true people. But now they are victims like the rest of us. Our law says they are criminals, and we say they are victims of the consumerist format. In other conditions, they would be heroes. In the consumerist format, they will risk their lives to. In the consumerist format, they risk their lives to earn their bread. And in other conditions, they would risk their lives to improve everyone's life. They would be heroes. They are risk takers. They have a risk character. They are not afraid to risk life, to sacrifice their freedom and their lives. But for what? Today for a piece of bread. In other conditions, in the creative society, they would be explorers. The most extreme and dangerous professions would be for them. Every person on the planet would know and be proud of them. Let's be honest. Many people have been pushed on the criminal path into the ranks of the mafia as a protest against the injustice of this consumerist format. Isn't that a crime? This whole consumerist format just change the conditions and billions of people will get a chance for a better life. A life without humiliation and oppression, a life of quality and justice for all. Where are these people? What are these people strive for right now? Has anyone looked into their souls? No one. No one but us. Now they are persecuted by society, but in the consumerist format that has made them to be like that. The consumerist format has divided us, made us banderas, fascists, communists, anything but humans. The consumerist format has divided us as much as it possible, but we want to unite and become one civilization. When one lives in prosperity, there is a tomorrow, and the whole world is beautiful. All the best will flourish in every human being, and that's the point of the creative society, not only to save humanity physically, but also morally. And we will not have to protect pedophiles condemning children to abuse. We will not have to fight for gender identity. We will be able to live and enjoy life, because life is given once on this planet. And life is given to humans for much more than just to quarrel or die for someone else's interest. For someone to steal another billion, tens of thousands of people must die. Isn't it nonsense? What are we fighting for? For someone else's ambitions? When the whole world belongs to humanity, everyone will take care of the common good, and there will be no need for quotas on ecology. We will live in symbiosis with the planet, not as parasites, but as symbiotics. The planet will benefit from us. The planet will benefit from us, and the planet will benefit us. They are saying now it is necessary to reduce the number of people because we're eating away the planet. But believe me, in the creative society, nobody will eat anybody. There will be enough food and resources to feed 50 billion people, because the goals that we set for humanity are ambitious, realistic, and achievable, unlike the goals that the consumerist format set. In the consumerist format, the main thing is consumption. We want to live in a beautiful future where we are united, where we are a united civilization. We want to save not only humanity, but the human in each of us. Thank you.
We're all people. We're all united by the fact that we want to live, but live to live decently, safely, and happily, to live in creative society, because in creative society, everyone will benefit. And right now, I would like to pass the floor to American politician, 2020 presidential candidate, ambassador, and International Human Rights Commissioner, Robbie Wells.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to participate in this landmark international forum. I'm grateful for the opportunity to reach out to people around the world, to you, dear friends. I agree with our distinguished speakers. Our climate and geopolitical situation are very urgent. Even in my home country, the United States, the economy is collapsing rapidly. Record inflation is eating away at our salaries and savings, and more people are left on the streets because they can no longer pay their rent. Think about it. There is an unprecedented increase in child poverty in the United States right now. My heart bleeds to realize how many children will go to bed hungry tonight and how many more will go to bed hungry tomorrow, because the situation is only getting worse. And this is all in America. In America, children go to bed hungry. It's not somewhere in developing countries. It's already happening here in the United States. All this despite the fact that we are the most developed nation in all the world. And we no longer feel safe in our country. When sending children off to school, every one of us is afraid, and we pray. God forbid that nothing happens to them while they are away, and we hope that they come home alive. The polarization of society has reached its climax. We are divided. We're pitted against each other, and we are afraid of our neighbors. And all of this is happening at a time when we absolutely must be united, because the climate is wiping us Americans and our beautiful country off the face of the earth. These conditions in which we find ourselves leave us no choice. We can no longer stand by and hope this nightmare will go away on its own, like a bad dream. It will not go away. And we will face the inevitable end unless we act together. This is the first time humanity has found itself in such a critical situation. So we need a new action plan. The existing programs will not save us. Can I let you in on a secret? We politicians, we're sick and tired of proclaiming our endless new action plans while realizing they don't work. How much longer can we keep bad-mouthing each other while fighting for our office? We don't have time for these political games. We need a feasible working model that will unite our fragmented society and defeat the undefeatable. And I mean the climate. Because no matter how much we are pitted against each other, we all have the same enemy, which is the climate. It is time for all of us, all of society, to grow up and stop being passive. The price of our inaction is human life, our lives. I'm an American. I grew up in America. I owe what I am today and what I have achieved to my country, to the people of this country, to my parents and my teachers. It is time to give back to my country, which is now in great need of a new creative format of politics. But first of all, I am a man, a resident of our shared planet Earth. We are all inhabitants of this planet, connected closer than the people of one nation. We are linked by an inevitable thread of humanity. It is this quality together with our determination and persistence that will help us to build a creative society the entire world over. With all of this in mind, I would like to announce that I am taking a couple of months to make a decision on whether we will run for president in 2024. Expect that decision by the 1st of next year. The cornerstone of my election, if I choose to run, will be the building of the creative society, because only the incorporation of the 8 pillars of the creative society into the Constitution will guarantee a secure, stable, comfortable, and happy life for all people. Why the 8 pillars, you may ask? Well, I often travel around America and talk to voters. And believe me, everything they want is already spelled out in these 8 pillars, because the people themselves formulated them. And I'm all for what society chooses. Look at this global crisis. It is evident to me that the creative society is the only chance to build a wonderful world for all, the world that each of us dream about. No matter how great America is, we cannot overcome the climate alone. So, as was said above, to defeat this common enemy, we must put aside our differences, reach out to each other, and together choose the creative format of society. I will stand for the creative society to the end. And when I win, if I choose to run, the presidential election in 2024, and I know I will win, I will build a creative society, not just in the United States, but around the entire world. One more thing, and you can bank on these words right here. I will put Putin and Xi Jinping around the same table, and they will accept the creative society. And together, we will surely save our planet. May God bless each and every one of you around the world watching tonight, and may God continue to bless these United States.
Wow, this is a very honorable promise, and absolutely all people want to live in the creative society, but many don't know about this format yet. At today's forum, we described in detail how the creative society will benefit each individual. Now, let's watch a video and hear from the people themselves.
I dream of living in a world free of diseases.
My dream world, where everybody's treated fairly, everybody's treated equally.
I believe that something like universal basic income would be quite reasonable.
Everyone has the right to water, safety, an education, and either a supply of food or the means to provide food for their families.
It seems to me that once a person is born, he or she should already be provided with good living conditions, housing and food.
I feel they should have like basic necessities, so like food, water, obviously like electricity, the status, health aside, because without health you can't do nothing.
No. Yeah, and just free healthcare as well.
It would be great if every person on this planet already had housing at the moment of their birth.
If everybody could work with what they love, I think we could see a huge difference in society.
By birthright, a human should have the freedom of moving around freely. There shouldn't be borders, because I believe that God created the earth and sky for everyone, but people began to divide it.
I think every person should be given a fair right.
A child should be able to have
loving home, I think. And maybe the government shall support families that don't have that much money on their child.
I think there should be benefits to help mothers and raise kids.
First of all, it has to do with freedom of movement. Primary education should be free. It's a basic fundamental human right. Free health benefits to survive, because some parents, they're going through crisis.
Don't fight each other. I think it's important for people to have clean water and good food.
Of course, a peaceful world. Ideally, a world without diseases, so that we could cure as many diseases as possible, the whole spectrum of diseases.
So everyone should have a roof over their head, everyone should have employment, access to free education, access to free healthcare.
In an open and technological society where you should probably work 3 or 4 hours a day and do only a job that is interesting to you. In fact, nowadays, there's enough technology for people to not work at all.
A world where collaboration is like the main intention and not like just competition.
A society that gives the tools for anybody to develop.
A society where everyone can fulfill their potential.
Opportunity.
Yes.
A chance of a happy life.
An education, a safe home, secure home, and equal rights.
Old age should be decent. Pensions should be decent.
To live in a world where human life is the most important thing.
Yes, I think so too.
Everyone must have access to information, and it mustn't be distorted by those in power. Mass media should be free.
Well, I suppose for human life to be a priority, you have to look after the environment that you work in. So resources have to be shared, nurtured, invested in for everyone, not just the wealthy few.
The government should take care of everybody, and everybody should be living in peace.
Want to be friendly, to cooperate with each others, not kill each others.
There must be economic independence.
It is necessary to ensure that laws are obeyed and human life is respected.
All the money that we are investing in army, we have to invest it to education.
No hunger in the world.
Peace in the world, and relationships between people should be friendly.
For me, it is a world without war, an alternative world, a world without nuclear power, a world without bombs and mines.
I would like to live in a world free of crime, where the government fulfills its promises.
Do you support the creative society?
Of course, I'm as active as a participant as you are. The creative society is what we are building today.
Would you support creative society?
Definitely, yes.
Definitely.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, I support this.
I would definitely support creative society.
Of course I support it. I believe it would make the world a much better place. I don't just believe, I'm sure.
It's important for the whole world. That's a fantastic initiative. Yes, I'm definitely going to participate.
I want the creative society, a society of kind, open and bright people, to be for the future generations. And I would like it for us too.
Sure, because I'm actually already doing it now. Deep inside, we all know what is right. At some point, we shifted responsibility onto others because we thought they could save us. But the only ones who can really save us is ourselves.
Of course, I want it too. Who wouldn't want it? We all want to live in such a society.
Yes, absolutely. We are supporting and we are dream about this society.
Yeah, definitely. Yes.
Yes, I would definitely want it. I dream about it.
Do you support the creative format of society?
No doubt. I surely do.
Yes, definitely. I'm definitely on board, 100%.
Of course, I would like to live in such a creative society.
Sure, definitely. I think all reasonable people support it.
Of course there will be a new world, and I definitely support it. Not only with words, but also with deeds and actions.
Of course. I believe it's the only way for us to survive in the world that we have created.
Absolutely, yes. I want all people to start living in the creative society as soon as possible, because I believe that it's our chance to really live a happy and peaceful life.
I would, obviously, and more importantly for a person like me of my age, I'd like my children and grandchildren to have a society like that. So that's why I would be very supportive. That's what we're supposed to have, an equal and creative society that spreads resources for all.
Of course, I support it. I'm a mother and I will soon become a grandmother. I surely support it. And who doesn't?
If such a format of society exists, any reasonable person would certainly support it and aspire for it, regardless of its name. Creative society, good society, happy society, or whatever.
Do you support the creative society?
Absolutely.
We also support it.
A creative form of society, we do support it.
Yeah, of course I do.
Yes, definitely I support the creative format of society.
I love creative society. Creative society is in me. I am creative society.
I definitely support that, like definitely 100%. For many, many, many reasons. But, everybody will say, yeah, cool, we work less. No, it's not about working less, it's about achieving more.
Naturally. Well, yes, I think that's what many people want, and actually what everyone wants, what everyone is somehow striving for.
That would be the greatest society. If we all really become united, there would be no evil.
Now we're at the stage of informing about the creative society. We need to start talking openly and loudly to everyone that we want to live in the creative society. We need to spread this information. Now you can tell everyone about the creative society, and in this way, we will form an electoral request to politicians. At the next election, we will vote only for politicians who support the creative society. And if there are no such people, then we will not vote for anyone. This is the only way we will change the format of society to the creative one, peacefully and quickly. There is nothing more valuable than human life. It cannot be returned or bought. Let's restore our right to life. And now, we want to present the song prepared for us by participants of the Creative Society from Africa. The song is called We Will Rise.
We will rise, we will rise, we will rise, we will rise, creating society. We will rise in power of unity. We will rise. Every day you wake up, you want the news and ask yourself, why? If shine. The power is within us. The power of unity. Every one of us. We will shine. Creating society. We will rise. We will rise. We will rise. The power of unity. Power of unity. We will rise.
We would like to thank the very famous singer and very talented Dr. Phyllis Edukwe for his song, We Will Rise, as an expression of the African voice for the Creative Society technology. Technology, as we know, should always serve to improve our lives. But today, it's impossible to achieve this. Even though we live in a time of technological breakthroughs, we are limited by the consumer format. Only by joining together will we move to a level of technology that you could never even dream of. Free energy, life extension, smart and technological cities, nano robots, robotic assistants and various drones, artificial intelligence systems, and much, much more. There's simply not enough time to list all the technologies. So let's watch a video about the essential technologies available to everyone in the Creative Society.
Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Author C. Clarke. What is your wildest dream? What will you get when it comes true? A big, beautiful house? A super modern car? Lots of traveling. Do you want to work less and spend more time with your family and friends? What do you personally dream of? What if dreams come true for every person on Earth? And the Creative Society will come. What will your life be like? Have you thought about it yet? A human being is the most valuable element in the Creative Society. Therefore, the first thing that will be developed and applied is technology that will free you from hard, grueling, and dangerous labor. It will be done by robots and artificial intelligence. Nowadays, in the consumerist format, the introduction of advanced technology will leave you without work, but in the Creative Society, it will be different. In addition to the universal basic income of $10,000 a month, you can earn extra money and work at a pace you feel comfortable. No more than 4 hours a day, 4 days a week. And if you're an entrepreneur or businessman, schedule your time the way you want, without worrying about anything, because both you and your employees have a universal basic income, and all the cutting-edge technologies and robotics are there for you. As of today, robots are already capable of taking on the most labor-intensive tasks in agriculture, metallurgy, mining, automotive, and other industries, and even in the neutralization of radioactive waste. If you don't want to work, then don't work. You can afford it. But how long will you be able to lie on the couch? A week? A year? You'll have lots of opportunities to do what you love and earn an income that you could only dream of before. You will be able to learn new professions and skills and educate yourself as much as you want. In education, there will be use of technologies that will make the learning process super interesting, easy, and interactive. Virtual reality glasses and holograms are already being used today. One of the most important areas that will be upgraded with the most advanced technology is the protection of human life and his safety. Thus, you will be safe and secure everywhere. You won't be afraid to come home late at night. You won't be afraid to let your child be alone outside. You will be able to go anywhere in the world and nothing bad will happen to you. Safe city systems have already been created based on artificial intelligence. They can quickly respond to emergencies, protect citizens and visitors every day, investigate and even prevent crimes. Intelligence systems and road infrastructure are already capable of controlling traffic throughout the city and ensuring safety. They can prevent traffic jams, send a signal to the car about a pedestrian who is about to jump out onto the road, and even intervene in case of a possible collision and activate the brakes. Imagine that you're going home in such a smart city, for example, in an autopilot air taxi. You chat via video call or watch your favorite movie. You walk into your beautiful big house and you already have a hot dinner waiting for the whole family. Smart gadgets and artificial intelligence have already washed, ironed, tidied everything and ordered food delivery. Who has cooked the dinner then? Home robotic kitchens can already scan your refrigerator, find the right gadgets in your cupboard, and cook a meal of any world cuisine on its own. The updated version will be able to put dirty dishes in the dishwasher and put clean ones in the cupboards. And these innovations will become available to you already during the transition period of the consumerist format of society to the creative one. And in a few years in the creative society, there will be even more pleasant surprises awaiting you. There will appear replicators of food, clothing, and everything you need. Have you ever heard what a replicator is? It's a device which creates an item you need, from a hamburger to a t-shirt, or earrings from elementary particles. To do that, it uses the information about the object and a small amount of energy. A company from California has already created the technology of the future, a printer that makes drinks right from molecules. The cartridge system makes it possible to make thousands of natural drinks with almost no waste. And this is just the beginning. The breakthrough discovery of nanotube technology by Massachusetts and Yale graduates allows them to manipulate matter at the molecular level and already obtain gasoline and other fuels directly from the air.
When this technology is everywhere, what does that future look like?
What I'm picturing is something like the size of a mini fridge that essentially can take waste materials and turn them into useful products like fuels and building materials, or it can pull CO2 out of the air and turn it into fuels or building materials.
The use of replicators will not only make our lives easier, but will also greatly improve our health. We will stop eating artificial foods, as we do now, which contain a lot of harmful chemical additives and flavor enhancers. Food from a replicator will be real, very tasty, and healthy. It is made from elementary particles, the same as in natural products. Finally, we will remember the taste of really natural food. Of course, if you love to cook yourself, you'll cook your own pleasure, maybe even in tandem with the famous chef. Your smart house in the creative society is a house that not only takes care of chores and food, but also of you and your family. It will be able to monitor your health indicators. For example, acoustic tissue has already been developed. It can monitor your heart and breathing in real time without you noticing it. You can even talk through it, answer the phone, and communicate with other people. Smart toilet with the smart health function will take tests and send the results to artificial intelligence and, in case of abnormalities, to your doctor. It will advise you on how to adjust your diet. It will tell you what kind of food is not good for you and warn you about the risks of certain diseases. Smart mirror will track your health vitals while you're getting dressed. It will help your elderly parents stay in touch with the doctors. It will also take care of your skin. It will detect problems in time and even help to choose the right product for you. In the creative society, even for beauty, there will be used the most advanced technologies. You will be able to save time by getting your manicure in minutes and building your eyelashes by an ultra-fast robot, or try on clothes in a virtual dressing room. Sure, you like it already. What's next? Watch this. Thanks to the introduction of energy innovations, such as a fuel-free generator, the house will be completely autonomous. No more utility bills, not even for the heating. In the creative society, everything will be focused on the continuous improvement of goods and services. Imagine you won't have to repair your car or home appliances because they don't break. What will you do after a delicious lunch? Do you want to go to your favorite band's concert? The supersonic train will get you there in minutes because it can reach speeds of over 1,000 kilometers an hour. Countries such as the USA, Canada, China, and South Korea are actively developing vacuum and magnetic train technology. and they are competing for leadership in this futuristic technology. Do you want to spend a vacation somewhere on uninhabited islands or meet up with a friend on the other side of the planet? Already today, NASA is developing a silent supersonic aircraft for commercial use. It will cut the duration of flights by at least in half. And this is just the beginning, because space technology and the creative society will serve people on Earth as well. You will get anywhere in the world, not only quickly, but absolutely for free. No visas, no bureaucracy. There will be complete freedom of movement for everyone. You will be welcome in every corner of the world. There will be one world. No wars, no enmity. We'll have nothing to fight about anymore. True human values will finally return to society. Cutting-edge technology will cleanse the planet of all garbage without harming the environment. Even today, innovations make it possible to completely recycle unsorted waste into raw materials for repeated further use in industry. You will be surprised to know what great prospects await us in the creative society. Garbage will become the most valuable raw material because the introduction of replicator technology will help to completely break down garbage and unnecessary things into elementary particles, and then read everything we need from them without leaving home, from food and clothes to gadgets and so on. We will no longer have to destroy the planet and kill animals to survive. In the creative society, we will be able to breathe clean air again, drink crystal clear water, and enjoy the pristine beauty of the oceans and forests. Have you decided what you'll do in the creative society? Have you long been dreaming of spending more time with your family or changing your career? Or would you like to learn how to surf on the best beaches in the world after work, travel with friends? Or maybe you dream of seemingly simple things, for your parents to be protected and live long, for your children to be healthy, and that for you, yourself, that you won't grow old and live more than 100 years. The creative society is better than your dreams. You'll have something you couldn't even imagine. And it's a society focused on your needs. It's the implementation of the best technologies, the world's best practices, all for you. Imagine your dream. It will become a reality in the creative society.
In order to get to the creative society, just a few simple actions are required. Explore the idea, embrace it, and pass it on. Look at the logo. If we make it so popular that when you go into any supermarket, cafe, hairdressers, gym, cab, turning on any channel, go into any social network, you will see the logo, that would mean that the idea of creative society have spread. That is our first priority, to make sure that everyone knows about the idea as soon as possible. After that, we can move on to the second stage of building the creative society. It is simple and quick, without protests, rallies, and bloodshed. Let's look at just a few examples of how millions of people worldwide are already spreading the information about the creative society.
It is important that all 8 billion people learn about the Creative Society project and support it. How can this be achieved? Where to start? Tell your family, friends, neighbors, work colleagues, basically everyone you know about the Creative Society. Share the information about the Creative Society on social media. You can write comments to videos, write video blogs, write posts, and share them on social networks. Post banners on your personal websites and accounts. Make your social networks explode with information about the Creative Society, and every user of your network will spread the news to the whole world.
I work with a large group of volunteers, and we have an official Creative Society account.
I'm over 60. I'm a grandmother and a blogger. In my posts, I talk about the Creative Society.
Hello friends, my name is Gabo Korchak. I'm a chef.
Informing is the first and most difficult stage in building the creative society. That's why I do my best to inform people about the creative society at every opportunity, whether it's meeting different people, guests, and so on, because every person I talk to wants to live in peace, love, and prosperity.
We're clothed with a Creative Society logo, such as t-shirt or a baseball cap.
We use pullovers, t-shirts, and caps. We hand out cards with the logo and the webpage.
You're always on trend when you wear the Creative Society logo.
The only thing we need is the Creative Society. The Creative Society.
Put the sign in your yard. Attach a sticker with a Creative Society logo to your car. Decorate your bicycle with the logo.
As you can see, I have a t-shirt with the Creative Society logo printed on it. Well, it's one of the ways. I also put a sticker on my car, which says the Creative Society and has a QR code which people can scan to access the project homepage.
I support Creative Society and I inform people every single day about Creative Society, as you can see on my car and even on the plate. From the Netherlands. We are volunteers from Amsterdam, decided to spread the knowledge about the Creative Society by placing a sticker on our bike.
Indeed, there is actually more bikes than people in the Netherlands. So you can imagine how important it is to put this message about the Creative Society, the 8th Foundation, and the way to get even more information with the QR code.
Leave information about the Creative Society in coffee shops, doctor's offices, the local grocery shops, the hairdressers, anywhere, even on the wing of an airplane.
We are in Berlin today, shooting a film about the Creative Society in an Italian cafe. We told the chief and owner of this cafe about the project, and he became really interested.
Please support this idea of young people who are fighting for and promoting a better world for all of us.
Today I'm in the pediatric surgery department. My son has been treated here for more than 3 weeks. Such a small action as informing people can change the destiny of many.
Don't know where to get a model? It's already solved. Just go to the Creative Society website to the design section and choose the one you like. So let's do anything we can to build a Creative Society as soon as possible. Write poems, songs, make short videos, memes, and even jokes about. For example, the phrase, "If you do not support the Creative Society, don't touch me," can be printed on a toilet paper. If you are a business owner, put the Creative Society banner on your website or add the logo to your products. Show that you care about all people.
Since I have my own tailor shop, I inform people when I'm at work.
One of the fastest methods of conveying the information about the creative society is via media. Participate in talk shows, podcasts, news, or any other program about the creative society and its benefits.
It's the most important thing I can do in my life, and it's the most important thing I can do for all of humanity.
We were also invited as guests to the Storytime program on Radio Italy, where we talked about the creative society.
You can also put advertisements about the creative society in articles, newspapers, magazines, and on billboards. Place the creative society content on television, both local and global.
Great news! Soroka TV is now showing interviews and excerpts from various videos about the Creative Society project. The more creative content there is, the faster we will succeed in building the Creative Society.
The Creative Society project's logo should be everywhere, all over the world. It should be recognizable in every corner of the world.
It's a platform where every person can raise their voices and speak about what challenges them as individuals but also as a society. It's the voice of the people, and it's the people to make the change that we want. It's only together that we can change the world. It's you and me to come together for a betterment. That's why I call upon everyone, friends, brothers, sisters, to come and be part of this great project for the betterment of our world.
Be creative and think of other ways to let the world know about the Creative Society. But don't forget that everything has to be within the framework of the law. The sooner people learn about the Creative Society, the sooner we will be living in it. If you want to have a decent life, tell everyone about the Creative Society.
World Unite on one platform, on the Creative Society platform, and to talk about the fact that we need to change the system with it, from the one that's consumer-oriented with money and power is number one, to the one where we deserve to live well.
I have a big flag, and when I ride my bike, I attach this flag and the small ones to show that this way I draw people's attention to the Creative Society.
The marathon is a great way for the city to learn about the amazing project, the Creative Society.
Creative society is the most peaceful and the most appropriate society format in the entire history of humankind. Only in the creative society can we cope with the climate threats and the crisis of the entire humanity. The best investment in your future is an investment in the Creative Society. Every active volunteer of the Creative Society, those who are implementing the hardest and most difficult part, that of informing people, deserve to receive a Peace Prize from the Creative Society. Every participant of the Creative Society deserves to be recognized and remembered in the future by grateful descendants. In a transition to the Creative Society, anyone who devotes time and effort will be rewarded. Let's discuss bringing understanding to this. An award should be structured in such a way that it reflects the efforts of people who inform about the Creative Society. A volunteer Peace Prize can be broken down into 5 categories. First, those volunteers who currently inform a few people, those are the people who put stickers, "I support the Creative Society" on their cars, who talk to their colleagues, friends, and acquaintances everywhere, who just work with a few people. Those people will receive $1 million. Second, those people who inform dozens of people, those who could be cafe owners, bloggers, those who travel, explain, talk, who are not shy to talk in buses or somewhere else, and massively inform dozens of people, they get $2 million. Third, those who inform hundreds of people get $3 million. Fourth, those who have the opportunity to communicate with people and notify thousands of people get $4 million. And fifth, those who are able to inform millions of people, bloggers with multi-million followers, people who speak on huge platforms, who participate in conferences, singers who can create concerts watched by millions of people, they'll get $5 million. We must recognize that such incentives will only be given away in a creative society, not now. Awards are determined based on how much personal responsibility a person assumes when making information about the Creative Society available to others. A new history will begin with the names of the volunteers who contribute their hearts and souls to the Creative Society. Building a Creative Society is true heroism. It is saving the lives of billions. It is saving all of humanity. Therefore, we should not only thank such people financially, but we should also write their names in our history. After all, they really deserve to have their names immortalized. There'll be a monumental building raised in honor of those heroes. The building will have 6 levels. Each person's name, every volunteer who informs millions and thousands will be on the first floor. Furthermore, there'll be the same gradation from 1 to 5 million Peace Prize recipients. 2nd to 5th floor will be dedicated to the real philanthropists, those who supported the informational stage and made Creative Society possible. On the top of the building will be tributes and portraits of all politicians who were so courageous and the first to declare their support for the Creative Society. In addition to help us create voter demand for a Creative Society, these politicians will remain in the public memory for generations. A Creative Society logo will be installed on the top of the monument. The effort we are now investing into the building of the Creative Society is the greatest thing we can do. We are building the future, not only for ourselves, but for our children and the generations that will come after us. And we can only do this by uniting the whole world.
There are no perfect actions, steps, or movement. While waiting for the perfect moment, we are losing the most important, most valuable resource, time. On the subject of time, I have an example to show you. Tell me, what are the statistics on average life expectancy in your country? Let's say 80 years. Let's take 78 years, which is inactive life. So, 78 years. Look, this is our lifespan, 78 years. So the span of our life is roughly this long. You can take a piece of paper and draw a line for your 78 years. Look, some of us are 30, some are 40, some are 50, 60. I will cut off the time of my life that's already gone. There, it's gone. Look at that. We have very little left. Statistically, we spend a third of our lives in sleep. Look, I'm cutting off another third of the rest of my life. Look. Next, how much time do we spend on household? Chores, cooking, laundry, cleaning. A woman spends at least 2 hours daily. And if we add it up for several years, then we cut off a few more years that we spend at the stove doing household chores. That's how much quality life we have left. And if we subtract from that the time for work, often unloved, for the struggle to survive, too bad, but we have to cut off another slice. We only have a little bit left. And that's not even me taking away the time we waste on social media, on Instagram, envying, comparing, and procrastinating. Let's cut that off too. And look what we are left with. We have only 6 years and we don't act. When will we act? We have almost no time left. I didn't take into account the climate threat that's hanging all over all of us. It doesn't really matter how old you are now. The climate situation has leveled us all. We have 6 years old. We will sleep for 2 years and walk for 2 years. We are left with 2 years. Take time away from that for laundry, cooking, and you'll realize we don't have any time left at all to save our lives. And we are not talking about saving lives and continue living in the hellish conditions of the consumerist format again. We are talking about completely changing of our lives. The creative society is the future in which your life is society's most significant value. There you will forget what fear is, live in safety, stop selling yourself in slavery for money, and be provided for, and able to create, able to become a better version of yourself. All the advanced technologies will provide for and serve your life in a peaceful, beautiful society without wars and threats to life. So think about whether it's worth wasting time on any doubts and fears, or whether it's time to start acting right now. Ask yourself the question, what can I do that is useful? All fears must be put aside. You need to think more about the benefits of creative society for yourself and those you love. Take actions right now. Take action the best you can. There are many examples of what people all around the world are already doing today to build the creative society. But don't compare your beginning with someone else's middle. You have to be yourself. Be honest. Be open. Be a real person. Be someone who is pro-life, not pro-death. To be the one who is for creative society.
Friends, it is really high time we start acting right now. You know, all this time we've been actively trying to reach out to humanity, but we are faced with a huge inertia among people. And honestly, I never would have thought it would be so hard to save humankind. Why are people inert today? It's just because they don't know how much time is left, and that is why they don't rush anywhere. That is why it is so crucial to inform them about the progression of all catastrophic climatic processes and about the real way out of the climatic collapse by changing the format of society from the consumerist model to a creative one. Everyone on the planet needs to know about it. This is the only way. Otherwise, we simply will not have time to do anything. And that is why we're now appealing to all people who want to live, who want their grandchildren and great-grandchildren to live. We cannot stop the progression of climate cataclysms on our own, and we cannot reach out to everyone on our own either. There is no point in placing our hopes in politicians expecting that they will come to an agreement and do something about this. We people need to start talking about this, and you and I need to get this message out to all the mass media, to every person out of the 8 billion people living on Earth. This is the only opportunity we see right now. We have a chance to leave this planet as dead as Mars, but we still have chance to save our planet. And right now, as we speak, right now on our planet, magma is making its way to the surface through new faults that are being formed because of earthquakes. It is a fairly rapid process. This is a fact that we have been living for more than 10 years. And as of today, you also will have to live with it. Because now you too understand that this is really an apocalyptic doomsday bomb with a clock. And now you understand too that the only solution for us as a civilization is the creative society. And everyone has to learn about this. Each second of our inaction here diminishes our chances of survival. Today, it is up to each person to make a choice.
The time of choice is a very important time. It's the time of unification, of at least the majority of people, of those who set the vector towards the future of all humanity on this planet. This is important. That's precisely what the crossroads is. And it depends on everyone's decision where we will go as humanity. Our task isn't simple, friends. But we have no one to hope for. If good people come to us and help us, that's wonderful. But if not, you and us will proceed from our own conscience and capabilities. Believe me, a lot of people on this planet are competent, intelligent, honest, and decent people. That's whom we should rely on. As for all the rest, the opportunists, such spineless jellyfish who can only do harm, sting, or throw feces like a monkey in a zoo, why would we pay attention to them? We're actually talking about people. Therefore, friends, we have a lot of interesting work ahead. Busy days. I would say, lots of meetings with good people, and that's already wonderful. So friends, let's just love each other. Love and take care of this world. And let's not shift our responsibility onto someone else. Let's grow up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Igor Mikhailovich.
Thank you, friends. Peace be with you.
Dear friends, our forum has come to an end. I want to express my deep gratitude to the distinguished speakers and all the participants of this universal event of great importance. My heartfelt thanks to the volunteers of the Creative Society for the tremendous work each of you has done. It's only out of great humanness, love for people, and faith in our common cause that you act so selflessly and with such dedication. You are true heroes, and thanks to you, all of humankind still has a chance. Dear friends, this forum has lasted only 12 hours, but it feels like we lived a whole life. A life full of shocks and insights. And after all we've heard and seen, everyone will have to live with this information. But the main question of today's forum is, how long? 2036. I'm sure this date is still on your mind. And it may seem to many that it's the most important information in the whole forum. Because 2036 is the year of our end. However, it is not. It is the date of the destruction of our planet. But we, as humanity, will die much sooner. We simply won't live to see this date. So today, it is not that important. For us, it's much more important to have time to unite, to build the creative society. And as a result, to find a solution that will stop the destruction of our planet and save us from death. After all, presented studies and facts, it should be obvious to everyone. The creative society is our only way out. Whether we want to admit it or not, building the creative society is a necessity. It is a lifeline to a sinking humankind. But it's up to us to take this last chance or not. It is a challenge to all of humankind. But how do we respond to it? Will we live out our last years with this information in our heads, which is impossible to forget? Or will we unite so that we can have thousands of years of prosperity ahead of us? The time for games is over, and it's high time for us to take our lives seriously. Today, the destiny of all humankind depends on the decision of each individual whether to build the creative society or not. All of us will have to work hard in order to survive. The truth is, we won't be able to build the creative society without you. So please, think about these words very seriously. We are united in a common destiny. But what that destiny will be like depends on our choice. What's the point of the existence of humanity all these thousands of years if we just choose to die? The meaning of humanity's existence is life, and we must choose life. And that means choosing the creative society.
Let's give each other and all of humankind a chance. Let's save our common home all together. In unity, no matter what. After all, our survival is indeed in unity.